Great. Good morning. We are now live. Welcome to the first hearing of the committee's inquiry into the proposed aerial shooting of brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to the witnesses this morning, and thank you for giving the time to give evidence today. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, that excludes you, Minister Sharp, because you've already been sworn in, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation. Starting from my left, excluding the Minister.
Atticus Fleming, Acting Coordinator General, Environment and Heritage Group of the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Rob Smith, the Executive Director, Park Operations Inland, Northern National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Does anyone want to start with a short opening statement?
I might just do a quick one if people are okay. I know people would be, well, I suppose really just to give the committee an update on where it's at, and I know you'll have a bunch of questions. As people would be aware, I signed off on the changes to the forms of population control that can be used in Kosciuszko National Park when it comes in relation to the horses. In November, there was a preliminary trial undertaken over a couple of days that involved the RSPCA and an independent vet. The outcome of that, I think people are aware, has been published. There has been some more work undertaken in the last week or so, and we can give you the details on that in terms of the use of aerial shooting. I can update the committee though that from late 2021 to the end of September, there was 2,517 horses removed from the park. Of that, 1,022 were removed via ground shooting and 793 were rehomed. From September to December, just under 1,000 horses have been removed from the south part of Kosciuszko National Park. 195 of those are either rehomed or euthanased or sent to the knackery, and 802 have been shot using aerial shooting. So that is the update to date. We can obviously get into the details of all of that, but I do know that members of the committee were very interested in the standard operating procedure, and Chair, with your permission, I've got it here to table for the committee so that you can have it today.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I might keep a copy myself just so that we've got that. The other thing that I can update the committee finally is that we've had the numbers, the estimated numbers of the horses in the park done through the annual survey was done as it normally is in October, and the result is the range of the number of horses we believe to be in the park to be between 12,934 and 22,536. For people who, just to explain that a little bit, we basically have a 95% confidence that there are at least 12,934 horses in the park. But again, I know that committee members will have questions about that as we go through. I don't know whether there's anything that Mr Fleming or Mr Smith want to add, but we can go from there.
figures you gave about the 2,517 removed, what was the period?
Yes, oh yes, good question.
Sorry.
From late 2021.
Thank
So
you.
that's over the last 2 years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's from the commencement of the plan.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll now move to questioning. I might just start with a couple of questions myself in regards to the preliminary kill that took place. I note that it took place during foaling season and 35 foals were killed. 2 foals were found that were under 1 week old were found on their own and killed, split up from their family groups. Given that the specific animal welfare assessment report stated that the presence of very young foals at the time of year created an animal welfare risk, I'm wondering why the decision was made to do it during foaling season.
Look, I think, I'm happy to hand over to Mr Fleming first, but the first thing that I want to say is that no one sitting here or across the National Park Service is happy about the need for us to reduce the number of horses in the park. As you'd be aware, there's been a lot of effort undertaken to use a range of different methods to remove them from the park, including rehoming and doing that work. So I just wanted to say that up front. My understanding from the preliminary program is that foals were killed as part of that program. That is part of the procedure, and the decision to as part of the preliminary program was to make sure that foals weren't being left behind. The advice that we also have in relation to what happens with the foals is that there are cases of maternal abandonment, and there's also cases which are not well documented in the literature but talk about actually this sort of being hidden away and separated from the kind of mob. But I might hand over to Mr Fleming around the more details to deal with that.
I might just add to what the Minister has said up front, which is that no one in the National Parks and Wildlife Service enjoys doing feral animal control. Whether it's horses or whether it's any other species, it's something that we, in most cases, are legally required to do and obviously need to do to protect our national parks and threatened wildlife. And the team, I think, do a very, very good job in very challenging circumstances. The issue of foals is one of those really challenging issues for everyone. We are very aware that there are times of the year where the risk is higher, and we address that risk. In a sense, we do everything we can to minimise that risk by including a series of things in the standard operating procedure which minimise the risk of isolated foals being left alone. I think the 2 foals that you refer to that were observed in the preliminary program, I don't think the conclusion was that they were separated. There are a range of reasons why foals could be on their own. They may have been abandoned by their mother, for example. So as part of the program, the team identified 2 isolated foals and they were shot.
But it seems very likely that that was the cause, because the other explanations in the report said that it could be due to this, and then there was a recognition that had never been seen before in brumbies in the wild as one of the reasons for potentially them being on their own. It seems highly likely.
Maternal abandonment's definitely
I'm not talking about the maternal abandonment.
There was. Yeah.
So we recognise that there are risks associated. One of the risks is that there are foals that have been abandoned by their mothers, but there is a risk that disturbance from there could be a range of possible sources causes foals to become isolated. The way in which we address that is to ensure that the standard operating procedures have a range of very specific measures. So one of those is that the team in the helicopter must at all times keep a lookout for isolated foals, whether they're isolated through disturbance or whether they're isolated because they've been abandoned. And those isolated foals are to be shot. And I apologise, it's really confronting to be saying that, but that's built into the procedures.
Can I just also check, was there a consultation with the RSPCA specifically around the fact that the shooting would happen during foaling season, and what was their advice in regards to running a shooting program during foaling season?
We consulted the RSPCA in the development of the standard operating procedure.
Yeah, I'm just curious about
And,
the foaling season.
I'm doing
part
my
of it.
best to answer your question. And then obviously the RSPCA were invited and were observing the preliminary program, and there's an open invitation for the RSPCA to be present at any operation they choose to audit going forward. So the short answer to your question is that yes, the RSPCA were aware and provided input on our standard operating procedures. And I think their conclusion after that preliminary program was that everything was done in accordance with the standard operating procedures, and they didn't recommend any changes to...
So in regards to the standing operating procedures, and I haven't, because I've only now just seen the new standard operating procedure. I haven't had a chance, obviously, to read it. But so what you're saying is in the standing operating procedure, you're allowing the shooting of foals during the killing programs, and that the RSPCA have approved that and said that they didn't see that as an animal welfare risk, that they were comfortable with that and that they're comfortable with that going forward.
I am doing my best to answer your question, but I do want to answer it properly, so I don't want to pull things out of the standard operating procedure in isolation. You need to look at the
I just want to, but I only want to talk about, I understand the RSPCA might be fine with this document. I don't know what's in the document, so I can't ask about that.
Yeah.
What I'm asking about simply is the idea that the shooting's happening during foaling season, whether that was specifically consulted on and whether the RSPCA had given you a position on that specifically.
Well, the RSPCA have said that the standard operating procedure,
does the standard
which
operating
includes
procedure include the
shooting all year
during
round,
foaling? Okay.
correct, and with the measures with a series of measures to minimise the risk of isolated foals.
mean,
the RSPCA is happy with that.
I mean, we acknowledge that the shooting is happening at this time of year. The priority around, and the reason why that is occurring is because the numbers of horses in the park remain too large, and the damage that's being done is very significant and increasing because the population has been so large and has been growing. The decision to reduce the number of horses as quickly as we can is doing that so that for two reasons. One is to arrest the damage that's being undertaken and the threats that the horses are providing to a range of other species and water and soil and those kind of things. But secondly, getting down to the 3,000 horses that everyone is trying to work to means that in the future there are actually fewer horses that actually will have to be removed from the park. So we're dealing with this because the population is too large, and we're trying to get it down in the shortest period we can, in the most humane way that we can do it, which is why the sort of preliminary programs and the careful work that's been done with independent vet oversight, with auditing from the RSPCA and observation, and which is ongoing, is so important.
Thank you. I just got one more question, and then I'll throw back to you. I just wanted to ask about the government report on the median time of between the final shot and when the horse was checked, which was given as 3 minutes. Could I get the mean and the range of those times? I just find that the median is a very odd statistic to report.
Just to be clear, you're talking about the time between the animal being shot and the vet inspecting the 43
Correct.
that were inspected on the ground. I can take that on notice. Yeah.
Yep, so if I could get the mean and the range. And I suppose, as I said, it's an odd statistic to report the median. Was there a large outlier that caused that statistic to be reported instead of, say, an average?
I'm confident that that's not the reason why the median is used, but I'll have to take on notice the specifics of your previous question.
Could you take that on notice, and also if there was a large outlier, could you report that to me as well?
Of course.
Ms. Abigail Boyd.
I just wanted to touch on those numbers a bit more. So I understand that the current shooting program, and specifically the number of horses being targeted at this point, is based on reducing the number to 3,000 horses by 2027. And I also note that the Senate inquiry said that although there were differing views on the estimates of the numbers of horses, there was this upwards trend. Given the recent numbers that show a 7.3% reduction in the last year, on that trajectory, we'd be looking at getting down to 3,000 by 2033, so about 6 years after. Obviously, that's quite different to what we imagined before. Will there be an adjustment now in the numbers that you're targeting in order to bring that population down to 3,000 by 2027?
I think we initially looked at the trajectory and the rate at which we could remove horses if aerial shooting was not available, and thought that we might be able to get to the target by about 2030, 31. That was, I think, quite optimistic. Obviously, aerial shooting gives us another tool, so we now have a range of tools available, and we will continue to use all of those tools.
Is the number going to be changed based on the current, like these new figures, which have shown something different? Are we going to be adjusting the approach based on the different numbers that come in year after year?
Yes, sorry. So obviously the 3,000 doesn't change. That's the number that we need to reduce it to. Aerial shooting means that I'm confident we can, with that tool, get to the statutory target within the statutory time frame. I think where your question is going is really how do we determine when we are getting to that 3,000? So I would just break that down and say there is 68% of the park under the plan where we are required to have no horses. Some of that 68% currently has horses. So in those parts of the park, in a sense, we continue to remove all horses because the target is 0. There are then retention areas, that is 32% of the park, and that's where the 3,000 population needs to be.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, yes, each annual survey gives us another data point which helps us determine how many horses need to be removed from those retention areas.
Yeah.
And going forward, what we will do is continue to refine the survey. So next year, for example, we will be doing the plan is to do targeted surveys in those retention areas rather than across the whole park.
So can I ask, sorry, I do understand basically the drive, as I understand it, is to get down to that 3,000 number as quickly as possible. There, I assume, have been sort of baseline ecological studies done already. Has there been consideration given to the sort of the ecological shock, I guess, of undertaking something quicker than expected? Like if the numbers were to reduce tomorrow to 3,000, are we expecting any sort of ecological shock, or would that be job done in your view?
We're rolling out quite a detailed ecological health monitoring program in Kosciuszko, so we've got 125 sites with all sorts of camera traps, acoustic devices, everything else to track changes in health over time. I think that's the best that we can do, really track the changes, including the response. And there's also some dedicated water quality monitoring that's being undertaken. So we will be tracking the change that happens. But if you're asking whether I expect any adverse ecological impacts as a result of reducing horse numbers, the
No,
answer is
not quite.
no.
I wouldn't want you to take that away from this.
Sorry.
No one's disputing the
Yeah.
impact on COSI of the horses.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, when we are assessing the effectiveness of horse management or horse population management,
Yeah.
are we looking at doing this in a way that, I guess, ensures a net benefit to the environment? Has any consideration been given to, for example, the rate of killing, and whether that will have the rate of depletion in the population, and whether that will have any differing impact on the environment than what is expected under the current plan?
I think the best answer is to say yes, we are considering all of those things, but we're having to take into account a whole range of factors, and one of the factors is continuing to look at, and we are actually going to take a fairly cautious approach in terms of the rate of removal going forward. So our starting point really, for example, is to use the bottom of that confidence interval in starting to calculate the number of horses that need to be removed initially. and to be testing that through the measures that look at the ecological health of the park and through dedicated surveys in these retention areas. So this is, in a sense, it's a very, very significant initiative in terms of the health of a very, very important national park. It is, in some respects, breaking new ground, and so we are taking a cautious approach, and we are looking at all of those factors, the impact on the health of the park, but also the welfare of the operation. The welfare aspects of the operation are so important, and we're very conscious that there's a target of 3,000 at the end of the day in those retention areas, and so we're taking a cautious approach to ensure that we meet that target in a considered way in the time that we've been given under law.
That's a good question. Mr. Fleming, you talk about the welfare aspects of what you're doing, and obviously that's very important, and the Minister talks that way all the time, and that's much appreciated. But in the end of the day, why do the National Parks and Wildlife Service need to develop a brand new, uncirculated SOP for horse shooting, which we only just got handed today? What's the difference between that SOP that makes it more adequate than the old one?
So the old one was about 10 years old. I can't remember the exact date, but
Well,
it's about
what's
10 years
changed? I've
old.
just had a quick look through it. Nothing's changed.
For example, we use lead-free bullets, which was not
But that's got nothing to do with
contemplated
what
at
I'm
the time.
asking. It doesn't.
We use
That has no bearing on humaneness, really, does it?
We use thermal
Copper
imaging.
expanding bullets
Actually, I think the bullets that we
for
use.
environmental reasons, not humane reasons.
Well, I think the bullets that we're using now do contribute to the welfare outcomes, but
A 308 bullet,
thermal imaging, for
lead
example.
core is not as good as a copper bullet. Is that what you're saying? Are you qualified to say that?
No, I'm saying that in order to deliver the best welfare outcomes, we rely upon a range of things. One is the training of our staff. Two is the quality
But you
of the
haven't answered my
equipment.
question. I asked, why did you need a new SOP?
Because there are a range of differences. So if you let me go through them, one is thermal imaging is available now and is part of what we use in our operations. That wasn't there 10 years ago.
Such as?
The thermal imaging, the equipment that the guys on the helicopter use.
The majority of your shooting's been done in daylight, isn't it?
The majority of it is, but there are times, if we're up early in the morning, for example, where the thermal imaging works very well. And that was evident last week, for example, when we were conducting operations. So that's one example of a change that's happened in the last 10 years. I would say the move to lead-free bullets is important. There's a range of other scenarios. I'm happy to take it on notice and give you an answer that
We'll take it on notice. It'll make interesting
sets out
reading
the
on how it
differences.
differs from what they used in Guy Fawkes and what's been floating around since then.
The difference with Guy Fawkes is we're using different helicopters, we're using different rifles, we've got thermal imaging gear, we use the repeat shooting in a way that's evolved, and the training of our staff is a lot
So
better.
is
I would
it-
say there are very significant
Is
differences.
it more humane to put 15 shots into a chest of a horse that could weigh up to 400 kilos?
I think, I don't know if you've read the independent vets report, but I think
have read it.
the results are outstanding and they demonstrate that the staff
No, but
are
I'm asking you, do you
well-trained.
think it's humane?
I think it is humane, yes.
On what basis? How are you qualified to say that?
I think it's humane because what our repeat shooting policy does is ensure that, and again, I know this is confronting, so I apologise for
Well, it
for
is
answering the question
confronting,
in this way.
And if you
But if
really
we-
wanted to confront the reality of what you're doing, you would not be using 308 150 grain copper bullets.
So
You would be
I'm
using
happy
an
to-
adequate calibre designed to kill large animals, large boned animals that are running.
Sir, I'm happy to answer your question if you give me time to answer it. I think the repeat shooting policy contributes to a very good welfare outcome because, and to be clear about it, the repeat shooting does not mean a shot goes in and then we wait to see the impact of the shot. It means that there are multiple shots to the target area literally within seconds. And that is an important component in ensuring the most rapid death possible.
I ask you again, does the SOP allow for pumping an average of 7.5 to 15 shots into a horse? And does the National Parks and Wildlife Service consider this to be an indication of a highly trained and competent shooter?
Yes and yes.
It is.
Yep.
So pumping 15 shots into an animal in its chest
The standard
while it's
operating
running
procedure
is
requires
humane.
The standard operating procedure requires repeat shooting. It doesn't require 15. It says at least 2
So-
from memory. So it
why did
requires
you end up
repeat
shooting some animals, and we don't know how many, 15 times?
I'll have to take on notice. The average was, or the median, I think it was 7.5 shots per animal.
That's right. That's right. Would you
But can I just say the advice that we have from the experts, including the vets and the RSPCA, is that, and I think this was a recommendation even from the review of the Guy Fawkes incident, was that the repeat shooting policy will contribute to better welfare outcomes.
I don't think anyone's arguing that a second shot is needed, but why are 15 shots needed?
Well, 15 was the maximum. The median was 7.5.
Well, why is 7.5 needed? If I shot a pig 7.5 times or 15 times in the chest with the 22 rimfire, would you consider that humane?
My response
Or
to
if
you,
I stabbed it 15 times,
my
would that
response
be
to you
humane?
is this: that my expectation is that we deliver the best possible welfare outcome, and part of that is ensuring the most rapid time to death.
All right, look, I put it to you that you're not
And
ensuring the
repeat-
best humane outcomes for these horses.
Well, I put it to you
Any,
that
on
a
any
median,
estimation, that is not the case.
a median time to insensibility of 5 seconds is an exceptional welfare outcome, and that is based in part on the repeat shooting policy. So I disagree.
But we're
with you.
we're not talking only about repeat shooting policy. Repeat shooting policy requires 1 shot, 2 shots, maybe 3. That's it. But to get to 7.5 and then get to 15 indicates inadequate calibre, poor targeting, and a whole other range of issues around what you're trying to do. It's not humane.
I won't argue with you. I just disagree with your statement. I will refer you to
Relying on bits of paper from the RSPCA, asked for on the 31st of November and signed off on the 1st of December is mind-boggling.
I will refer you to the independent vets report, which does make it clear that of the 43 they inspected on the ground, again, with apologies for being confronting about the detail.
Did the two
bullets penetrated with no trouble, penetrated the target area, and in many cases were exiting the other side of the animal, if not were basically nestled under the skin on the other side of the animal. So there was clear evidence there from the independent vet that the combination of ammunition and rifle that we use
I'll ask you this
generates good
question,
welfare
Mr.
outcome.
Fleming. Did the 2 independent veterinarian observers of the trial shoot in Kosciuszko National Park have any academic background in ballistics as applied to humane killing of animals and any practical shooting experience of feral animals, including horses?
I'll take that on notice.
Take it on notice? All right. That one's too hard.
I might move on to Miss Sue Higginson. She's been seeking the call. And then
Thank you.
I'll move on to
Thank you. I realise how hard this inquiry is and the giving of evidence, and that it's something that we are legally required to do. With the results from September to December, for want of a better term, they are arguably promising results in terms of it would appear that this is the first program that we've actually seen kind of evidence that we could actually be on track to reduce feral horse numbers within a period of time. Is that how you read those numbers?
Yes, I think the introduction of aerial shooting will enable us to get to the target, and it's very early days, but the results, I think, support that conclusion, yes.
And can I ask, is there, in terms of the staff, and is this providing some hope that the work that the people are doing is valuable work, that it is rewarding work in the sense commensurate to
Look, I'm really
how
happy.
awful
I'm
and
really happy to
difficult it
speak
is?
about this because it's actually a really important
Yeah.
issue. National Parks and Wildlife staff are extremely professional and work very hard. The inability to control the population of horses as they have grown so large in Kosciuszko National Park has been a real issue for them for a long period of time. The advice that I received when I became the minister that said we're not going to be able to meet the target that's legislated, and we're very concerned about the impact on the park was real. I've been there twice with them and have seen all of that. The other point, though, that I do want to put on record is that people find this to be a challenging issue, and locally it can be quite confronting. We've had to put in place, and National Parks has put in place a range of upgraded security arrangements in relation to National Park staff. But I can say that I met with a group of staff after the preliminary program recently, and what they said to me was that they were very pleased with how it had gone and that the animal welfare outcomes had been good, that they believe they now have enough tools in their toolbox to be able to do what they consider to be their professional responsibility, which is to look after Kosciuszko National Park and to ensure that the damage is limited as much as possible. And I think that they, are hopeful that we'll be able to get the numbers down so that rather than spending time on dealing with that, they can actually do the other work, which is the other conservation work, the protecting of the 30 endangered species of both plants and animals that are in the park, and the restoration of the waterways of the heart of what's been done there. But I would also say to them, my observation of the National Park staff is that we ask them to do a really difficult job, and if we want to talk about some of the other control options that we've had, they haven't been adequate at all in terms of the health and welfare of horses and the health and welfare of the staff that work at national parks. Trapping horses that are wild is a really dangerous thing. We did trial, and there were trials of shooting them in those pens. I don't think anyone thinks that is a good outcome. I think that the removal of them from the park has also often been not good, and it has a really impact on people who's they see their job as actually looking after the park and doing what we ask them to do. So I think that that's a long way of saying I think that they believe that we are doing the right thing that's necessary to look after this, our only alpine park, and I agree with them. And it's why the sort of, I suppose what I'd say is cautious determination to get this done is coming from the government and from myself as the minister, because I believe that it's the most important thing we can do to actually look after that park. It will have an intergenerational impact in relation to the restoration of grasslands, the work that the catchment restoration that will happen, and obviously far less pressure on those other endangered species that really are under pressure as a result of the number of horses.
Just on following, do you have some idea on when we might start to see some improvement in terms of those ecosystem problems that we're seeing, particularly the ones identified by the Commonwealth Scientific Threat Species Committee that led to the kind of conclusion that horses are literally going to be the direct threat to survival? Just in terms of those timeframes and whether we're doing that work around what we think the decrease in numbers would look like to start to tip the scale where we can start talking and looking at recovery.
I mean, I'll hand over to Mr. Fleming, but the first thing I'd say is that the fewer horses there are, one horse does a lot of damage on its own. So, but it's also been decades in the making. These things don't turn around really quickly. We've really taken limited action for the last 20 years, and that's why we've got the sort of numbers of horses that we've got as we see them. So, my view is, and the government's view is that the sooner we can get the horses down to a manageable population, and that's where we can also trial and do much more rehoming and do the kind of reproductive trials and those kind of things that we want to do, the better. But look, the fewer horses there are as quickly as possible is the less damage that's being done. There's so many of them in such a concentrated area that's the challenge. But that's why there's a lot of monitoring, and I might hand over to Mr. Fleming to talk about that.
I would just add, I guess, that obviously it's a fairly complex system or systems in the park, and so it is a little bit difficult to predict, and we are breaking new ground in a sense by removing a large number of feral herbivores. So we will track that change and measure it. And my expectation, based on other parts of Australia where large feral herbivores have been removed, is you get rapid recovery of some aspects of the environment and others take a little longer. But the only other point I'd make is that to drive the recovery that we want to see, does require an integrated approach to all of the various challenges, and that means also continuing the work that we're doing on deer, on pigs, on getting fire management right, and trying to tackle weeds, and they are all very big challenges.
Minister,
you.
Sorry. Look, the crossbench has taken 35 minutes of this.
No,
hour
that's fine.
already.
I
we
was
don't
going
want-
to
we
actually.
We don't want you asking silly questions. We want you to ask sensible questions, not about...
Robert.
not
Order,
about just
order,
shooting
order.
birds.
Sorry, the Honourable Wes Fang does have
Robert.
the call.
Seriously. Mate, that's just
I am
ridiculous.
serious.
That's ridiculous.
Order.
All right. Thank you very much for attending today. I want to go to the actual monitoring that is occurring in relation to the trial and in relation to the aerial shooting. Are the aerial shoots at the moment being recorded either by camera on the rifles, or is there a 360 camera on the helicopter that is able to independently record the actual culling?
No.
Is there a reason why we're not recording it at the moment?
It is contrary to the fast aerial shooting guidelines.
Because it seems to me that we put body cams on, a number of emergency services workers, police, ambulance these days, not only to protect them, but also to protect the public. It would seem to me unusual that the technology would exist to be able to record not only the shots that are fired from the rifles that your staff are carrying, but it would also be possible to use 360 camera recordings on the helicopter so that there's a way of independently verifying the outcomes that you're achieving, yet there seems to be a refusal to do that. And I don't understand that. Can you explain to me why you would refuse to record these things?
I think to the extent you're asking about transparency, that's why we had the independent vet there for the preliminary program.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the RSPCA have an open invitation to observe and audit any and as many of the operations that they wish to.
Okay.
That's why we're publishing data. So we're certainly aiming to provide the right level of transparency.
So in relation to that then, is the RSPCA invited to fly along on the helicopter and monitor it whilst airborne?
The RSPCA observed from a separate helicopter.
How close is that helicopter in formation to the aircraft that's conducting the shoot?
I'd have to take that on notice, but certainly close enough for them to have good visibility of what is happening.
Okay. Are they flying doors off like the...
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't know that.
Because I recall during estimates that part of the reason why an independent person could not be part of the team on the helicopter was cited as the requirement for training, etc.
There's,
with doors
there's
off.
CASA regs about who can be on when and whether you've got particular training.
I'm quite aware of that, and that's why I was sort of...
Yeah, but my understanding is that's why there's a separate chopper that actually allows that to occur. But we can get the details. They wouldn't. I suspect that they're not going to be flying around with doors off in the observing chopper. But we can get all of that.
I'd appreciate that.
And there were two particular. Again, I'll correct this if I get it wrong, but there were two particular requirements with the CASA rules. One was when you were doing that kind of low-level flying that was involved in the survey effort. You could only have people on the helicopter if they had a specialist role. But secondly, when you're using the booms, that also limits who can be on the chopper and what you're doing. And the third factor with the survey, of course, is that we need that to be a repeatable, standardised approach, and that involves one chopper, not a second chopper flying along beside it.
No, I'm going to come to the numbers shortly, but obviously you may not be aware, Mr. Fleming, but I have some experience in relation to helicopter operations, and so some of what was provided by way of evidence, I have not been able to reconcile with my knowledge, and so I'm just trying to get some understanding of that. You've said that the RSPCA have an open invitation to observe the culling. and you've said that independent vets have actually, I guess, monitored the trial of the aerial cull. Is it open to independent observers in general? Like, how are you? Would you be prepared to let a member of parliament or independent staff from another welfare agency to view the proceedings, given that you won't allow the recording of the cull?
At the moment, I am focused on ensuring that our operations are consistent with the FAST guidelines, but I'd be happy to take your request generally around transparency on notice to consider whether there is any additional measure that we could take to provide even greater transparency.
Because I was going to suggest that the Honourable Robert Borsak and myself perhaps might have the appropriate training, at least in some respects, to at least attend and provide the committee some insights.
I'd be happy to attend.
Yeah, and I think...
I'm a horse lover, I'll come too.
So,
I'd even
look, I just wanted to say that for transparency, because at the moment I'm finding it very hard to reconcile the fact that we can't record these things. We can record, body cams of emergency services, and that can often provide detailed evidence for issues that arise later. I would have thought that the recording of the shots that are fired and the 360 from the helicopter would be a minimum that we would be recording in relation to the transparency on this. That it's not occurring makes me very, very suspicious.
Is it for all the other animals as well?
Can I just say one thing? A couple of things about this. One is, no one's trying to hide anything here. We're actually being extremely open about the way in which this is being done in a way that hasn't occurred before. Aerial shooting is not unusual over a range of different animals across the state. In fact, thousands of animals are culled in that way. And the requirements in relation to that are not any different in terms of the concerns around animal welfare than they are for horses. The difference here is that the horses are new, and I accept that this has been a very controversial issue for a really long time, and I understand that people have, really deeply held and passionate views around whether this should be done or not and the way in which it's done, and no one is denying any of that. But the point that I would make is that we're happy to look at options around further transparency measures. But the other point I want to make is that this is not unusual. This is an important part of what we're doing. I acknowledge that it hasn't been done for over 20 years in New South Wales, and so it's drawn a lot of interest. But this is the way in which we have to tackle the threats for a range of different invasive species. And I don't see that as the Minister, I don't see that as being any different. I care about the way in which a deer is culled versus a horse versus a pig is exactly the same, which is that we have to do it to the highest available standard. So I suppose that's a long way of me saying, Mr. Fang, I'm really happy to look at other measures, but I don't want you, and I really do reject any suggestion that of the professionalism of the independent observers, of the work that the RSPCA does, or the work particularly that National Parks and Wildlife staff do is in any way anything less than absolutely professional, and with a priority eye, obviously, to the animal welfare outcomes, which let's be honest about what we're talking about. It means that these animals die. We're happy to look at transparency. We've been trying, I've been trying to be very transparent around this, give you as much information as you can, and I'm happy to keep doing it. But I really just want to flag that this is not unusual. There's nothing new about this. The issue here, though, is, how can we improve it so that you are satisfied with the work we're doing? We're happy to look at it.
And just to add, over 900 hours of aerial shooting of other species in Kosciuszko National Park in the last, I think it's about 3.5 years. So there is a lot of aerial shooting of other species that is being carried out in Kosciuszko National Park. I
appreciate that. We're running short of time, so I'm just going to fly through a few more things just quickly if I can. You'll see I've tended 2 maps provided to you. You'll see that there's obviously the Wild Horse Management Plan. You'd be familiar with that one. This other map that I've tabled is, a study of the endangered animals on the location of the park. Have you seen this map before, Mr. Fleming?
I think what you have mapped there are, yes, the AIS sites. I obviously just looking at it, I don't know whether you've got the locations correct or the or all of the AIS sites included, but yes, I understand what you're trying to represent.
Okay, so that indicates where you'd find the predominant areas that have the endangered species that the
No,
Minister has spoken about?
No, that's not
No,
correct.
right.
That's not a correct statement.
No. So how would you describe this map then?
Well, having just seen it, I'm not sure
So
I
did
would
you
offer
do
a
this map,
description.
Wes? Is this
No,
your-
no, no, no. I
Where's
received
it
this
from?
map. I received it from
Where's it
from a source that
From a
had
national park
indicated.
source?
Yeah.
Table something.
You need to.
Is asking questions, knowing the provenance of it
What's the provenance?
would help determine its
Yeah.
author.
Well, that's what
the
I'm
member
trying to-
may not
that's exactly
necessarily.
what I'm trying to
The member might
determine.
want to give some details about what he thinks that this map represents.
Yeah, if you could
Well,
take
that's
us
it.
through,
Thinks it comes
take
from-
us
you
through
may not
what
necessarily
you
have
think
to
we're
name
looking at, that would
who
be helpful.
provided
because
it.
you know,
Now, what I'm trying to determine is if this map correlates with the information that you have available to you that indicates where there are certain locations of study that have indicated there are endangered species, and how that correlates to where
Can I raised
Yes, point of order.
previously, I'm not trying to interrupt your question.
You are.
but
You're trying
I
to
would
cut
like
our
to
time.
know
Order.
It's
if
another
you're
co- it's
asking-
another attempt to
Order.
cover
This
up
is going to
something.
take longer
Yeah.
if we don't allow him
I'm
to.
simply asking, if a map is tabled, I'm looking at it, we've just received it, as has the witnesses. You're asking questions about whether it correlates or whatever, but you can't tell us what the
but
provenance
just
is.
to be clear, we don't know who's done the map. It's okay, you don't have to tell us, but let's just be clear, you don't know who's done the map, and so we can't. We're happy, just to be very happy to take on notice and look at this, but
Given the amount of time, what I might do is I'll put some questions on notice, written questions on notice to you around these maps
but
and
if you
how.
can explain what the assumptions are in this map, this
Well-
doesn't actually mean anything the way that it's
Mr.
presented.
Fang, the AIS sites that you're seeking to map, they are important areas, but they are not the only habitat for threatened species. I would just make that point.
Okay. I'll put the questions on notice in relation to those maps, given that we have only got a little time. I wanted to come to the way that the numbers are being developed. Have you used the same methodology that you have for previous counts in relation to the most recent numbers, which are the 12,934 to the 22,536 that you provided
the
today?
2020, 2022 and 2023 surveys were Kosciuszko specific, so they are the three most comparable.
Mm-hmm.
As I think we may have talked about in estimates, the 2023 survey is using the same methodology, same design. There were small adjustments to the design, in particular increasing the number of the length of transects.
Yeah.
Um,
Did you employ any additional technology, i.e. Drones, thermal imaging, other methods to help refine the count?
Not in the 2023 count, but we are actively considering how we may deploy that additional technology going forward.
Can I just
Minister,
talk about the drone? I just want to talk to you about the
Yep.
drones because there is actually excellent work being done in the
Koalas.
department around. But they're doing koalas, they're doing greater gliders, but but the technology isn't right at the moment to be able to give the accuracy that you need. Obviously, being able to measure apples with apples over time means that the drones aren't quite ready. But I'm very keen, and the government's keen, to see drone technology be used because it is just better over time. But it's not there yet to be able to actually be able to use it in a comparable way as we're working with just this population in
But
particular.
Minister, how does that correlate with the announcements of recent weeks that you're using the drone technology around koalas?
We're not counting them, we're identifying them. It's a different, we're not using them for population-based surveys. The drones are being used in trial to see where we can find them. Thermal imaging, obviously very important for nocturnal species like greater gliders. It's not being used for population counting. We're not ready to do that. But I would say to you, as these things get better, I think in the future that we will be doing that, but we're not there yet.
Because the numbers that you've got now, but you've basically got a variance of just under 10,000, which is effectively half, up to half in the variance. So we need a better way of determining the numbers.
We're
But
always
why,
looking at doing it. I mean, the point
why
that
is the
I'd
drone
make about-
technology not ready?
Well, because because the technology is evolving all the time, the ability to do it on the accuracy of the transects versus the distance sampling that's currently being done is not able to be done. It's improving all the time. I think there's good news here. I don't think, but to suggest that we could just pick up the drones and do an accurate count is just not correct and not the way that we're going to do it. And if we can just go back to the variance issue, this is a very big park. It's bigger than Bali. It's our largest national park. Things are very dispersed. The counting method that we use is the one that is used for many animals. It is considered to be best practice. Is it perfect? Probably not, but I don't think any of the surveys that we do are perfect. But we are very confident that the numbers are right. And whether it's 12,000 or whether it's 22,000, there's two things that I'll say about getting down to 3,000. There's still too many in the park, and we have to use every method that we can to reduce the harm on the park, and that's what we're trying to do.
Just
Chair, can I
a
just-
quick question
can I
there,
ask a
Minister.
question?
You talk about
Sorry,
3,000.
order,
I think it's your
order.
turn.
How do we know when
So
we get to
order.
3,000?
The Honourable
Your
Robert
question.
Balzac, order, sorry. I've got one question
is a
for
question.
the Honourable Aileen
That's my
McDonald,
question.
and then we're moving to the government.
that's
The Honourable Aileen McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just change tact a little bit, and so I'm interested in the Aboriginal heritage archaeological sites and what impact the wild horse numbers have on these sites. Can the impact be remediated or repaired from your knowledge?
I can do a little bit about it. Obviously, a lot of the Aboriginal cultural heritage, from the discussions that I've had with First Nations people who are connected to the park, a lot of it is sort of landscape based and linked to storylines. So things like the connection with the southern corroboree frog and the moths in the caves, the bogong moths, and all of those things are tied up together. Some of that is being harmed just because the horses basically trample that area, and if those animals disappear, then that's obviously a very big impact. There's more specific sites, though, and I might hand over to Mr. Fleming around that, but they're very much, there's a sort of individual species level, and then there's particular sites that were very important, particularly journey sites for young men and young women, those types of things. But the impact of the horses is where they're, destroying and harming waterways and grasslands is my main understanding of that.
Yeah, I don't think there's very much I can add to what the Minister said, other than to note there was some detailed work done with an Aboriginal advisory group in the course of preparing the plan, and so I'd be happy to take on notice and provide that.
Thank you, if you could.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
I've just got one really short question. Thank you. When we get to 3,000, what will we do? Given the population grows 15 to 20% each year, what are we going to do when we get to 3,000 in terms of the variation? Will we use the upper end? Will we have more advanced population estimates at that point? What's our plan?
So the plan certainly is to have dedicated surveys in those retention areas. So there's three main retention areas. So there'll be surveys focused on the population in each retention area. And as you say, there will be fluctuations, including foals and normal growth rate of horse populations in those areas. So we will need to do some ongoing control. We'll have a suite of measures available to do that. And I think the Minister has indicated previously that at that point we can also look at the immunocontraception and related opportunities.
And did the Senate inquiry think that 3,000 was reasonable, or there should be no horses in
Does the
our
government
national
not have
park?
any questions, just to
We do
confirm?
have a few questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Iskinson, you've had a lot of questions in this session as a participating member, so I am going to go to the government.
That's a lot.
Just a couple of questions for Mr. Fleming. So I understand that there's been
I've got
threats
heaps of
made
questions.
to staff administered in this program, involved in this program. Are you able to just tell us a bit about how the government is responding to that and ensuring the protection of staff?
Yes, so I won't repeat the threats because the threats are very, let's just say they're nasty and they're very unpleasant. So I would just acknowledge the impact that has on staff and say, what an amazing job the team has done in those circumstances. We have had, we've got a range of measures in place. We've had external consultants providing advice on the additional security measures we need in offices, whether that's additional cameras, whether that's security guards. We've had advice on what staff need to do in their own homes to ensure additional security. So it's a very, we've had to upgrade infrastructure around depots and so on to ensure that there was no risk to the staff. So there've been a whole range of measures put in place, and sadly that those threats are continuing. So we'll need to be vigilant on an ongoing basis.
So in terms of the community concern that might be maybe causing these sort of threats, can you just tell us quickly how exceptional is aerial shooting of animals when you're talking about other species of animals?
Well, as I said earlier, we've done 900 hours of aerial shooting in Kosciuszko National Park for pigs and deer just in the last, I think it's 3 years. And each year across the state we're doing, at the moment, close to 1,400. I might be out by a little bit, but I think over the last few years it's been in that order, 1,300, 1,400 hours of aerial shooting every year. So it's not exceptional, it is routine and a very important feral animal control measure. And of course, for many constituents, I'm from the country, so I hear from rural landholders all the time about how important it is that we do feral animal control and that we reduce the numbers of feral animals in and around parks.
And the shooting of feral animals, whether aerial or not, is common across Australia, is that correct?
Yes, I would say yes. That's a short answer.
Yeah, and can you give us a sense of the training and the expertise of the staff involved in the aerial shooting and how that makes sure that animal welfare standards are met?
Yes, so we have a very detailed training program. If you want to be doing aerial shooting as part of the National Parks and Wildlife Service team, there's a really extensive range of measures. I probably have to take on notice to actually go through all of the measures, but you do training up front, and then each year there's various things you need to do, minimum hours, ongoing professional development. You need re-accreditation. I think it's in year 2 and then every 3 years after that. And the sort of training you're doing is everything from your marksmanship from the ground, from the air. There's a very extensive list of training that's required, and for people involved in the horse program, we've got additional requirements, which basically means they need to have done some ground operations, ground shooting of horses in Kosciuszko, so that they are familiar with the animal and with the terrain and everything else. So we are really going above and beyond what could reasonably be required in terms of training. And that is demonstrated in the report from the independent vet, where the outcomes, and I do just want to put this on the record, the outcomes are exceptional. Like the animal welfare outcomes delivered by our staff in that preliminary program are exceptional. And that is a testament to their skill and a testament to the fact that they see welfare as the most important thing.
Yeah. And under this plan of management broadly, are horses still able to be rehomed? And if so, how many are being rehomed?
Yes, so I think the number up until the end of September was 793 that had been rehomed since the plan commenced. And there have been some more rehomed since 1 October. So we have a range of tools, and what will happen over time as we approach and as we reach the 3,000 target, the mix of how we use those tools will evolve.
Yep, and just lastly, Mr. Fleming, what's in place to ensure the safety of visitors to the park while these aerial operations are taking place?
So again, there's a long list, and I will forget some of them, but there are closures in place. We have sentries at areas where people might, if they chose to ignore those closures, seek to gain access. We obviously do risk assessments. So there's detailed risk assessments done. There are a lot of notifications, and we've upgraded our notification program and procedures. But then when our team are in the air, there are a series of measures that are required. So the shooter cannot take a shot without getting clearance from others in the helicopter. The shot must be in a particular zone in terms of the helicopter. So the risk that anyone will be injured, we have enough procedures in place to ensure that that risk is essentially eliminated.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry,
President.
in the last 30 seconds, I have one from the Honourable Robert Walzak and one from the Honourable West Payne.
In the recent trial program, I think 272 horses or something were shot. What happened to the carcasses?
So 43 of those carcasses were moved in accordance with our carcass management plan. But as you know, the standard practice across Australia, private or public land, is for most carcasses to decompose in situ. So as long as we've mapped out areas where we will move carcasses, and there are areas that, say, are within a particular distance of waterways or a particular distance of campgrounds.
That was going to be one of my questions. Was any carcasses left in waterways?
No.
Okay.
Honourable West Payne.
The last question I've got, just in relation to the SOP that you've tabled this morning, it has on the second page, after the title page, a number of related documents. A number of those documents say in preparation as of November 2023, and there's a number of other documents listed underneath that. Are you able to table the documents 1 through 8, which are the SOPs that relate to it? Because it would appear that this document is a draft, or it relates to other SOPs, including killing in yards, mustering, euthanasia, problem wild horses, and some of the other documents, firearms management manual, etc., aviation safety policy. Could you table those documents listed in the related documents for the committee to also cross-check, please?
We'd be happy to table the other approved SOPs.
Okay. Thank you very much.
This, by the way, this is the final SOP. I apologise that the date's not in there, but
Yeah, I
it's
wasn't sure
9
whether
December.
this was, as part of a draft, given that it says in preparation as of November 20.
I approved on the 9th of December, which is a Saturday, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your evidence. I note that there were several questions taken on notice, which the Secretary will be in contact with you about. And I'm assuming that there will probably be more questions on notice as well, and I'm sure we'll be inviting the department back later in this inquiry. But thank you again, and thank you to the Minister for your attendance as well this morning. The committee will now break for morning tea and be back at 10:45.
Thanks, everyone. If I don't see you, have a very good break, and we will see you in the new year.
Thank you. Thank you. We're live again. I'd like to welcome our next witnesses. I'll start with the witness in the room. If I could please ask her to state her name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tara Ward. I'm the Volunteer Managing Solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to Miss Pickering. If you can hear me, if you could please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Jill Pickering, President of the Australian Brumby Alliance, and my oath, I swear that by the evidence now about to be given by me, it shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Wonderful, thank you. Mrs. Alberts?
Yes, hello. My name's Nikki Alberts. I'm the Vice President of the Australian Brumby Alliance and a Brumby rehomer based in the Snowy Mountains of New South Wales. My affirmation is, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Does the ADO have an opening statement they'd like to give?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair. And if I can just sort of note that because things have changed since our last submission, or since the submissions, when aerial shooting was just a proposed control method, my statement is possibly a tiny bit longer than would normally be the case, but that's only a matter of 3 minutes rather than 2. So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to make this opening statement on behalf of the Animal Defenders Office. As a community legal centre specialising in animal law, we acknowledge the inherent value of animals as sentient beings, as enshrined in the animal welfare law of the jurisdiction from which we operate. I say this to clarify that the Animal Defenders Office cares about the wild horses and the native fauna species in Kosciuszko National Park. It is possible to do both. It is not possible, however, to care about the welfare of a wild animal while sanctioning a particularly violent and cruel method of killing those wild animals. These actions are inherently contradictory. And we know that aerial shooting is cruel. We now have the recently released Animal Welfare Assessment of Aerial Shooting in Kosciuszko National Park, which confirms this view. According to the assessment, some horses were chased by up to 3 helicopters and then killed over a period of more than 9 minutes. That's almost 3 Melbourne Cup races. Animals were shot repeatedly, some up to 15 minutes. We don't know how many of these were wounding shots or kill shots. Almost all shots were to parts of the body that does not render the animal immediately insensible. Despite the high-powered projectiles and guns used by the shooters, only 1 out of almost 300 shots was to the head, which is the target recommended in the current standing operating procedures. Lost foals less than a week old were also shot. We don't know if that was while they watched other horses being killed or while other horses watched the foals being killed. Either way, by any benchmark, this treatment of animals is cruel. The recognition of animal sentience in ACT law refers to both physical and mental welfare. New South Wales' own animal welfare law states that tormenting or terrifying an animal unnecessarily or unjustifiably is animal cruelty. In our view, this method of killing wild horses is unnecessary and unjustifiable. It cannot be justified by reference to the law regarding desired numbers of horses by certain dates in Kosciuszko National Park. The numbers and dates are not legislated. They are not in the Kosciuszko Wild Horse Heritage Act 2018. They are in the 2021 Kosciuszko National Park Wild Horse Heritage Management Plan, an administrative document. And we know that document can be amended because it was amended only a few weeks ago, not through Parliament, but by the Executive. So these numbers and deadlines are not set in stone, and nor should they be. They should be constantly reviewed and updated as science and practical considerations affect the ongoing management of the environment. To conclude, implementing a cruel method of killing wild horses without peer-reviewed research or publicly released standing operating procedures, and only in order to meet the unrealistic administrative deadlines, simply cannot be justified. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from the Australian Brumby Alliance?
Yes, there is, Emma. That would be Nikki. Just one moment. If New South Wales Government and National Parks and Wildlife Services had moved quickly to implement their management plan, aerial shooting wouldn't have been needed. But an unacceptable 4-year delay from the 2018 Act to the November 21 Act plan release and little interim management has resulted in significantly more horses to die. National Parks and Wildlife Services further compounded this tragedy by not following their planned sequence of trap remove while concurrently developing protocols for trap site euthanasia, aerial mustering and ground shooting. None of the protocols were developed. Instead, aerial shooting began November 2023, a mere 11 days post the revised management plan released in October 2023. The ABA do not support aerial culling at all. Humane death is defined by the RSPCA themselves as an animal is either killed instantly or rendered instantly insensible until death ensues, and to occur with no pain, suffering or distress. Consider if a veterinarian or owner shot a horse in the chest as a method of euthanasia, let alone if they chased it to the point of exhaustion first, they'd be prosecuted for cruelty. Control methods should be justifiable, socially acceptable, and systematically planned. Introducing aerial shooting this way is against international consensus principles for ethical wildlife control. The National Parks and Wildlife Service's aerial shooting trial failed to meet these principles, nor was it humane. Time from shot to not moving was assessed from the air. On-ground checks were not done until the reviewer landed and walked to each of the only 16% of physically examined and then confirmed dead wild horses. Dr. Berman's 2023 research identified a safe, sustainable horse population for cohabitating with native species. A key indicator for helping native species is to do pre- and post-activity species counts, but no baseline records are kept. Instead, mass shooting of horses with no empirical evidence continues. The Heritage Act requires horses to be retained in areas of heritage value and stated by both the scientific and community advisory panels as safe for native species. The risk is high, the Brumby population numbers are overstated and horses in retention areas have been shot. An expert witness on a better approach to ascertaining the numbers by statistician Claire Glee is actually addressing the inquiry just before lunch. She's better positioned to give full details on this. But from the position of locals who travel through the park and ride there, myself included, overstated numbers is an understatement. 2,256 KMP horses were removed between August 23 and November 23 by mainly shooting with some rehoming. We believe National Parks and Wildlife Services has lost its licence to manage KMP heritage horse values, and we call for an urgent and genuine consultation review to be conducted to retain, or indeed to rebuild, to 3,000 horses by 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions. I'll just start with a couple myself to Ms. Ward. You talk about in your submission that brumbies are actually protected under POCTA, and I understand that this means that certain treatment of brumbies can actually result in criminal offences of animal cruelty or aggravated animal cruelty under the Act. In your professional opinion, is it likely that this aerial shooting program will constitute animal cruelty under our criminal laws as they currently stand, given that shooting a moving target from there can never be 100% accurate and it is a known welfare risk?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify that the Animal Defender's Office is not an enforcement agency under animal welfare laws, so I just sort of preface my response with that. And such a question would also be well put to enforcement agencies such as the RSPCA. However, as users of that of animal welfare laws, it would certainly be my opinion that there would be grounds for making a complaint under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act for animal cruelty. The definition of an act of cruelty in Section 4, subsection 2 of POCTA includes, as I think I mentioned, references to tormenting and terrifying, and there would be no doubt that those animals would be, especially those chased for a longer time, and that's, above the sort of average. Even according to the terms of the assessment report, there would have been animals who were chased for far longer than the average, and that could be considered to be unnecessary, an unnecessary act of cruelty, and that would constitute an act of cruelty under POCTA, in my view.
Thank you. You also mentioned the Guy Fawkes aerial shooting program, which gave rise to 11 animal cruelty charges. Can you expand on this and the nature of those charges and whether there's a difference with the current aerial shooting program, or could we see the same sort of animal cruelty charges happen again?
Chair, I wasn't in. My familiarity with that event, which happened in 2000, is not. I'm not familiar with that event from that perspective. My fellow panelists may be better positioned to respond to that because they've put out a report that is generally available on that incident. What I would say is what we've said in our submission, and that is that it is a very common occurrence in animal cruelty, sort of the animal cruelty space, to have charges either dropped or charge bargaining occur. That's an all too frequent occurrence. It is no reflection on whether or not animal cruelty did or did not occur, but it is just a reality of our criminal justice system. In this case, I understand that 11 or 12 charges were 11 were dropped and 1 was proceeded with, but that is again, I would suggest just a common occurrence within the criminal justice system, and no reflection on, as to that those events that could have sustained a charge of animal cruelty didn't occur.
Thank you. And I might go to the Brumby Alliance as well, but I just wanted to get your legal thought about one other thing, and I'm happy for you to take this on notice because it wasn't anything that you mentioned in your submission, but there have been significant questions raised about the number of the Brumbies in the park and the methodology used to estimate those numbers, and many locals have argued that the number is already under 3,000. Given that the plan states that a target population of 3,000 horses should actually be retained, and there's no authorisation under the plan or the Wild Horse Heritage Act to kill or remove horses if the number is already under 3,000, do you think that there's a legal question as to whether the government is authorised to conduct lethal control methods like aerial shooting under that plan, if we don't know the number, or if the number is potentially under 3,000?
That would be worth looking into, the sort of connection between the sort of the imprimatur, so to speak, to go ahead and remove, or whether that's by lethal or non-lethal control methods, horses. I mean, if the number has been achieved in the one zone where I think about 3,000, the plan intends there to be Brumbies of around that number, there would be no point, and therefore it could be challenged, I would suggest, on the grounds that it's unnecessary. And so any sort of animal welfare concern would be certainly unnecessary, and that could amount to an animal cruelty offence under POCTA.
Thank you. And just before I go on to other committee members, I just wanted to see if the Brumby Alliance had anything further to say about the Guy Fawkes aerial shooting and the 11 animal cruelty charges that had come from that. If you had any background information to provide the committee.
Shall I speak?
Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We provided a report because rumours were starting to surface saying that everything had been overinflated, overhyped. And interestingly, it was incredibly hard to find any information on the website at that time. It was almost as though nothing had ever happened. But I persisted, and we found quite a bit, and we have a link on the ABA website I can send to you if you wish to look at the report. But the message we got was that definitely there were a lot of inhumane actions of horses being found up to several days after being shot on the ground by horrified locals. And they were plea bargained to one claim of poor welfare. And as it was interesting to hear you say that that can often happen. So all I can say is pretty much we support what Tara has said, and we don't want anything like this ever repeated again. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Wes Fang.
My first questions are to Ms Ward. You mentioned in response to a question from the chair that your organisation isn't an enforcement agency. How many enforcement agencies are there in New South Wales?
There are there are two approved charitable organisations, the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, and then New South Wales Police. Every police officer is also an authorised officer under the Act.
Okay. So in relation to that then, it's effectively the case that short of the New South Wales Police looking at any issues that arise out of this I'll say the trial that was recently done and any further aerial shooting, other than the police, the only two organisations that can really prosecute would be the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League. Thank you. So given that the National Parks and Wildlife Service has co-opted, is the word that I'll use, the RSPCA in part of the assessment process of looking at the trial, would that not then create, I guess, a conflict of interest in the RSPCA seeking to possibly prosecute later? Can you see, I guess, where I'm travelling with this, that you've got the RSPCA as the, I would say, the most
witness, yes.
Yeah, the most likely organisation that's going to lead any animal cruelty prosecution that would occur out of this aerial culling program, having been involved by National Parks and Wildlife Service in effect endorsing the trial's results and also appearing to look into the I guess the conduct of that trial. There's a conflict of interest there, isn't there?
There certainly could be a perceived conflict of interest in the sense that if, say, a member of the public came across evidence, what they regarded as evidence of animal cruelty and wished to make a complaint and made that complaint to the RSPCA, if that wasn't investigated or pursued, there would be, a perceived or the perception of a conflict of interest because they were involved in that sort of side of things. So that is a potential issue. But having said that, I'm sure, the RSPCA is a totally professional organisation, and, it may have been that they had vets, for example, as their, and of course I understand they're appearing today, so I hope these questions are put to them.
I'm sure that they will be.
Yeah. But from an outsider's perspective, if, say, they had vets as the observers during the assessment, and yet any complaint was handled by a completely separate arm of the RSPCA, their inspectorate, then one would hope that sufficient, protections against any sort of conflict of interest would be put in place.
You could imagine that any defence that would be mounted by National Parks and Wildlife Service would, in part, include the fact that the RSPCA endorsed the trial and its findings, and was witness to the conduct of that trial in relation to any future aerial culling arrangements that it might have, if there was to be charges brought against it. Does that create a potential issue?
Yes, I think it really points to a fundamental weakness in the animal welfare, the animal protection sort of regulatory framework in New South Wales, in that we don't have an independent entity responsible for enforcing our animal welfare laws. That the RSPCA, which is a private charity, and you can understand an entity such as National Parks and Wildlife Service wanting to call on the RSPCA to be observers in this trial, but unfortunately they are also the enforcement agency, a private charity, under our animal welfare laws, which are of course criminal laws. So I think that is just yet another reason why we need a separate animal, Office of Animal Protection or Office of Animal Welfare that would be responsible for the enforcement side of things.
Yep.
So this is a great example of the need for such an entity.
And you're going to have to forgive me because I'm not exactly experienced in this realm, shall we say. But the other enforcement agency, and I've forgotten, the Animal Welfare League. I should write that down.
AWL.
How many prosecutions have they brought recently? Do you have any idea of that? Is it are they as experienced in bringing prosecutions as the RSPCA, for example?
I'm sure they are, but their numbers are just much smaller because of the small size of the organisation. But that is definitely a function of that organisation, and they do bring prosecutions.
Okay. Is there another organisation that could have conducted the oversight of the trial that wouldn't have been the RSPCA? Did the RSPCA have, and this is, I guess, an opinion that you might want to proffer or not, would the RSPCA have been in a position to indicate that it wasn't going to provide clearance or endorsement of the trial, given that they potentially will be conflicted should there have been a future animal welfare prosecution, given that they were the entity that led the Guy Fawkes prosecution of the then government previously. Surely there must have been some alarm bells that went off within the RSPCA to say that this potentially gives us a conflict of interest.
Yes, well, again, I would agree as a sort of a member of the public, observing these from outside the sort of internal, how these things work. But I think, a member of the public would be understood if they questioned that choice. And there would be other organisations, such as one that immediately comes to mind is the Australian Veterinary Association, for example.
Which is the one exactly I was thinking of.
Yes,
Could the Australian Veterinary Association perhaps have provided a similar endorsement of the national parks?
I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf.
Okay.
Yes, if you'll...
The Australian Veterinary Association don't get tens of millions of dollars off the government every year, as the RSPCA does.
It could be a question of resources exactly, or whether they do that kind of role. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar enough with that organisation, but it certainly does from a member, an outsider's perspective. There would be a question of whether we should have the same organisation engaging in that sort of observation role, as well as a potential enforcement role.
I can see other members are chomping at the bit.
Yes. I will move on to the crossbench. Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent evidence. Can I just ask, and I think perhaps it may be Ms. Pickering or it may be you, Ms. Ward, but just in relation to the Guy Fawkes, just going back 23 years now, are you aware of the report that was done by Dr. English about the results of that? He, at the time, was the president of the Australian Association of Veterinary Conservation, and at the time was the head of the Department of Veterinary Clinical Sciences at the Faculty of Veterinary Science of the University of Sydney. Are you aware of his findings about the Guy Fawkes event? Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pickering.
Can I just say something? Tara's welcome to add to it. I've read that report. The interesting thing is that immediately after the shooting, when the horror of the animals being shot and yet still alive was occurring, both the RSPCA and Dr. English said that it was inhumane and should not have occurred. Yet, amazingly, a few months later, things reversed, and Dr. English has written a much milder version of what was found. So from our perspective, we find it hard to accept that it was less humane than he originally stated. Thank you.
And so can I just ask on that, do you not think that that's because by the time he'd wrote his report, he'd actually had the opportunity to review the actual evidence of what took place on the ground? And I'm not suggesting by any means, please, that what happened, was anything other than what he says in the report, and that there was a finding that there was an animal that was found that despite having 2 bullet wounds, it was found alive.
Well, there were 12 cases altogether that were found, and charges laid. They were plea bargained to one. So I think you probably better ask the ABA.
Thank you. I was just checking you were aware of that report. And Ms. Ward, just in relation to the discussion about the plea bargaining. Do you have experience in criminal law and those kind of proceedings?
Limited, yes.
And is it your understanding that normally, however, charges that will be dropped because there isn't sufficient evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt? That's normally the case, that the basis upon which a plea bargain will take place.
My experience in the animal welfare space is that there are a range of other considerations that are taken that are relied upon to reach that same outcome, and the problem is that the public is not privy to those, because often these decisions can happen in chambers or negotiation between the parties, and so when the parties present in court, it's just a 2-minute dismissal of the charges. So unfortunately, what occurs in sort of leading to that sort of those changes is we just don't know. But it is astounding for those observing, because it seems as though the evidence that has been provided, it might have been as part of a complaint, is pretty robust. So the question of whether there's enough evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt is usually not the first sort of problem that springs to mind, or that is understood to be the reason why these matters are. But that points to a bigger problem with prosecuting under or trying to reach conviction of animal cruelty charges, is that so often this happens, and when charges are dropped or plea bargained down to sort of virtually nothing, and the public doesn't know why. So it's a real problem, because I don't think it's just the straightforward there wasn't enough evidence, because often there's too much evidence, in the sense that there's a lot of compelling evidence.
And just finally, the government has, in its submission, suggested that a lot has changed since 2000, 23 years ago, to how operations are undertaken now, including in terms of technology, the advances in thermal technology and different helicopters used, etc. Do you accept that what we're doing now, or what the government is doing now, is probably a bit different to what happened when the Guy Fawkes operation was undertaken?
One would hope so, because otherwise, what's been the point of the 23 years? So definitely, and this is the whole point, that since then we've had the standard operating procedures released in 2011. Now even they are out of date now, presumably, because of this very issue.
We got one tabled today, actually,
very
late in the piece.
Right, yes, because the public hasn't been privileged to see that yet, so we've been in the dark. So exactly. So all this sort of, also one would have hoped that there would be more research as to the impact on not just the horses but the environment, etc. of these methods. But in that terrain. That's a sort of disappointment that there hasn't been the research that one would have hoped would have filled the space of the 23 years.
Thank you. Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Oh, just one quick one. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, in all of the, in a lot of the submissions, there's conversation about limited evidence on aerial shooting and the results of aerial shooting, but it seems to be nearing a consensus that on-ground shooting is more humane, or that, if you could do sort of it's shocking either way, but the idea that you could, one headshot would be a far more humane way to do this. Why is that not done? Firstly, is that your understanding? And why is that not being used instead of aerial culling, do you think? Yeah.
Addressed to me?
Yes, try.
So I'm not in a position to be able to answer the second part of your question. But regarding the first part, I just would note, and again, this could be put to the AVA if they're appearing, but that they recently reviewed and published an updated version of their policy paper on the I think it's the shooting of feral wild horses, and they, I think and that was just July this year, and they again considered that aerial shooting is less humane than ground shooting. So that's a sort of very recent reappraisal of the situation. So as to why it's not being used, that's a practical consideration that unfortunately I'm not able to respond
Ms. Ward,
to.
In your opening statement you said that you believed that there should be space for the horses, the wild horses in the park, and the obviously native animals that both have to be accommodated. Is that what you said?
That isn't exactly what I said.
Can you elucidate on what you said?
Yes, I said, sorry, my computer's gone dead, but it was that one can care about the welfare of both horses and native fauna. So in other words, it's just the common sort of criticism that, you only care about this one species or this type of animal and you don't care, and therefore you don't care about the other.
So how does that express itself in the practicalities of what's being done then? Or is that just a wish that sits up in the clouds and you don't worry about the detail of how actually that dirty work gets done?
It's called ethics, and it's an
but
ethical
ethics also requires outcomes
position.
to be useful.
So that would require a proper consideration, including research into other non-lethal methods of control. It would also require a very rigorous research and review of the current situation in the national park. How is the environment adapting to these vastly altered ecosystems with that now of which these naturalised animals are a part?
So you're saying that the wild horses are now part of the changed ecosystem of the park and have equal rights there to native animals?
So unfortunately in our legal system, no animal has rights. But their interests should be considered, and their welfare should be considered, and not discriminate, not sort of different, sort of approaches taken depending on sort of rather arbitrary sort of considerations.
You haven't actually answered the question. You jump straight to rights. Are you saying the interests of the corroboree frog, a rare and endangered species in the park, are equal to wild horses? Is that what you're saying?
Fundamental interests. They're all sentient animals, so definitely that is what I'm saying.
So what level or number of horses should be allowed to be in the park to express the sort of ethical outcomes you're talking about?
So I'm not a scientist. I would, with the greatest of respect, leave that to the ecologists and the scientists who and the experts upon whom we rely for those kind of views and opinions, expert opinions.
Well, since the wild horses don't have any natural predation, what would keep their numbers under control from an ethical point of view as far as you're concerned?
So the non-lethal methods, and I'm sure others, I noticed that Ms. Pickering has her hand up, but others would be in a position to respond to that. But as a lawyer, but I have access to the same sort of management plan, etc. So it has approved non-lethal methods in the plan, and it would be interesting to know whether they have been explored fully and the sort of the viability of those methods, whether peer-reviewed research in that terrain has been carried out. That's what one would hope would be happening.
Ms. Pickering, did you have something to add? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. there is a study that has been done and that was being published this year, early in this year, by Berman and Co. And that identifies a scientifically robustly challenged base on what is a sustainable number. For the East Alps of Victoria, it is 250 dung piles per hectare, which is the same as 9 horses per square kilometre. So we already have a long, detailed study with 2 other scientists, and it does involve the ABA as an advocate in funding, but it is a deliberate work to do what we feel is the only way to resolve this conflict, and that is to have advocates, horse advocates and scientists working together on the same goal to find what is safe for native species that also can allow lower numbers of wild horses to coexist without
Ms. Pickering,
injuring
what
the
is that
native
number?
species.
What is that number for the park then, based on the number of dung heaps per?
I'll repeat what I just said, and that is, it's 250 dung piles per hectare, which is the same as 9 horses per square kilometre. There isn't a total. A total infers like a standard area, but you have to localise it to particular areas, as the Kosciuszko plan has identified, and certainly the scientific advisory panel that advised the government on this plan said you need to assess each area that horses can be retained in for what is the number. You have to sort of translate it to a number, and that is a safe level.
So you don't have a safe number or a safe level that you're advocating for?
I have per area.
And how many is that?
I cannot. 9 horses in 1 square kilometre.
Yes,
is
but the whole
density.
park is the management area, isn't it?
No, you have to take each retention area to say what that is.
If horses move.
I can take that on notice and give you
Could
information.
you take it on notice, please? That'd be good. Thank you.
Right.
Can I just ask on that, Ms. Pickering, how does that factor in the declining status of some of these species that are now on the brink of extinction? How does that factor in? How can such a generalised and broad proposition based on a particular criteria take into account the ever-facing threats? And now that the Commonwealth Threatened Species Scientific Committee has identified horses as likely being the cause of extinction of some of those, the 12, 13 particular species that we're looking at. How do we reconcile that?
Their view was based on the total area and the total numbers, and the numbers still increasing, and they needed to come down. We agree that too much of any species is not healthy for the environment, including humans. Now, Dr. Berman's study factored in not just horses, but the main impact signs that were picked up by these 3 scientists, and that was from horses, deer, pigs, and fire. Horses, deer, fire, and humans, because that's the only way to help native species, by controlling all impacts. Now, the government tells us that the impacts from deer and pigs are managed by shooting, but there's nearly 1 million deer in the eastern Victorian Alps alone. Now, that means they have to remove 550,000 a year to even keep pace with 1 million. Their shooting numbers come nowhere near that. They're not even arresting the increase. But horses are easy to see. They are focused on and encouraged to be seen as the key threat. But the reality is all impacts have to be taken into account and balanced with the actual level of species that are found in those areas. For instance, the government at the moment, and I've been to a scientific conference last week and asked several people, what are the records of the individually key threatened species, actual numbers in the park? There are no records kept, they say. Absolutely none. They are working blind and they are assuming that what they see as impacts is causing problems. But it would be solved instantly by having ongoing annual counts of what each of the threatened species are they're particularly worried about. And then after a year of shooting, doing another count. This is normal process in most scientific circles. You have an assumption, you trial an action, you check to see if it's helped or not the species you're trying to help. This is never done. And for Brumby advocates, which we are, this is horrifying to think of all these horses being shot inhumanely, in our view, when there's no on-ground evidence to show the numbers have improved because of it.
Sorry, Miss. Sorry, I just want to check if the government have questions. Yeah.
Okay. Just a few questions for Miss Ward. Was I right in understanding your evidence, Miss Ward, that you thought that
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to Miss Ward actually, but sorry, I'll try and talk louder.
Sorry.
Indeed. Am I right in thinking, Miss Ward, that your concern about conflict of interest is based on the fact that the RSPCA could be a witness to the aerial shooting?
So it's not my concern. That was Mr. Fang's line of questioning, but one certainly can understand where it's coming from. So that could be a potential, I think, perception of a conflict of interest there, in that they observed the very activity that would then be the sort of subject of any potential animal cruelty charge.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you aware from your experience in the law that the New South Wales Police appear as the prosecutor in the large majority of criminal prosecutions in New South Wales?
My limited experience or exposure to the criminal justice system in New South Wales is that has been my experience.
Yep. Are you aware that in many of those cases, police are witnesses, that they've seen and done things that are relevant to the case?
Exactly, yeah. So it does happen, and that there are presumably systems in place to enable that to happen. It's just that in this situation, we've got a small, comparatively small, private organisation that has these multiple functions, and there is a lot of concern in the community about that a small private entity has a responsibility for enforcing criminal laws. It's the only space in which that happens, and there are, I think, totally justifiable questions about that, regardless of what the private entity is. This is no reflection on them, but just the fact that is a fundamental aspect of our animal welfare regulatory framework is a real cause for concern, and hopefully will change.
Yep. And from your experience, would you agree that indeed it's not unusual for police to lay charges arising out of police operations?
That would be presumably the norm.
Yeah. I suppose in fairness, I just want to suggest to you that this concern about conflict of interest that you, to some extent, have adopted is not something that has any substance to it.
So to clarify, I haven't adopted it, but I've said that...
Nice.
That's really getting...
Yeah.
I said to some extent that you have adopted.
Order. The witness can respond to that.
She's a lawyer. She's more than capable of responding to it.
What I said was that it would be
Yeah.
understandable for a member of the public to have that view, that there is a perception of a conflict of interest.
Thanks, Miss Ward.
And Miss Abigail Boyd just had one
yeah,
extra
just
question.
one quick one. Thank you, Ms. Pickering. Just because your evidence just before was really interesting from the sort of scientific side of things. Just looking at the Australian Government's Threatened Species Scientific Committee, when they talked about the impact of horses in the park, they didn't refer to them as being the only risk or the sole risk, but the compounding. They cause compounding damage, and that they are sort of a one factor, I guess, a very significant factor in the damage that's being done to the environment. What are the other factors, and what else could the government be doing if it's not targeting the horses?
Okay. Well, for a start, it's not. It doesn't appear from the numbers we hear being killed of deer and pigs that the reality on the ground is reducing the numbers at all, because, for instance, the rate of increase annually for horses is about 18%, give or take a couple of points. For deer, it is 55%, which is double. And for pigs, it's 70%. So the numbers of being shot, even the 900 hours of shooting over 3 years is only 300 hours a year. I don't think you can shoot 515,000 deer in that time. So although they claim to be managing the other numbers, in our view, they underestimate the totals because they're hard to see, they're nocturnal, and they misjudge what is required to reduce the numbers. But our horses stand there, they're easy seen, they go out in the day, they tend to be the blame for anything that is seen. But there are other ways of testing a presence, and which is what Berman and his 2 other scientists did. By dung piles, by eyeballing the detail of hoof prints. And for instance, a deer print almost looks like a horse print in reverse. The only difference is that instead of the little frog bit on a horse, the deer has the mud coming up between the front 2 claws. So it's quite easy to mistake, particularly if you are focused and convinced that horses are bad on deer numbers. We took Parks Victoria to court, and during cross-examination, the study that one of your committee referred to when they said even one horse can be causing too much damage, that very study was highlighted in cross-examination to be false on 3 sites or more, where the sites were labelled deer, but by the time the report counting was done, they changed to horse. So there's a bias to tend to default to horses are wrong. Now, we agree too many of anything is no good, but it needs specific areas and specific numbers to be managed, and parks in New South Wales do not seem to be doing that. They wasted 4 years before starting to implement, and now all of a sudden it's an urgent case to get the numbers down by 2027. They're not consistent. If they'd managed when the numbers were 6,000 by fertility control and rehoming, we would not be in this situation. They must rely on talking with the locals, getting consensus, and involving the locals who can help them manage. They won't do that. They let the numbers build up, and all of a sudden it's panic. Now we have to aerial shoot. And so let's have a new standard operating procedure. Let's get it assessed by the RSPCA, and let's move on. That's the impression we get. I think I've probably wandered, sorry, from your initial question.
Thank you.
So we have run out of time, but I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming to give evidence today. I think there was a couple of questions taken on notice, which the committee secretariat will be in contact about. And there may be further questions on notice from the committee as well, which we'll be in contact with you all about. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Thank
Committee.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses. Could I start by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
My name is Carrie Nadasky. I'm the Assistant to the President of Animal Care Australia, and I'm also the Horse and Livestock Representative. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Rachel Sydenham. I'm the Small Mammals Species Representative for Animal Care Australia. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And do we have Dr. Tiplady online? Dr. Catherine Tiplady, can you hear us? Okay. What I might do is I might see if Animal Care Australia has an opening statement, and we'll start with that. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I ask that this statement be tabled. I'm Carrie Nadasky, Assistant to the President of Animal Care Australia, and I'm also the Horse and Livestock Representative, and I have trained feral horses myself for rehoming. Today I'm joined by Rachel Sydenham, the Animal Care Australia Small Mammals Representative, and for the benefit of today, Rachel is currently in the process of training 2 rescued brumbies from Kosciuszko. The brumbies were originally trapped in Kosciuszko National Park and then sent to a rehoming organisation and were then rescued again. We hope this committee takes the opportunity to find out more about Rachel's experience throughout that process. Animal Care Australia represents keepers and breeders of pets and companion animals nationally, and our goal is to promote and encourage high standards in all interactions with the animals in our care. When rescued wild horses become someone's horse and their responsibility, they become part of our purview. Animal Care Australia supports the protection of native flora and fauna above that of any introduced species. However, Animal Care Australia also believes that good animal welfare must always be prioritised before cost and convenience. We strongly believe there is a way forward that provides for the continued regrowth and wilding of areas of destruction, while still providing for an area or areas where the public and heritage value of the brumbies can be maintained. Animal Care Australia proposes the New South Wales Government adopts a one welfare model, recognising that animal welfare, biodiversity and environment are all connected to human well-being, and assist with the establishment of a multifaceted environmental centre, Brumby Sanctuary and outdoor adventure activity centre, all open to the public. This centre, which would be located outside of the protected areas of the park and would maintain nature conservation through rewilding with a wildlife hospital and attached veterinary and animal education facility, Brumby Rehoming Centre, museum and tourism outdoor adventure activities, as well as accommodation and dining. We are not suggesting it is funded or operated by the government, but that government leadership and initiative drive the project forward. Animal Care Australia also supports the need for greater resourcing and research into more viable and humane alternatives to the current lack of proper management of both the national park, wild horses, and other feral animal numbers. For far too long, that mismanagement has been resolved by massive culling in great haste, rather than proper policy that not only reduces feral numbers but maintains that reduction. Animal Care Australia looks forward to sitting down with the government to develop sensible, practical and better strategies and regulations around the rehoming of wild horses. We would like to thank the Chair and the committee for inviting us to appear today, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. And I think we've got Dr. Tiplady now online. I think you might be on mute.
Hello, good morning.
Ah, wonderful. I can hear you now. Could we start by asking you to state your name, position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, please?
My name is Dr. Catherine Tiplady. I'm a veterinarian and I have the oath here. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And do you have an opening statement on behalf of Sentient?
Yes, I do. I am a veterinarian and committee member of Sentient, an independent Australian veterinary association dedicated to animal welfare advocacy based on the ethical implications of animal sentience and the findings of animal welfare science. Wild horses exist in the Kosciuszko National Park and other alpine areas of Australia because of human intervention. On ethical grounds, we therefore have a responsibility to ensure their welfare is a priority when developing strategies to manage their populations. The RSPCA defines humane killing as when an animal is either killed instantly or rendered insensible until death ensues without pain, suffering, or distress. Aerial shooting cannot be described as humane because accurate headshots from the air cannot be guaranteed. Sentient does not support aerial shooting of wild horses due to the likelihood of horses being distressed and suffering injuries during the helicopter chase and after shooting. Published evidence we have on aerial shooting of brumbies is the study conducted in Central Australia by Hampton and others in 2017, who found that 37% of horses were not killed instantly and immediately. We urge the New South Wales government that they resist ongoing pressure from environmentalists to adopt aerial shooting of wild horses. We support instead non-lethal options such as exclusion fencing around vulnerable areas such as endangered frog habitats, trapping and rehoming of horses, and immediate investment in fertility control, and where horses require euthanasia, performing this on the ground, which minimises the risk of missed shots causing non-fatal injuries. Given the department has determined to use killing to reduce the population of wild horses in the national park, there is a whole suite of alternatives to aerial shooting that would be more humane. These include mustering into yards and shooting or dart tranquilising, followed by captive bolt. Thank you.
Thank you. I might start with a couple of questions to you, Dr. Tiplady, if that's okay. I just wanted to get an understanding from a veterinary perspective. First of all, I wanted to hear a little bit about, we just heard from the previous witness that that it is illegal to terrify an animal. And I wanted to understand from a veterinary perspective, are the animals terrified if they're being sort of shot, aerial shooting, sort of chasing them down, and what is actually going on for the horses when they're being shot through an aerial shooting program?
Well, other studies, the one I mentioned before, found that the chase time of horses the median chase time was 42 seconds. That's quite a long time of being actively pursued by helicopter. This is completely foreign and terrifying to horses, I'm sure. They've been living free and wild. The noise, the shooting, their family members suddenly being struck by bullets and falling in front of them, alongside them, being injured. This would be absolutely horrific, I'm sure.
I just wanted to get an understanding too, and sorry, this is a bit sort of graphic and specific, but my understanding is, obviously, if you think about what a horse looks like and you think about shooting an animal from above, my understanding is that you're often likely to hit the animal in the spine. The reports most recently talks about the fact that most of the shots were in the thorax. What does that mean for an animal? And we were hearing as well earlier this morning that it could be up to sort of 15 or 17 shots, and the animals could be live for several minutes after that. What does that mean as a welfare impact for the animal?
No, it's totally unacceptable that any animal would have to endure this suffering, and it's totally unnecessary that it's done in this way. A horse's brain is quite small. To shoot a horse when you're directly in front of them is quite challenging. You have to imagine this specific area located, like drawing a crisscross from the base of the ear to the eye, diagonally across, and there's a very specific area that is going to be most likely to guarantee instant death. You're not going to get that in a galloping horse through rough terrain, surrounded by their family members. You just can't be that accurate. The thought that they're being hit through the spine and they're laying there potentially thrashing and twitching, that's what I would be expecting from spinal injuries in a horse who's been shot in the spine.
And how long does it normally take a horse to die if they've been shot in the spine, and what's the pain level for that animal?
Oh, it would be extreme pain, but the distress would be very, very high. They've instantly become paralysed. So maybe their front legs would be working as they're laying on the ground. Their hind legs may not be working normally. That's what we see in spinal injuries. So they're basically paralysed from the site of the shooting downwards towards the tail. It would be a very prolonged, agonising time for them. And if they were left there to die, it could be days, I imagine.
Could I please add to that, because we have an image in our submission of what Ms. Tiplade is actually talking about. It's on page 5 of our submission, and we have the image of the horse's brain as well as the section you need to hit. So it's literally a 3-inch triangle that is lethal to the horse, and it's the only acceptable way of instantly killing a horse. You can see in the image, the chance of hitting that from a helicopter is very, very, very slim.
Thank you. And my other question, just before I move on, is that, this shoot occurred during foaling season. 35 foals were killed. At least 2 that were less than 1 week old were found lost after the helicopters flew over, and they were also killed. What are some of the welfare concerns? And I'm happy for both of you to jump in. What are some of the welfare concerns around conducting a kill like this during foaling season? I might throw online first, and then to Dr. Tiplady.
Yeah, I think that is appalling to think of foals being shot. And when you said lost, do you mean what? How do you?
They were found on their own.
Lost.
They were found on their own. This morning they said that they could have been abandoned by their family groups. However, this was after helicopters flew over.
And that's not normal horse behaviour to abandon their foals.
So how often would that occur?
It doesn't.
It doesn't occur.
Mares leave their foals behind if they're dead.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's extremely disturbing to hear that, and it shows this isn't a humane way of controlling horses at all.
The regulations do say that shouldn't occur during foaling season. That's been really clear. So we were surprised to find out there was a trial, so-called trial aerial cull, during foaling season when one of the foals that was found lost still had its umbilical cord, had never had its first drink. So this is the timing that we're getting with these culls. That's not okay.
And there was sort of some other reason written in the report. I don't know if you've read it, but they'd also recognised that very rarely has never been witnessed to happen in horses.
That was caching.
Yeah.
So they're talking about how deer will cache their babies sometimes. So you know how they hide them in the bushes and the mother goes off and does whatever she does and comes back and get them. There is no record anywhere, whether domestic, wild, anywhere in the world of horses having that sort of behaviour. They're not related to deer in any, the nearest living relative of horses, evolutionary speaking, is hippopotamuses. So they are nowhere near related to cows. They are nowhere near related to deer. They do not show the same behaviours. So yes, this is not something that's been seen in horses before.
So do you think that almost certainly then that the 2 young foals that were found had been separated by say, helicopters and the...
It seems likely.
Shooting? Yeah. Thank you.
The report did also say that they targeted the foals first. So they approached family groups and targeted the foals first, and in the report it said to specifically not have stray foals. However, at the end of the report they said, well, there were 2 foals, we didn't know where they came from. We just found them at the end. So that means that they did not successfully target foals to start with, because where did these 2 come from? And then there were additional foals that were found by bushwalkers and horse riders that have just turned up out of the bushes. So those foals have also been found. So there were several more.
And do you have concerns as well about targeting the foals first? Like, what does that mean for a family group?
It shouldn't be done in foaling season, full stop.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it. It's against the regulations. So they've decided to, okay, the regulations are not enforceable, that's fine. But it still shouldn't be done. It's unacceptable. We saw the same thing at Singleton. It shouldn't happen.
The Honourable Robert Borzak, did you have questions?
Dr. Tiplady, what's your skill, experience and knowledge of handling and controlling large mammals, such as horses?
Yeah, I've owned many horses, been in pony club, worked with horses. Currently, I'm not working as a vet with horses, and I haven't worked with brumbies, but I've worked with all sorts of horses.
So you don't have a lot of experience, if any, in dealing with wild horses?
I haven't worked as a vet for wild horses.
You haven't? Sorry?
I haven't worked as a vet dealing specifically with brumbies.
Right, so...
Handling them.
And do you support non-lethal methods of control?
Yes, I do.
So, given that you don't have experience with wild horses, how would you manage to control in a statistically relevant way up to 23,500 wild horses in Kosciuszko National Park using non-lethal methods, which have been used quite extensively in the past?
The numbers are huge, and I realise it would be very challenging to get the numbers down significantly over just a few short years. I don't think lethal methods are a humane approach. I also think your numbers are going to swell up again within a few years. I think longer term humane methods of control, immunocontraception for the mares and passive trapping, rehoming of suitable horses is a much more humane approach than just shooting them from the air.
But Dr. Tiplady, that has been done in that park and other parks in New South Wales for decades and decades and decades, including the over 20 years since aerial or any sort of culling of horses was banned in New South Wales. And we've ended up in this situation. How can you give evidence like that and actually really assert that it would actually work, especially in these circumstances? Where is your evidence to support that would work in other environments, for example, in the Northern Territory, where they have a huge wild horse program?
I'm just here to say that I don't believe it is a humane approach for controlling horse numbers. I think the number...
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Tiplady, you've gone quite silent again.
Could we add to that? Because one comment that you made there, Mr. Borsak.
Yeah.
Suffer and...
Sorry, Dr. Tiplady, you're on mute again.
It should be done.
Sorry, Dr. Tibley. I might get you to take that one on notice just because there's some audio problems, but I want you to give you the opportunity to reply. But I'll then throw.
One thing that you just said was that non-lethal methods of control have been done for decades and decades. We would argue that it has not been done. The horses have never been managed properly. We've had a strategy of we neglect the horses and then we cull them when there's too many of them. That's not management. It is, if a farmer managed their animals like that, RSPCA would be all over them. This is not management. So we would argue that we've never managed the horses properly. They've never been actually managed. Nobody has ever contained the horses. We don't even know how many there are. If we had a team of people actually overseeing these animals, we would know how many there are.
But
This
if
is
you
what we
actually
need.
but if you actually looked at the surveys that the government has done, they say that there's between 12,000 and 23,500 within the confines of the park, and they've done the counts twice. Are you saying that those counts are irrelevant?
But the estimate
No,
has
the
a variation
scientifically
of
endorsed
10,000
counts
animals.
using
This
grid
is not a count.
systems
The
that's used by
scientific
people like...
data there is flawed because it's based on crap. Sorry, it doesn't even biologically, support what horses
I don't accept that
do.
crap is a scientific
No.
statement.
We have a
Okay.
biostatistician coming up next, and I think that's probably the best person to speak about results, as we are not involved in any of that. However, what we do are here to speak about today is that we actually need to manage the horses.
Well,
because it has
we're all
not
on the
been
same
done.
page as far as that's concerned.
Yes.
My question relates to how are you going to make that work using non-lethal methods?
We don't say that you can't use lethal methods.
Oh, okay, all right. So flying in helicopters is lethal. So the only way
But
that
it's
you are
also-
lethally allowed to shoot a horse from a helicopter is in the front of the head, which you know is impossible.
That's why we're against aerial culling.
Right, so then what sort of culling are you talking about? Ground shooting?
Yes, ground shooting, passive trapping and shooting is acceptable. What we have suggested is that the population that is to be maintained in the park, the 3,000 to 4,000 horses, that is part of the Kosciuszko Wild Horse Heritage Act, would be retained first. So those horses put aside so that you can ensure that the genetics are good and their conformation is good and these horses are sound and healthy. You would then have to deal with the remaining horses in the park.
So how would you do that?
I would do it through passive trapping and shooting.
So you would...
As well as rehoming, of course. That's not...
But you are aware of the fact that horses have been trapped, have been rounded up and rehomed and sent to the knackery for the last 20 years out of Kosciuszko National Park.
Yes, but without any management.
No, but
So
they are
the
part
idea
of it.
of managing is to ensure that you control the populations in the park, not neglect
with all
them.
respect, I think we can trust the National Parks and Wildlife Service to do it within a program.
Really?
Yes.
I wouldn't.
No.
Why wouldn't you?
Because look at what's happened in the last 20 years. There's your evidence. It's not working.
No, I think the evidence
One of the
shows that
things-
the systems of management that you're talking about, that they were pursuing in other capture, rehoming, send into the knackery, have been totally inadequate with dealing to the rate of natural increase of horses in the park.
I'm not sure if you've
because the
actually
park has
read our submission.
those animals have no natural predators in the park.
Yes, that's right, and that's a problem. And that's why we need to manage the population of the
Yeah, but-
horses.
but
So
you-
we are
you-
all for, one of the problems we see with contraceptives is that it hasn't been tested in Australia. So we have native animals that are different to every other animal in the world. And these contraceptives have not been tested on what will happen to
Are you
those
aware
animals.
of the kangaroo control programs that were run and
That is-
controlled by
no, that's-
Dr. English in the ACT years
That's
ago?
contraceptives for kangaroos. I'm talking about the contraceptives for horses.
They were actually catching them and nutting them.
Oh yes, we would absolutely support gelding the horses.
So how would you geld a 450 kilo stallion? in the
They're
bush?
doing it now in New Zealand.
So you would
in the
catch
Wild
them.
Horse Project.
The Wild Horse Project in New Zealand also involves
And
shooting
that's
them from
one
helicopters.
person.
You can do that. We've done it with rescue.
But how
we
many
get
horses?
unhandled horses in all the time, and we geld them. It's not a problem.
increase of 23,500 horses a year will require how many to be gelded?
Sorry, you're saying there's 23,000 new horses every year?
I'm saying there are 23,500 horses in the current population.
Possibly only 12.
Okay, let's say between 12.5 and 23. How many would you have to catch to geld?
Well, considering most groups, with way horse herds function, excuse me, I'm not used to a microphone. The way horse herds function is you get bachelor groups. If you have people on the ground who are intimate into understanding and getting to know each herd individually, which is not hard to do,
and what the Brumby groups already do.
Yeah, what the Brumby groups are already doing, as well as other people in New Zealand and over in the US are currently doing with wild horses and the Appalachian wild feral horse populations. And they're just single individual people doing all this work, not a whole bunch of people like we've got on the grounds of Kosciuszko. You can work out who your bachelor groups are, and they're actually probably the easiest ones to target and move into other areas to actually
How many
get
would
done.
you need proportionately, if you have these statistics to hand, would you need to geld to ensure that the horses that weren't gelded didn't move into other areas to take advantage of the females that are in heat during the rut?
Well, you have, so most Brumby herds, most horse herds, universally, are of around 5 to 12 individuals. That's one male and the rest are female. You only need to geld that male.
So another one wouldn't come in and take its place as soon as it was available?
Because once that stallion is mature and you geld him, he still thinks he's a stallion. And he will still behave with his mares as a stallion. He will still protect his mares.
I'd put it
and
to
this
you,
is what we have, Rachel and myself, do have
put it to you
experience with
as commendable
wild horses.
as your process is, how is that possibly humane?
How is it not humane?
They get anaesthetic, they get
They're
maintenance,
not being
they
shot
get checked
17
over.
times randomly to
That
left
is
die on
humane.
the ground and potentially injure themselves, break a leg in the process.
That's exactly
after
what
being
would happen if you
terrified.
tried to catch them live.
We're not talking about
I'm going to
rounding
move
them up
on
with
to
helicopters.
further questions, just noticing the time. I know that the Honourable Aileen McDonald had some questions.
I have a question to Dr. Tiplady. So in your submission and opening statement, you said wild horses exist because of human intervention and that Sentient opposes aerial shooting of wild horses. Does Sentient hold the same view on other wild or feral animals that exist in our parks because of human intervention?
I can't comment on the other wild animal policies and beliefs. I'm just here today to talk specifically about the brumbies, and they are not a natural wild animal in Australia. They were introduced and let go, and ethically we need to help them in a humane way.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of deer and pig and other animals that have been introduced that aren't natural to the Australian landscape?
Yeah, any animal should be treated ethically and with all respect to their welfare needs.
So does that mean you would oppose aerial culling of deer and pigs?
Yeah, I'm just going to focus on the brumbies today, but if an animal cannot be killed instantly and humanely, I don't think aerial shooting is the way to go.
Okay, thank you.
Are there questions from the government?
Not from me.
No, not from
Thanks,
me.
Chair.
Are there questions from the Honourable Westphal?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the rehoming experience and how successful you find that it is when you're able to transport a captured brumby from KNP and take it off-site to retrain it, to rehome it. What's the experience like? How easy is it? And how do you find that experience provides, I guess, benefit to not only you but also the brumby?
If I can start and then I'll put on to Rachel. Rachel's had a successful rehoming experience. I've had an unsuccessful rehoming experience. So I've worked with brumbies, but other people's brumbies. When I tried to obtain my own 10 years ago now, I couldn't do so. It couldn't be done. NPWS have a policy that you must take, if you're going to take directly from them, you can only take a minimum of 5. It's not option to take 1 or 2. There's requirements, which I believe are in the regulations, but don't quote me on that, that say that you must stock crate them from the park. Stock crating is not safe for horses, but it's the only way to stop the horses from jumping out onto the road. So These horses are often transferred directly to the knackery, usually Mirrormist, so KNP all the way up to Queensland. They arrive injured, they arrive, with cuts, scratches, they're fighting with each other inside. It's not good welfare. We don't like seeing that. If horses need to be slaughtered, they should be done locally. The other thing is that because you can't choose the horses, you have to take 5 and you can't choose them. So you can't take the ones that are necessarily suitable to be ridden horses, the ones that will be friendly. You can't test them, so you don't know what you're going to get. So the rescues are then taking these animals that they have to rehome, and some of them are not suitable, some of them are injured, and then even if they're not injured when they left KMP, they're injured when they arrive. So that is a bit of a problem. Then it goes into the unregulated rescue. As we heard last Friday in the Pounds inquiry, rescues and rehoming organisations have zero regulation, zero oversight, zero reporting, zero accountability. So their rules and their standards are set by them. In my case, it meant that they would not allow me to adopt a horse from them because I just wanted one, because I rent. So because I rent, I wasn't eligible, so I couldn't have a horse. So that's one less home that you had that horse going to. I was going to say something else, but I can't.
Could I just before I get your insights, Ms. Sydenham, could I draw then from your response that if it was a circumstance that trapping and rehoming could allow a process in between where a horse that is suitable, for example, to be broken in and ridden, could be identified early, and that perhaps horses that were not suitable might be selected to then go on to processing, shall I say? Yeah. That might actually improve the success rate that we have with the rehoming.
100%, yes. And you just reminded me what I was going to say. This is why we have proposed this Brumby Wonderland, and I recommend that Robert Borsak read it. We have put in here basically a centre where all of these inputs can come in. You can have horses that are suitable to stay in the 3,000 protected herd, would remain in the rewilding sector. The horses that could be rehomed could be retrained and rehomed on site without having to do all that travel like you're mentioning. It then means that rescue groups could come and select the horses that they know they have homes for, which would increase their rehoming rates. It would also mean that people like myself who are familiar with unhandled horses could come and take those unhandled horses as well, because they will at least have been halter broken before they leave the property. We can then have more oversight and transparency because we'd allow the public in. We would then have, tourism activities. They can meet a Brumby. When people interact with animals, they have more empathy for those animals and they want to look after those animals. Having them at a distance, seeing them on the screen is not the same. And then we can also have veterinary care on site. And by having all of this on site, we would be able to eliminate a huge number of the problems we're having, not just for this inquiry, but for our Pounds inquiry, for our veterinary inquiry, and there was another one that I've just forgotten. All of these problems could be solved to some degree through our proposal with Brumby Wonderland.
Thank you. Ms. Sydenham?
Okay. First of all, just so we're clear, I am actually a conservationist. That's what I was originally started in training and stuff. So, I love the environment. I've worked with wildlife and, I'm all about conserving our wildlife, especially when there's a lot of endangered animals out there now. I'm also a horse lover. I do have Brumbies. So I've worked extensively in the equine industries, from racing through to performance horses and sporting horses. I'm active in sporting and that with the horses. And I will say, Brumbies aren't your normal horse, okay? You can't even put them in the same basket. They're completely different. And quite frankly, the two girls that I purchased, and I am their third owner, they didn't have the best start. Basically, they were trapped in the National Kosciuszko Park, and then their first owner bought them along with a whole bunch of other horses from the rescue that they were moved to, which then... Obviously, I don't know if they did their background checks on people. Maybe they do need to do that a little bit more. But those horses were only in this person's care for a very short time when they were then rescued by a couple of ladies. And these horses were emaciated, absolutely emaciated. One to the point that they thought they were going to lose her because she was so sick. And I do have photos. And then they came into me. So these lovely ladies actually nursed them back to health. They were on a big property to roam with 13 other horses and a whole bunch of cattle, but due to them having to move, they were up for sale, and these two fit the criteria of what I was looking for, and it was somewhere I could travel to, and so I purchased them, and they were only just minimally handled. So they're teaching me a lot, and I've got them at the stage where I can get on them, and they're fantastic. And you know, in The Man from Snow River, sorry to say it, but they say you'll never find a better doing horse. They ain't wrong. These things just are so smart, and they just so willing, so forgiving, and yeah, they're just teaching me a lot. But yeah, the rescues, I will say, after seeing the photos and knowing the history of these two mares that I bought, and they're only babies, one, the rescues sold them to the first person or had them advertised as yearlings. They were not. The one that almost died would have been lucky if she was 8 months old, if that, when she was up for sale. And, you know, clearly they didn't screen the person, or maybe this person just seems to be a really good smooth talker, but, you know, he let these horses down. And he is known in the community to not being a very nice horse person or keeper of horses even. So, yeah. But, look, ultimately, I do have the article about my horses if you want to just have a quick brief.
We'll table that document if that's okay.
Well, everyone
And you can have a read of it.
Ms. Sydenham, why wouldn't you do the same with stallions?
Do the same what?
What you're doing with the mares?
At this point in time, the mares are what were available. I would not have discriminated if it was a colt or a filly. It was just a matter of these girls were available. Originally I was going to buy one. I actually bought them both because they're both trapped together, they'd both raised together, and I didn't see the point in separating them, because the thing is with brumbies, they're very family orientated, they live in herds, and I didn't see the point in separating them from each other.
But the male horses are more popular. Most horse people want the male horses. They want them gelded, which is, you can do, that's fine. But stallions get to a certain age where once they've been a stallion for that long, it's hard to change their behaviour. So you tend to want to get them younger and make sure you geld them. But older stallions in competent hands, there is no reason why you can't geld them. Ideally, you'd geld them. Some people want to leave them entire. There's no reason to. But in competent hands, there's no reason you wouldn't train a stallion. They are no different to any other horse.
So stallions are not more difficult to handle in your view?
No.
Okay.
And we both do have experience with stallions.
You quoted New Zealand's experience with wild horses. You realise in the Kaimana there was only 1,700 wild horses there, do you?
Yes, and they trialled the contraceptive programs which failed, and now they've gone to gelding.
And do you know that it's down to 300 now?
Yes.
And the difference was brought about by helicopter shooting?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't mean we approve it.
Thank you.
There's also, you might be interested, it is referenced in our submission, Nep Castle is one of the premier rewilding programs in the world. They use horses to restore former farmland. There's a couple of other programs in the UK that do it successfully. They actually manage the horses. There is a management team that oversee the animals. And if you have a look up Nep Castle and how they do it, it's all environmentally based, it's conservation based for the native animals, and we should be doing the same thing here. We're absolutely set up for it. We have the resources, we have the facilities.
But
we don't even need government to pay for it. All we need is bipartisan support to do it. That's all we need.
Your attitude's highly, highly commendable. But do you understand that Kosciuszko National Park by itself, not including the state forests around it, is 6,900 square kilometres?
We're not suggesting the horses should be in 6,900 kilometres.
6,900.
We have said the horses need to be contained to certain areas of the park. I really recommend you read our submission. You will find most of your questions are answered in there.
And that in previous evidence we got from the Brumby people, they talked about so many dung piles per square kilometre. If you extrapolate their numbers out, and I don't know whether you would agree with that or not, you're looking at a population of something like 63 to 70,000 horses.
We're not supporting that. We support containing the horses to certain areas of the park. We want to see them used in rewilding programs. We want to see them fenced in. Large areas, but not on the whole park. There is no reason to have horses all over the park. It's not necessary.
We
can maintain the herds. We already have a Wild Horse Heritage Act that states that this was meant to have been done. This was from 2018. And going through the objects of this act, none of this has been implemented. We only just had the draft plan by this committee. The advisory committee was only released earlier this year, or was it end of last year? I've forgotten, I'm sorry. So we are way behind the eight ball.
Just one quick question. You mentioned rewilding. What, does that mean you would release horses into the wild?
No, that is not what I'm talking about, and that's why I really wish you read our submission.
No, I've asked you a question. I've read your submission. I've asked you a question, please. Can you answer
what
it?
rewilding refers to is restoring neglected land back to native land. So horses are uniquely suited to doing this job. Cows can't do it. So in our situation, hang on, you asked me a question, please let me answer it.
I'm not talking about agricultural land.
Yes, which a lot of Kosciuszko is. So a lot of the land on the outskirts of the park, on the edges of the park, have been used for cattle grazing for centuries. So what we're proposing is that horses are then used as the intermediary step between removing that cattle and restoring the land to its wild state. That's what rewilding is about. It's a conservation process. It's not a horse process.
Well, it's a terminology borrowed from the UK, actually.
Yes, it is.
It's got nothing to do with Australia.
It's got everything to do with Australia because
our time has come to a finish, but thank you. There might be further questions from the committee, which we will send to you.
Please.
I think there may have been a couple of questions taken on notice, but again, the committee will be in contact with you all about those. Thank you again for attending today and for providing your evidence and your detailed submissions. And that goes to both organisations, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, give that to me. No, give that to me, your article. Oh, do I?
I now welcome our next witness, and thank you for attending today. I'm going to start by asking you to please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Thank you. My name is Claire Galea. I'm independent bias statistician, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the whole truth, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And did you have an opening statement that you'd like to begin with?
Yes, I do, because I'm really nervous, and after that now I'm really scared, but that's okay. So I'm just going to read these 2 pages, if that's okay, so I can try and get my confidence up.
100%.
I normally sit behind a computer, so coming out here in front of people is a little daunting. I am a full-time bias statistician and PhD candidate. I've been a statistician for over 25 years. I've analysed all forms of data ranging from military to biological, educational and medical. I specialise in teaching, lecturing and scrutinising complex time-based data and examining trends over time. I've published over 60 peer-reviewed papers, including my master's dissertation, which was based on trends over time, as other documents that I've reported on in my submission to this inquiry. My submission is far more detailed than this introduction can ever be, but I thank the panel for the opportunity to highlight just a few specific examples from it prior to questioning. I started looking into the methodology, distance sampling, applied by Stuart Cairns from Cairns Consulting in December 2019, long before COVID began, which feels like a lifetime ago sitting here. And that was for counting kangaroos. The very same methodology used to count kangaroos is used to count the wild horses in the Kosciuszko National Park. After 4 years of looking at this data, I have appears as a witness at the New South Wales Parliamentary Inquiry into the health and wellbeing of macropods, where much of what I will go through today was also spoken about in that inquiry. Minister Sharp was in that inquiry, and I quote from Hansard Records that she stated, "The counting methodology is argued It does not matter what sort of animal it is a significant issue. B, I appeared as a witness in the federal inquiry into the management of wild horses. That was at home from my computer and far less nerve-wracking than today. And C, I've done interviews and spoken at functions. I've tried to show the fundamental flaws in the methodology applied by Stuart Cairns and the National Parks and Wildlife Service. The first report I investigated for the wild horses was the analysis of the aerial surveys conducted in April and May 2014 and 2019. This report received great criticism from the University of St Andrews, the very company who designed the software that Stuart Cairns uses. The three key points that they argued as to what the problems were: the high population growth rate exceeds the published maximum growth rate for horses. If you do the calculations, mares can have 7 foals a year in Kosciuszko. The university argued that the estimation of population trends over time is difficult based on this methodology. And finally, the biggest one for me is that the university stated there should be no population estimate for areas not surveyed. The assumptions behind this modelling is that the areas where the helicopter does not fly, there are no horses. That is stated by the University of St Andrews, not myself. Let me give you a maths example because that's where I work best. In 2014 and 2019, the New South Wales Park surveyed over 70% of the park and claimed to see 1,748 horses. But after this distance sampling method was applied by Stuart Cairns, that was estimated to be anywhere between 14 and 23,500 over the whole park. There are 4 key assumptions. As statisticians, we have rules in modelling that we have to follow. So if I want to run a modelling to project anything, there's rules and assumptions I have to follow. There's 4 key ones for this modelling that Stuart Cairns has to follow. Firstly, 100% of all horses are seen. That is not possible. Secondly, the horses or animals that you are counting using distance sampling cannot move and cannot move in groups. Now, horses run and run in herds. And horses are randomly spread equally across the park. So if you divide the park up into grids, you put your horses equally randomly spaced. Obviously, we've heard they run in groups and herds. They're not equally spaced. And finally, the key assumption that Stuart Cairns and National Park state to do any reliable modelling, they are their words, not mine again, you need to see a minimum of 60 to 80 clusters of horses. So to give you an example, in 2014, they saw 10 horses. Not clusters, 10. Now that's a lot less than 60. A cluster is more than one, by the way. In 2019, they saw 5 horses, not 60. So then they added the 2 years together. So they added 2014 to 2019, got 15 individual horses, not 60 clusters, and then modelled. That's fundamentally flawed. You can't project time trends with one time point by adding them together. These fundamental assumptions that have failed make any population estimates completely and utterly unreliable. This work, contrary to what Stuart Cairns or National Parks will say, has never been independently, academically peer-reviewed by a non-government agency or a company who has not been financially interested in the work. There's never been any imagery provided to verify any of the counting. They have the raw numbers, but they don't publish them. And apparently as of October this year, you have the same probability of seeing a horse under the trees as you do in open terrain. I find that hard to believe. I have 2 recommendations to the inquiry today. Firstly, that an independent investigation into the current counting methodology, the mathematical and statistical modelling of all population trends over time be urgently undertaken. A moratorium is needed to halt trapping and shooting of wild horses until this can be done. And second, that new and globally applied methodologies of population counting by way of imagery be immediately adopted. An independent recount must be undertaken independent of national parks, government and Cairns. Using imagery, it will provide permanent records of populations and allow for correct, mathematically accurate observations to be made over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement and thank you for your time today. And I understand you're very nervous, so please...
Sorry.
No. Take a moment if you need it. You've got some water, but also feel free to take any questions on notice as well if you don't feel comfortable answering it at the time.
Thank you.
I'm just going to start with a couple of questions myself. I know you met with the New South Wales government and asked them to implement a number of changes to the count methodology. And my understanding is that those changes that you asked for didn't happen. Can you talk us through some of the changes that you recommended, why you recommended them, and what that means for the second count that was done without those changes?
Sure, absolutely. We actually didn't recommend that many changes. What we wanted to do was each year the National Parks and Wildlife Service do their annual head counts, flying the helicopters on their survey pattern. We asked that exact head count be repeated. We didn't want it changed. We didn't want the helicopter changed. We didn't want anything. We wanted to fly the exact same flight path that national parks do every year. We wanted the same counters. We wanted the same pilot, exactly the same. We just asked that on the left-hand front side of the helicopter that an independent photographer was present in that helicopter. This independent photographer had estimated that he could obtain 7,000 to 8,000 individual photos clearly identifying every single animal seen over 2 consecutive days. So if we flew day 1, normally National Park fly 1 day, we asked, fly the flight 2 days and have a photographer. We wanted to replicate basically what they're doing in Victoria. Victoria Parks use mark and recite. So they put a photographer up in the plane. They also have video image, but they take photos of every single animal. They identify them by their unique markings. And we agreed that we would give all imagery to everybody, media, government, National Park, anybody that wanted, everything that we got would be made public. After those 2 flights were done, we would sit down at a round table, work through the numbers, have a look at the horses and negotiate what would go from there. So I don't believe we asked for a lot of changes, just a photographer in that plane, in the helicopter.
And what was the reason that you were given for those changes to be rejected?
So I believe that the photographer couldn't fly in a helicopter that had an open door. When I asked for the mark recite to be used, Atticus Fleming said that he wasn't aware that it was being used in Australia, contrary to the fact that it is being used in Victoria and they're using it very well. That was what was given to me. Sorry.
And so, given that they did the most recent recount in the normal method, does that mean that in your professional opinion, the data that we're given, is that reliable?
100% not. No, it's not. And as I can go through the modelling assumptions, like I said to you, that the assumptions have failed clearly by the methodology. But I must reiterate, please, that this is the University of St Andrews who criticise this work as well, who say that the methodology that they are used is difficult to work on time trends. They won't provide any imagery of what they saw. Now they won't even provide us the raw numbers of horses that they saw. And now I cannot understand we work on probability of detection for seeing an animal. You know, obviously the higher the better. They're looking at around 40%. And then they come up with an average of 57% that the same in the open terrain as a treat area, but you're only 60, 100 metres off the ground. I don't understand how the probability of detection can be assumed to be the same in totally different vegetation. There's thousands of publications arguing against that assumption. So no, I think it's very concerning. And we don't even have the raw numbers anyway for what they saw.
And are you surprised that the counting methodology in Victoria that's used in Victoria was rejected in New South Wales?
Yeah, I was very surprised. It's gold standard. Mark recite is used across the globe. And I may point out also the Victoria Parks has used thermal imagery. We felt that the best compromise was having the photographer for mark recite. We even proposed we gave them the identification charts for horses, blaze, stars, stripes, everything, colours exactly as Victoria Parks, but no, it's rejected.
The October 2023 survey stated that there was a 95% confidence interval. The populations between 12,934 and 22,536. You've raised concerns about this extremely wide confidence interval.
That's correct.
Can you explain, sort of in layman terms, for the committee's benefit, like what the concerns are in regards to having such a large confidence interval, and is that kind of normal in these kind of situations, or what sort of confidence interval would you look at if you're trying to find a 95% concept?
Sure. Excellent. And even when I'm lecturing this, I spend a whole 2-hour lecture on confidence intervals when I'm teaching stats. It's not an easy thing to get. In summary, what you're looking at, if you're going to do 95% confidence intervals, means that if you were to do exactly the same survey 100 times, you could be 95% certain that that population estimate that you got lands between that confidence interval. If you were to do that survey 100 times exactly the same way, you'd be 95% certain that it would. Now, a confidence interval wider than 10% is a little concerning. We'd want to know why is the width so wide. Now, to give you an example, in 2022, the confidence interval was 46%. Now, they flew further in 2023. We're supposed to be refining methodology, but the confidence interval went even wider to 55%. So, in effect, we cannot be certain at all that the true population lies anywhere near that. But again, we don't have the raw numbers. We have no evidence to back anything up. So it's a very extremely concerning. It'd be very hard to publish in peer review academic with a 55% confidence interval.
Thank you. The reason really for aerial shooting, and there's obviously quite a big discussion about the humaneness of aerial shooting and the welfare impact of aerial shooting, but generally what's given is we've got these significant numbers of animals in the park, which is up to over 22,000 horses, as a justification for aerial shooting. Are you suggesting that we don't actually know how many horses there are in the park, so therefore until we have the correct data as to how many horses there are, we can't decide on any kind of management, or even if management's necessary?
Yeah, look, that's correct. And as the University of St Andrews said, in 2014-2019, they saw 1,748 horses in 2019. They quote, "There should be no population estimation for areas not surveyed, as the assumption is that the population areas where the helicopter doesn't fly is zero." So we should be going on the fact that there's 1,748 horses in that park, obtaining imagery across as much area as physically possible, whether by drones, fixed wing, any, to obtain that and verify the count. But that count must be independent, and independent of myself. Everybody, it must be completely independent retaken until we have that valid number.
And you mentioned Dr. Cairns.
Yes.
Do you feel comfortable with his qualifications to be able to undertake that work?
I'm not sure I'm at liberty to question his qualifications, Stuart Cairns. I question his methodology.
Okay, so you're questioning the methodology
Correct.
that's used.
Yep. And it's the same. I've been looking at it for 4 years. It's the same for kangaroos. So his population estimates, mares can have 7 foals, kangaroos can have 24 joeys a year by these distance sampling methodologies. So incredible population estimates they come up with.
The Honourable Wes Fangs seeking the call.
Thank you. Ms. Glea, your testimony this afternoon is explosive, absolutely explosive. And I think that what it's doing is actually providing some context as to the earlier evidence we heard today from particularly the government in relation to why it is that they are not allowing the recording of the conduct of the aerial shooting.
Does the Honourable Wes Fang have a question coming from
to
that?
my question.
Then I suggest you come to the question.
It's explosive because it gives context to the evidence that we heard today. Are you able to indicate what recording methods have national parks used in relation to their surveys of a visual nature?
In Victoria or New South Wales?
In New South Wales.
We have no imagery for New South Wales. I know they have run some, they've done a trial comparing 3 different methodologies, but they didn't undertake any of that. Can I point out, in the response document that was given to me as to why they rejected our recount, they said that when the population was significantly reduced, they would undertake mark recite. So I can't understand why they won't undertake mark recite now when the numbers can't be verified or there's no imagery to support the numbers anyway.
Okay, so you've sought to have evidence recorded from the survey, and that has been denied by National Parks and Wildlife?
As far as I understand, it's them that make the decision. I'm not sure it's them or Labor government. I don't understand, sorry.
Okay, and you have provided them the clear examples of how the methodology is not correct, and how they can have further confidence in the numbers by making small changes.
That's correct. I provided them the document from Victoria Parks of what they're using. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are you able at all to model what you expect the numbers might be, given the raw data that Mr. Cairns has used to provide his estimated figure?
Well, I guess that comes down to the assumptions that if he didn't see 60 to 80 clusters, you cannot undertake any reliable modelling. He should not be doing it.
Okay. So is there any method at all that exists that the data set, that the raw data that exists can be used at all to model the number of horses in the park?
So what if we flew over the 2 consecutive days like we proposed using Markery's site, we used, as CSIRO have used, it's called like a Lincoln estimator, a Lincoln Peterson estimator. It's CSIRO published in 2008. And we use that estimator. So you fly the first day, you take images, look at all the horses, fly the second day, exactly the same flight path, and you compare how many horses you saw on both the same days and how many you missed on either day, and then you use an estimator to work out for that error over the 2 consecutive days. That is CSIRO published methodology, yep.
But what I guess I'm asking is that given the raw data that you've seen that's being used at the moment to provide the 95% figure of between 12,000 to 22,000, I think it is?
I don't have that raw data. They won't publish it.
So they won't provide the raw data?
No, we don't have it.
Okay.
Sorry.
On the data...
If I didn't make that clear.
No. You might have. I'm just trying to, I guess, tease out what's available and what we can actually cross-determine from the evidence that's provided to us.
Yep.
So the raw data is not being provided, so you're not able to make any assumptions on that.
Yep.
On the data that is published, the data that's used to give you some evidence as to how they established the 12,000 to 22,000 figure,
yep.
Are you able to use that data at all to extrapolate a more accurate figure?
No, we're not provided sufficient information to undertake it with any statistical integrity at all.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Is it possible at all that you think that this, the fact that they won't allow cameras to record the horses while they're culling or while they're doing the surveys, the fact that they won't release the raw data sets, the fact that the data that is published isn't able to be used to cross-check the numbers, is it perhaps a deliberate strategy by National Parks and Wildlife to muddy the waters so that they can claim that there are potentially more horses in the park than would normally exist?
I guess from where I can stand as publishing in peer review academic literature, if I wanted to publish a document of this nature, I would have to justify a very, very good reason to the journal why I wouldn't provide my database.
And so who is cross-checking this? We keep getting told that this is peer-reviewed and that it's being, I guess, endorsed by other entities. Who is providing that endorsement to National Parks and Wildlife?
So we've been told ourselves as well that it's a Queensland government agency and the CSIRO have done this. Both are not independent of the government and they're not academic literature. So we question why, and this was put to record in the Macropod inquiry. Why has this not been peer-reviewed independent academic literature? And
I've got one more question, and it relates to other means of surveys, and obviously you've spoken about the other methods of surveys, which can be done with the helicopter and the visual method.
Yes.
But we know recently there's been, I guess, advances in things like drone technology, temperature, thermal imaging.
Thermal imagery, RGB imagery, yep.
Is there perhaps a better way, other than flight paths and helicopters, that could potentially capture the number of horses in the park? Could you provide a little bit of insight into that?
Yeah, look, certainly, there's three different main ways. There's currently drones looking over the Great Barrier Reef that have a flight path time of 12 hours, which would not intervene with any animal horse path at all whatsoever. Those drones are producing incredible results. We've also, there's RGB imagery, where you think that's like taking the images together and it forms a colour image like a recipe as the RGB images come together to present a full colour picture of the horse. And thermal imagery, which is obviously also being used by Vic Parks and is incredibly useful. And this is the methodology that we need to be using, thermal imagery, RGB. We can't assume that counting a horse in the open terrain under trees is different. We need thermal imagery to look through those trees.
The Minister said today that technology wasn't mature enough to be used. Do you have any evidence that might indicate otherwise?
Yes, I could. I could provide, I don't have them with me, but I could certainly provide you with academic literature saying that thermal imagery is definitely being used to count wild horses, yes.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Sue Higginson?
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. What makes you assume that any errors in the count leads to the overestimate and not an underestimate?
Not an underestimate?
Yeah.
Well, in the fact that they haven't seen the minimal amount of horses to do any modelling. So if they needed to see a minimum of 60 clusters, so let's say they needed to see 120 horses minimum per location. If we have a look in the 2014 document, in all of North Kosciuszko, open terrain, medium terrain, Bargo, Biadbo and Snowy. They didn't see that. They're not seeing enough horses to do the modelling. So,
but your fundamental premise is that the methodology is flawed. How can you then make the assumption that it's an overestimate and not an underestimate, particularly based on the fact that my understanding of what you were saying is Cairns says, well, where you can't see them, you don't count.
Well, no, that's the University of St Andrews said that Cairns should not be doing that.
And that's, so my understanding in his 2019 report,
yes,
that's actually what the whole extrapolation of the parts that you've taken, he actually does say that the assumption that he basically says that where you don't see, then you can't count. Like that's literally what he makes that assumption.
He makes that assumption and then still estimates across the entire park.
So then why do you, I'm still not clear on why you say then that that flaw would not therefore lead to an underestimation, or could it? Could it have led to an underestimation?
Well, the modelling shouldn't have been undertaken in the first place. We should be using those raw actual count numbers of what's there.
I accept that's your premise, but it could therefore, given it's so flawed, it could therefore lead either way, essentially.
Without imagery, we'd have no way of backing it up, but they won't let us take
so
imagery.
So it could lead either way, ultimately, because we don't have that, is what you're saying.
We have no evidence to support their count.
And so I think, based on, so your main observation is about the clusters, and that the clusters is below the recommended number of 60 to 80. I think that's your evidence.
Yeah, Stuart Cairns states that to do any reliable modelling. That's the minimum to see, yeah.
And so then do you accept that this is only relevant to the 2014 and 2019 counts, and it's not true for the 2020, 21 and 22 counts?
I know that's his account for across all his counting for distance sampling.
But so there were 301 in 2020, there were 458 in 2021 and 419 in 2022.
That's collective. So, and this is another, can I just draw your attention to another concern by the University of St Andrews? The University of St Andrews clearly states that they should not be grouping the areas together when we model. They are four distinct parts, or when they model, sorry, they're four distinct locations and they should be modelled separately. Stuart Cairns applies a global detection function. What should happen, according to the University of St Andrews, is each location needs to see that minimum number of 60 to 80 clusters in order to do the modelling. And
but that was the case in the 2020, 21, 2022 reports.
Not in each location. Each individual location must see a minimum of 60 to 80 clusters in each block in open terrain and medium terrain. Because remember,
so you're saying that wasn't the case in those three reports?
Not across every single open and medium terrain in all locations. Each one needs to meet that minimum requirement and then should be modelled individually, because if you've got one area that doesn't meet that minimum requirement and you've got another area that does, you can't just group them together and then go, well, I'll run the modelling that way. Each section must meet that minimum requirement.
So can I ask from a, sorry, just to clarify from a layman's perspective, if you're doing the count, you're going out and you're trying to find that 60 to 80 clusters. So if they're doing the count and they're not seeing that, it's because they couldn't find them, or if they just got to like the 10 or the whatever and gone, that's it, we're off home. Like, why?
They flew their transect length, what they set. So if the transect length is set at 720 kilometres and they fly that path, and that's the number of horses they saw. But you have to remember that when they're looking out on their pole and they've got their 150 metre sight length from the helicopter, a change of elevation in the helicopter of 10 metres can make a massive difference in your sight length from that chopper. And without imagery which is set, so exact reading from an imagery, you can look at the error as anywhere up to 20 to 50% human error as the helicopter goes up and down, let alone as the person tilts their head. So we have nothing to verify what they're doing.
So they're sitting in the, sorry, again, I know this sounds very basic, just to understand. So they're actually sitting in there and they're writing, they're going, okay, there's one, there's one, there's one. Is that what they're doing?
They record as well what they do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so do you, so with my understanding about the methodologies and the changes that will be made is based on the size of the area and also the repeatability of what we have done. So my understanding is the government has suggested it will do recite methods, as the population decreases in size. Is that a fair management approach? Is that something that sounds reasonable to you? That given where we are now, the compelling and legal requirement, ethical, moral, to reduce the population, and also this commitment to improving how we undertake population estimates?
I think until it can be verified, if they saw 1,748 university states, they shouldn't be doing any estimation where they don't fly. There shouldn't be anything done until we have the recount, an imagery recount done.
And do you mind if I just ask, for the purpose of this inquiry, have you ever been published in any ecological work or any journals, or have you got any ecological expertise?
No, my expertise is all in trends over time, varies from everything from humans to weapons to movement of all different things I've published in, but no, not in specific species. I've only looked into kangaroos and horses and this distance sampling population trends.
And so with that though, is it fair to say then a lot of the work that you have done would be related to
trends over time, yes, that's correct.
And numbers where you can actually count the actual thing that you're taking an analysis about, whether it be patients in medical science, that sort of thing?
No, obviously with flight paths of weapons, we obviously use estimation as well. We can't test every single weapon, no, so we've used,
Thank you. And what's your PhD study in?
My PhD study's in a trend over time as well.
In relating to?
Cognitive science I'm in the field of now. So I've been in many fields as I take my trends over time work. So I'm looking at patterns of behaviour over 1 year, looking at 6-month intervals of an intervention of a program and then what happens over time.
In relation to animals?
No, this is I'm going back into humans now for my PhD.
But not exactly discrediting it, Sue.
Sorry, no, I'm just. I'm just. Yeah,
I think you're actually building her credibility, if anything. But thank you.
Sorry, I'm not ashamed to hide my PhD. I'm doing my PhD in a global study. It's going to be one of the largest studies in the world based on shared book reading behaviours in parents and children. So I've moved away from animals and medical, and that's a decision I've taken on personal grounds too. Sometimes I think I've fought this fight. I've been in this panel before. I've sat in this room before. I've heard Minister Sharp agree with me and then throw everything I said out the door. And sometimes when you keep smashing your head against a brick wall, trying to fight, showing that this is fundamentally flawed. If you don't fly there, you don't estimate. This is the University of St Andrews. It can get quite demoralising. So I'm doing my PhD in an area where I might be able to try and make a little bit of difference and get books into the hands of children. And I'm not ashamed to hide that.
Yeah, great questions.
Sorry, Ms. Abigail Boyd, did you have any follow-up questions? Sorry, I know you didn't have...
I'm aware of your work in the macropod inquiry, and I know that was quite sort of groundbreaking and really changed the hearts and minds of a lot of people on that inquiry, and I'm sorry that hasn't been acknowledged and the impact followed up on by Minister Sharp. I guess just coming back again to that question of that really good question from my colleague about, we know. Well, I personally accept the evidence you've given as being this methodology, this counting methodology has not been done to these particular standards as you've listed. The question about why are we thinking that the numbers have been overestimated rather than underestimated is a key one, and that's what I was trying to get at before with the, is it that they thought they would see sort of 60 to 80 clusters and then just didn't, or are we assuming that because that number of clusters wasn't seen, that's why the number must be lower, or is it not that? Is it just that we just don't know?
I think the distance sampling is the significant question that we need to be looking at that methodology. If we look at that, so they saw 10 and 5 and add them together, when you don't see enough and you add 2 years together, basically in 2014 the 10, 2019 the 5, when you add them together you get one single time point at 2016. So roughly there's 8.5 at 2016. That's not a time projection. But how do we go from 1,748 to 23,500? This is in the distance sampling. It's not just in wild horses. In the kangaroos, they went from 508 to 300,000. This methodology, where they're not seeing sufficient animals, is in question. That's what I'm arguing. If we want the annual headcount from National Parks and Wildlife Service, we wanted to replicate, we wanted to do that, come back to the table, and I said in the meeting with Labor and National Parks, I can't remember who else was in the room, once those numbers come back, yes, I was open to modelling if you saw sufficient numbers of animals. Absolutely, I'd be open to that. But if you don't model. Same as in any work. If you don't meet those model assumptions, if I go to publish something and the statistical reviewer comes back to me and says, well, can you show me your raw data? Where are your model assumptions? I can't publish if I don't meet that.
So when we were talking about the Victorian experience, and we were saying that here, the latest numbers, we've got about a 10,000 variation and a 95% confidence of that 10,000 variation, which is quite wide. If we had... Oh, no, the question is, when the, I forget what it was called, Mark Recite, when that is used for counting in Victoria, what is their confidence level like then?
Much lower. I think I'd have to calculate it out myself, but I have the report here for what they have. Sorry, do I have to table this now I'm referring to it? I'm sorry.
You can if you'd like to.
I've emailed it to people about survey. So their confidence interval, they saw a population of 252. The estimated abundance of that, and their confidence interval was 196 to 349.
Ms. Gallagher, has your report on all the methodology critiques, has that been peer reviewed?
No, it's been reviewed by other statisticians, but not peer reviewed. I'm happy to put it out for peer review, but the problem is it's not my data. I didn't generate the data. I've used work from the University of St Andrews. This is the data that's put by National Parks and Stuart Cairns that we're just questioning the methodology over. And I'm happy to have it put out for under peer review. Well, I mean, the University of St Andrews peer reviewed the 2014-2019 work and critiqued it. Really, really ripped into it.
Could I ask, if a complete new survey using a method that you felt comfortable with was to be engaged now by National Parks and Wildlife Service so that you had confidence in the number of horses, how long do you think it would take if the resources were provided to you and the expertise was provided to you? How long would it take to do the survey? How long would it take to generate the figures?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if we had 2 days flying time, the photographer needed 3 days and possibly a week. I would say you could do the entire project in 2 weeks.
You could have an accurate figure that you would have confidence in 2 weeks.
Yes, that's correct.
So over the Christmas New Year break, there could be a helicopter provided to you.
Yes.
You'd need 2 days helicopter time? Is that
yeah, because when you're using Mark Recite in Victoria, you always do the same thing 2 days in a row and you hope you get the same weather because if you need a day in between, but you'd need it done within 3 days. So if it's more than 2 days, say the first day's sunny and then it rains for 2 days, then you'd have to repeat day 1 or 2. You need 2 consecutive days flying all 48 hours apart. That's all you need.
Okay, so how long would you estimate the flying per day would be?
It was approximately 6 hours was what we put forward. Exactly what National Parks and Wildlife Service fly anyway, in the same chopper that they were flying. We were not changing anything they wanted.
Okay, so realistically, all you're asking for is 12 hours of National Parks and Wildlife helicopter.
That was correct.
And a photographer. Would you have a photographer available?
We had an independent photographer who's won an incredible amount of gold awards just this year on wildlife photography, but I would be open to having any photographer, video camera stuck on the bottom of the helicopter who has experience in photographing wildlife from helicopters. I want to make everything public. Well, not anyone. It's not about myself. It's trying to verify the numbers. That's what needs to happen.
But I mean, 12 hours of flying time in a squirrel, that'd be no more than about $3,000, $4,000 an hour. I mean, we're talking about, I guess, figures, around about the $40,000 mark for the whole total cost, so that you'd have confidence that the New South Wales public could have confidence in that, despite the extraordinary costs we're currently going through with the current cull.
I'm not aware of any of the costs with the current cull, but yes, I think when we put forward our plan, it was coming in around $35,000 was what would be needed, including analysis, and then we asked after it's done, we sit down again with 2 weeks and we have everyone in the room and look at the numbers and see what we've got.
How much do you think they spend on the current survey method
I saw a figure of 115,000, but I'm not sure. I'd have to verify that. Do I say
can
take that on notice?
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
sorry.
Take that one on notice. I am going to have to throw to the Honourable Bob.
Can I just ask one more question? And
One more.
Sorry,
quickly.
the Victorian studies that the marker.
Yep.
Is all that data published?
Yeah, well, it'd be nice if we had each individual count, but what they've provided is they provide the number of observations that they record, the actual number of horses cited, and the number of horses cited on day 1, day 2, and the number of horses cited once and twice. It's not done by exact location, but I'm sure, I mean, I don't know if we can get that.
It's a much more inclusive data set than what's provided by National Parks and Wildlife in New South Wales.
Yeah, look, in the 2022-23 reports, it's a table as simple as that. We're just asking for the number. It would be great if it was at each location, but...
Victoria's more transparent than we are. That's great.
The Honourable Bob Manver. You don't need to answer that. That was a statement. You don't need to say.
Thank you,
That's
Chair.
the Wes factor. It's
Okay, sure. All right, sorry.
Ms. Galea, apologies in advance for my very limited technical understanding of these issues. I know that'll come as a shock to the rest of the committee. I just wanted to clarify, just for my mind, is your concern more broadly with the distance sampling methodology in its entirety or with its particular application on this occasion?
I would say it's with the entirety because the application, the concerns in the application crosses over to macropods as well. So it's definitely been used in flawed methodologies multiple times.
So it's the methodology and it's an entirety,
yes,
not the way
correct.
it's been applied on this occasion.
Yep.
Do you believe that statistical modelling can be used for these sorts of complex
If you see sufficient numbers,
matters?
yes, that's my job. I'm a statistician. Right. If I see sufficient numbers, then I model. That's what I do. And if you see the sufficient numbers across all the areas, and the other thing that I guess just to draw your attention to is how precise the surveys are. So when we do survey work, which is what I do, we have to reach a threshold of accuracy. There's times up where 83% of their surveys don't meet that level of accuracy. So it's not just the distance sampling, it's how accurate their surveys are. So if you've only got 17% accuracy, it's almost like forecasting the weather. Like, this is a bit of a concern. It is a great concern to me. As a statistician, your accuracy should be much higher than 17%.
So the issue that's confounding me at the moment is the fact that distance sampling is so widespread internationally
Yes,
as well.
it is. Yep.
It has been subject to thousands of peer-reviewed studies.
Yes, I agree.
And as I understand it, actual counts in some of those peer-reviewed studies have matched the statistical count using the distance sampling
yes,
method.
you raise an excellent point.
Which would go to the accuracy of the methodology.
Now you're in trouble when she says you've raised an excellent point.
So,
she's going to cane you, mate.
No.
Well, no, then I question why does this not? If they saw 1,748 and the University of St Andrews ripped it apart and said, well, you know, your growth rates exceed, you can't model where you don't see, and it's difficult, this methodology, based on what you're doing. If the very people that designed the software have serious concerns with what Stuart Cairns is doing, why does it not match other peer-reviewed publications?
So it's not the methodology of distance sampling per se that is your concern, it is the way it's been applied on this occasion?
Yeah.
Well, it's been not just on this occasion, because it's also being done with the macropods as well. So this very same modelling, this very same distance sampling modelling is used to derive the population estimates of macropods and their quotas as well, by the same person.
So the preferable approach that you've nominated for this scenario is the mark and recite model?
Yeah, and imagery. Yeah, I think mark recite is one, definitely, but I think we should also be using thermal imagery and RGB imagery as well.
Okay, so this committee has received other submissions from ecologists with experience in I suppose, controlling populations of animals. Are you aware of a Dawson and Miller review into the mark and recite model?
Yes.
Which, as I understand it, says that it is a model that only works for small isolated populations, not populations of potentially thousands.
Yeah, that's
of animals.
correct. But according to their numbers, we're not looking at thousands. The maximum number that they saw was 1,748. If we have mark recite and we have a photographer who can capture images between 7 to 8,000 within a 6-hour period, it would be more than sufficient to be able to be done. But I also, as I said, we need RGB and thermal imagery as well. Just provide everything. Let's be completely transparent. We only need 2 weeks to get it done.
In terms of the
Put your hand in your
application,
pocket, Bob.
in terms of the application
Yep.
of the recite model in
Yep.
Victoria,
Yep.
is that in a small isolated population?
It
or-
is in a smaller isolated population, but I could provide you so many publications where Mark Recite has been used on aquatic animals in much larger areas. Many examples. It's the gold standard for capturing imagery on wildlife. So I can provide you many examples if that would help.
Just a final question from
Yep.
me, just with respect to drones, thermal cameras.
Yes.
Again, not being an expert in the field,
No.
ecologists have suggested that before we can use those methods,
Yep.
there would need to be evidence published in recognised ecological journals to show that those methods work for the relevant species and habitat that you're trying to apply them to.
Yep.
And on this occasion, with respect to this issue that we're
Yep.
dealing with, that has not been the case, and they therefore don't recommend using it. What would your response be to that?
I can understand that and I go back to the same thing. If we have a photographer with the imagery plus the thermal imagery plus the RGB, we have it all done on the same helicopter or fixed wing, whichever it is, over 2 consecutive days. We provide all 3. We have all the evidence. All parties come to the table with everything we have.
Thank you. We have come to time, but I know that there's one more quick question from Ms. Higgins. If you're happy to stay one more minute.
Sure.
Yep, thank you.
Just on the basis, I'm just curious, with the assumption that, you know, we've only seen 1,000 or so animals, what do you say then is possible based on the proper application of a methodology not done by Stuart Cairns but done by the University of St Andrews?
Sure. Well, look, I mean, as I said, if they see sufficient animals of 60 to 80 clusters in individual areas, then we can investigate the modelling. But you certainly can't do it in any of these. In 2014, we wouldn't have been able to undertake any modelling at all. We could possibly, you can look in it where you see 60 to 80 clusters, but only in that one open area. And you cannot combine open and treed areas, which is now what they're doing, which makes less sense. So if we have separated open and treed across each of the 4 areas, so we have 8 different counts, then we look at the numbers within those counts and question the assumptions. What assumptions of that modelling do we meet and can we undertake it?
So just on that though, between September and December, there's actually been over 1,000 animals removed or culled. So how does that so are you suggesting then, based on what we have got, there won't be many horses in the park now?
Well, without the imagery, I can't say that. There's nothing to verify it. If they saw 1,748 and 1,000 have been removed, that certainly makes less than the 3,000 number that they were talking about. But I can't get 10 plus 5 to add to 60, so I'm not sure. Without, again, I just can't stress enough. We have nothing to verify what they're doing. And even when we ask them, please, can we just put a photographer up at any cost, it was rejected.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for coming to give evidence today. I hope that was fairly painless, but we thank you so much for your time and also for sharing your expertise. We really do appreciate it. I believe that there was some questions taken on notice, which the committee secretariat will be in contact with you. And there may be further questions from the committee, which they'll also be in contact with you about. So thank you again. We will now break for lunch and return at 2 p.m. Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses. Could I begin by asking each witness to state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting from my left?
My name is Stephen Coleman, CEO with RSPCA New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Myers?
My name is Scott Myers. I'm the Chief Inspector with RSPCA New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And does the RSPCA have an opening statement they'd like to give?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
On behalf of RSPCA New South Wales, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to provide further information about our role in this long-standing matter. We appreciate the sensitivities and the passion on both sides of this debate. However, as per usual, RSPCA New South Wales' role in this matter as an independent regulator is to stay focused on the decisions made by the New South Wales Government and to ensure that they comply with the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. This issue has been the subject of much emotive debate amongst even our own members, supporters and volunteers. Finding appropriate control methods for animals that are wild is simply not easy nor palatable, particularly when one of those methods involves culling. It's important for the committee to note that RSPCA New South Wales' focus on this issue is not just restricted to wild horses. It includes understanding how all control methods impact all species. This includes culling programs on other introduced species including pigs, deer, goats, wild dogs, cats, and of course the impacts on the native animals that remain in Kosciuszko National Park and elsewhere across New South Wales. In our 150 plus years of existence, it's our experience that the community places different values on the lives of different species. RSPCA New South Wales does not differentiate between the species or circumstances, nor does the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. It is our belief that all animals should be given consistent science-based consideration when managing them. Aerial culling can be and is an effective culling method. That's why aerial culling of many species has continued right across Australia for many decades and is still practiced today for species outside of wild horses. If aerial culling were inherently cruel, we would oppose its use against all species, not just wild horses. We recognise New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife's legal requirement to manage wild animal populations in their parks and the impacts introduced species can have on these delicate environments. And we understand the reality of alternative methods. For example, trapping and rehoming may appear to be a kinder option. However, having witnessed firsthand the passive trapping, loading, transporting, unloading, and then reloading for the wild horses that may not be considered attractive enough to then be selected and placed onto trucks, transported to a knackery, in our view, needs further examination, as does the due diligence required by future rehoming groups and individuals. Any wild animal that intersects with a human as a result of any culling method is faced with exhibiting one of their two instinctive behaviours, that is, fight or flight. If the community think that trapping and rehoming is more humane as opposed to culling in the park, then I look forward to being able to explain this particular method with this committee in the pursuit of sharing facts. In this regard, there is much for the New South Wales Government to consider when choosing methods that limit adverse welfare outcomes into the future. RSPCA New South Wales is unwavering in its commitment to animal welfare and the independence of our inspectorate. As we have done for the past 90 years, our inspectors will continue to investigate allegations of cruelty, whether it be about New South Wales Government practices or the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service, or indeed the public. Irrespective of the culling methods that the New South Wales Government chooses to take, the RSPCA New South Wales Inspectorate will continue to conduct independent investigations against the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. Much has been said and debated about the use of fertility control as one method of managing wild populations in Australia. We have been watching this space and look forward to further research in this regard as a non-lethal method of population control. However, until such methods are ready, RSPCA New South Wales must remain focused on current methods and ensuring compliance against the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. Going forward, RSPCA New South Wales urges the New South Wales Government to continue efforts and allocate resources in wild animal management for all species to prevent situations such as this one we are currently experiencing. We look forward to taking your questions on this matter and discussing how, out of the options currently available, RSPCA New South Wales can play its role to ensure that the New South Wales Government best manages the appropriate control of wild animal populations in national parks based on our first-hand experience and observations together with the science.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I might just start with a couple of questions. You refer to the RSPCA Australia submission in the, to their federal inquiry in your submission. Am I correct to say that RSPCA New South Wales endorses the comments made by RSPCA Australia?
Yes.
In that submission?
Yes.
RSPCA Australia said in their submission that pursuit time is an important factor in relation to animal welfare impacts, particularly mental impacts such as fear and fatigue. And they went on to make a recommendation that maximum pursuit times or distance should be specified in an SOP in regards to shooting. Do you agree that this is a potential welfare risk? And do you agree with any government's maximum pursuit time that you have reviewed, that they have sent to you?
It is a component that should be factored in, and it should be one that's discussed in practicalities, yes.
But do you agree with, I mean, we've only just been provided with the standard operating procedure, but are you very happy with this standard operating procedure?
To say happy is probably not the best description, content. But I think that given aerial culling of horses hasn't occurred for in excess of 20 years, there's still work to be done. And any opportunity to refine and improve the current standard operating procedure is one that we would pursue.
The RSPCA Australia submission also indicated that to reduce welfare impacts of aerial shooting, it should only take place in open areas with minimal vegetation, flat terrain, cooler temperatures to avoid heat stress in horses. I'm wondering how you reconcile this position with the preliminary aerial shooting that occurred in undulating terrain in Kosciuszko National Park, the fact that it was happening during summer months and during foaling season. How do those ideas work together then?
So there's a number of factors in what you've described. I'll let our Chief Inspector talk to the issue of his first-hand observations. But any submission that's provided, be it RSPCA New South Wales or Australia, they're theoretical in nature, based on references. I think it's potentially dangerous to restrict certain activities where processes can be improved.
So did you have something to add to that, Mr. Myers?
I think just to respond to the question around the foaling season, I've been in the national park for a number of times over the last 5 years. During that time, I've noticed there is no particular foaling season that I've observed. You know, in the real world, when we breed domesticated horses, we have a breeding season. You know, we have a breeding season from September, a foaling season from the 1st of August, through to about November or December, and that is a commercial season. In the wild, these animals breed whenever the conditions are right.
So which experts gave you that advice?
That's my observation, and that's from my own knowledge.
From your own knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So can you explain like what your expertise is in
breeding horses? I breed and show horses. I have done.
And are they brumbies, sorry?
No, they're not. I breed and show quarter horses. I have done for about 30 years. I've also worked both in Australia and internationally with breeding horses, so I'm very well aware of the breeding seasons.
Okay, but you've just said that there are no breeding seasons.
In the wild.
And when you say you've witnessed that just yourself and you haven't sort of sought any kind of expert evidence on it, what does that mean? That you went out there and you saw some foals at another period of the year compared to what
absolutely.
the experts are saying?
Yep. So I've been probably in the park, I would have been there, I think January, I've been in June, July, October, December, November more recently, and I've observed foals at each of those occasions.
And have you observed more foals at certain times
No,
to suggest that there is suddenly no foaling season?
No, not particularly.
And is that led to, we asked spoke to the government this morning and to the government department, originally the PetSmart SOP, so the PestSmart SOP for aerial shooting recommends that they don't take place during foaling season, and the government's own animal welfare assessment report recognised that doing it during foaling season created animal welfare risks, but they said that that the RSPCA supported the change for the SOP that did allow it to happen during foaling season. And we know that 35 foals were killed, 2 were lost under a week old, and also shot. So is the government's assertions correct that the RSPCA has changed their position? They are supporting the shooting during foaling season, and that's why, because you personally don't believe that there's a foaling season anymore. Is that
personally?
the
I
basis?
don't believe there is a particular foaling season.
And is that the reason why the RSPCA has changed their position on aerial shooting happening during foaling season?
Yes.
I also just wanted to ask you about the Guy Fawkes aerial shooting and what conversations the government has had with you in regards to changing the processes that they're doing so that the same occurrences of cruelty don't occur again, doing aerial shooting again.
Yeah, I can offer some advice or some observations around that. Prior to 2000, RSPCA New South Wales had very little, if anything, to do with aerial culling. The information that our organisation had at the time was all but zero. Post Guy Fawkes, we made a conscious decision as an organisation to understand what aerial culling was all about, because aerial culling continues for other species, and that it was appropriate that we understood the process, understood the theory, understood the practical approach to aerial culling, and leading up to and including many, many discussions that we've had on any number of committees around New South Wales on this issue and other issues to do with culling programs. We were faced with a situation where, in the lead up to the government's decision, there was one of two pathways. We could either do nothing and wait for complaints to arrive, or we could do what we thought and think was the responsible approach, and that was understanding the nature of this particular program, the complexities, the sensitivities, but in the end, the issues relating to animal welfare. We thought that it was irresponsible not to provide advice to a government that had reached out to us to get some advice.
So my question was, what advice have you given the government to make sure that the same cruelty doesn't occur that happened at Guy Fawkes, making sure it won't happen again? So what were the specific bits of advice to change what had originally happened, and what are they implementing?
Prior to Guy Fawkes, we had no knowledge of any SOPs by government. This time around, now we understand.
Okay.
The Guy Fawkes cases knowing that there is an SOP?
If there's a variation from the existing SOP and therefore a breach of POCTA, the answer would be yes.
I just want to ask you as well, in your opening statement you said that you won't consider the use of things like immunocontractives until we're ready. In recognising that they've been used successfully in the US for over a decade now, and we're now down to a one-dart system that's being used very successfully, what more is needed to consider something like that to be ready? I note that there's not even at the moment an openness to run a trial in Australia. I know previous witnesses said that it's difficult to look into it because there hasn't ever been a trial. There's a rejection to a trial. So what do we need to do to be ready, or to even allow a trial to happen?
With my understanding of what is currently in existence, the quantity of animals involved in this program are such that that's not practically applicable. In our opening statement, we would love to see, the RSPCA would love to see investment and research into practical fertility outcomes, because that's the obvious pathway going forward. which is why we would also urge the New South Wales Government to allocate resource and investment in those protocols so that when the government gets to whatever number they believe they need to get to, consistent with that legislation, it has to be factored in.
And so do you support a trial taking place now? I know that it's being rejected because the idea is that there's too many horses, but obviously, and I put that in inverted commas because that's come under strong question as well. But regardless, I'm sure a trial can take place at any point in time, no matter how many horses there are. So do you agree that a trial needs to take place now so we have that research to see if it works?
I wouldn't disagree, but what I would say is this, that again, if I understand it right, if you need to redart a particular animal...
So, like, I'm just talking about the one dart system?
I'm not aware of the one dart system. But if an animal is going to be pressured under the use of a helicopter, for argument's sake, and there's an opportunity for it to be culled humanely in the current circumstances, in the absence of what I understand to be a practical fertility control program.
I'm just wondering why you say it's not a practical fertility control program. Like, I'm just getting very confused because, I mean, you're talking, a darting program does create terror in the horses in the same way because it's by helicopter. But I'm just trying to work out why you consider it a higher welfare outcome to shoot that animal than to dart them with an oocyte growth factor, which is the one dart system.
If the objective is to ensure that that animal can't reproduce, culling it humanely stops it from reproducing. If we were in receipt of information...
Sorry, I'm asking you, why is one more humane than the other? Why is killing the animal a better humane outcome than a fertility program?
I'm talking about the objective of the fertility program, to stop it from breeding. If there was a fertility program right now that could be used in Kosciuszko National Park, we would support that.
But I'm just wondering why you don't think that the oocyte growth factor that's being used in the US isn't.
I'm not familiar with that program. I'm not familiar with the terrain or the quantities or the type of animals that's being used on.
Well, it's used on very similar terrain as Kosciuszko National Park. They have full control over the number of horses in that whole area. And as I said, they've been using immunocontraceptives now for over a decade. I'm surprised that as a leading animal welfare agency that you're not across these alternatives which the animal welfare organisations in the US are saying are more humane. I'm quite surprised to hear that you've never even heard of them or haven't considered them in regards to what you would give as a recommendation to the government in regards to what they do going forward.
Our federal colleagues are way more across the scientific research about what's happening in this country and elsewhere, and we'd be happily guided by that. But I'm not aware of any program that currently exists, because if it did, we would support it.
So I'm telling you there is a program that exists,
Okay.
so you would support that, having a look into that program?
Yes.
Thank you. The Honourable Wes Fanning?
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Eileen.
I'm going to have to rapid fire my questions. Sorry, I've got quite a few. Could you describe for me, please, if you have a former racehorse, the rules around euthanisation of that racehorse? Are there strict? Let me rephrase. Are there strict rules around how you euthanize a racehorse?
In what context?
Could I put a racehorse out in a paddock and shoot it 15 times in the guts? Without prosecution?
Unlikely.
No. So why is it then the RSPCA is allowing the New South Wales government to do that to horses in the national park?
I'll refer to my colleague, but that's not what we've seen.
Okay, 7.5 times. If I was to put a racehorse in a paddock and shoot it 7.5 times in the guts from a helicopter, would I be prosecuted under New South Wales law?
If
Mr. Myers?
Potentially you would be, but
Yep.
that's not what I observed in Kosciuszko.
Okay.
I didn't observe any horses being shot in the gut.
Okay, what did you observe then?
In the thorax.
What if I shot a racehorse in the thorax or in the targeted areas under the SOP? If I put a racehorse in a field and shot it 7.5 times, as per the SOP of national parks, would I likely face prosecution?
It'd probably be investigated.
Okay.
To start.
Yep. And yet RSPCA has approved that as a reasonable means of culling brumbies.
We've reviewed the SOPs. We haven't approved any SOP, but we've certainly looked at them and provided feedback to the government.
Right. But you can see, obviously, the contradiction here.
Yes, you can, except one's a racehorse and one's a brumbie in a park. So you'd have to.
So you're the RSPCA. You're differentiating between equine animals, one being a brumbie and one being a former racehorse. You're judging them because one used to run around a racetrack, and you're treating them in a different manner. Is that really the charter of the RSPCA?
Mr. Fang, if we were to receive information about a racehorse in a national park that's been gut shot, we would investigate it.
Okay. And if it was a brumbie?
Same thing.
Okay. Could I ask you around the recording of culling procedures? We heard this morning that there isn't recording of helicopters, 360 cameras on the helicopter, or from barrel recordings from the shooters. Is that something that RSPCA should have insisted on, so that any welfare concerns could be investigated? That there would be a recording of it?
Mr. Myers did take footage, did take photos, but RSPCA more broadly would always advocate for footage that helps defend or provide first-hand information about an activity.
Okay, so the National Parks is refusing to do that. Is that perhaps an indication that that there's a problem here? Given that we have body cams on police, we have and on ambulance, paramedics, that we record any number of things on CCTV. Yet New South Wales National Parks is refusing to put a 360 camera on their helicopters and provide barrel recordings of their shooters.
That would be a question for the government. But in terms of our overall,
you didn't insist on it for animal welfare concerns?
To advocacy, we would absolutely encourage and support the use of footage.
Okay, so you didn't insist on that before you provided guidance and recommendations around the SOPs?
No.
No. Okay. In relation to conflicts of interest, now I've addressed already this morning that you can understand that there's a little bit of concern here that RSPCA is, I'll say, the predominant advocate for animal welfare, and so the government has, approached you in that regard to provide advice around the SOP and effectively to, you might not have approved the SOP, but they've certainly said that the RSPCA has provided guidance and they've provided oversight of the trial, etc., etc. But you're also the entity that's most likely to prosecute any animal welfare concerns, and indeed you were the entity that prosecuted the Guy Fawkes National Park issues. Can you not see that there's perhaps a issue around conflict of interest, that you're now involved in providing oversight to the government? You might be reluctant to actually prosecute the government, again, as you did with Guy Fawkes, given that you've been, complicit in the approval of these issues. Should you perhaps have excused yourself from providing advice here? Should you not have suggested perhaps another entity like the Veterinary Association might have been a better entity, so you have clean hands should you need to prosecute again?
At the outset, we had two courses or two pathways that we could pursue. One is what you're suggesting, not be involved at all. That's one option. Would that prevent an organisation like ours prosecuting people? No, it wouldn't. We were approached by the government to provide feedback on what is a significant culling program.
Mm-hmm.
We thought that the responsible thing to do was to provide feedback on their SOPs.
Mm-hmm.
We've done that. If the program deviates from those SOPs and or there's potential breaches of POFTA, we would investigate. It would be different people, different inspectors. The alternative is, and we're open to it, if the Animal Welfare League were to take up the inquiry, that would be entirely up to them. If it were the police, they could take up the inquiry. We wouldn't be battling for who would investigate it.
But then you're pitting, Animal Welfare League against yourselves, in effect, having having, in some methods, provided advice and oversight of this trial, and the government is not shy in citing the RSPCA as being involved in this, in consultation of this trial. In fact, at every opportunity they seem to point out the RSPCA has been involved. That's going to make it extremely difficult for you to have objective oversight of any claims of animal cruelty, is it not? Can you see why the public might be concerned?
I can understand that's one view. I can also understand...
Well, it's my view, yes.
That's your view? We also provide advice and commentary on all sorts of codes of practice, industry-based codes of practice. Those processes and the feedback and the consultation that we're involved in, both reactively and proactively, has not prevented the RSPCA from taking on a prosecution.
I've got two more questions left, and I'll pass over to my colleague. You heard, I imagine you heard the testimony this afternoon from Ms. Galea around the numbers?
Not entirely, bits and pieces.
Okay, but you'd be aware of her concerns around the numbers?
Yes.
Yes. Would the RSPCA, to ensure that the numbers have more certainty, given, I guess, the questions that she's placed around the numbers, would the RSPCA support the government providing National Parks helicopter for 2 days of aerial flying so that Ms. Galea can arrange for a separate survey so that we can get a more accurate, or as she would indicate, a more scientific number of the horses in the park, so that we're not unnecessarily gut shooting or, culling brumbies in the park?
We wouldn't oppose any review around
Well, would you
methodology.
support it?
Of course, but that would be a matter between Ms. Galea and National Park. But would we oppose it? No, we wouldn't oppose it.
But I mean, it's one thing to not oppose it. It's one thing to support it and to try and get better animal welfare outcomes.
Sure.
Would you support getting a better, more accurate number by the government providing a National Parks helicopter, which, let's be honest, they do that much flying?
Yeah, there's been a point of order.
Fairness here. I mean, we're having questions asked with no details of a witness and asking him on behalf of an organisation to agree as to whether or not he supports that proposal. I just don't believe...
What's the problem, though?
I don't believe it's procedurally fair to be insisting on an answer, yes or no, from a witness without any detailed or certainly nothing in writing being provided to him.
I do think that we've got a very experienced witness here who has attended many hearings, and I know that he's also well aware that he can answer it how he wishes.
He's attempting to.
Yeah, and I suggest that you ask the question one more time, nice and clearly. But,
To the point of order, how do we know that the party you're speaking on behalf of even wants the support of the RSPCA? We're kind of going in a strange circle here in terms of that procedural fairness that I think Mr. Primrose's point went to.
I don't think they're gonna say they don't want it, Sue. But
well,
anyway,
I don't think you can say that.
Would you support that?
We wouldn't oppose it.
Thank you. The last question I'm going to ask is, Mr. Coleman and Mr. Myers, have you discussed any of your testimony today with any of the National Parks and Wildlife staff?
Sorry, was that question to me or...?
Both of you. Have either of you, when you were aware that you would be appearing today, discussed your upcoming testimony with any members of National Parks and Wildlife staff before appearing?
I've certainly had discussions, yes.
And what did you discuss?
We discussed the observations of our Chief Inspector and the SOPs.
And did you discuss any elements of your testimony? Collusion would be very interesting.
Yeah, there's been a point of order.
Improper to cast that aspersion on a third party.
Yeah, no,
it's not a court.
I do uphold that point of order. It's not what the witnesses have said. If you wanted to ask a specific question, but the witnesses haven't replied.
Well, I'm asking what the details were of those conversations.
As I said, I've discussed the results of our observations at the trial, but we've also had many discussions for many months about the SOPs.
But since you were aware that you would be appearing here as a witness?
Have I spoken with National Parks since knowing I was appearing?
Yes.
Yes.
And what did you discuss?
The SOPs, together with the observations of our previous inspections in the park.
And Mr. Myers?
I've had a couple of discussions clarifying numbers of horses that were ground shot and also shot in the helicopter. And also the distance of a knackery to confirm whether they went to Merrimist or whether they went somewhere local.
But you were there to witness those numbers, were you not?
I was in a helicopter, observing a helicopter.
Okay. Was anything, any part of that observation recorded? You said you had photos and footage.
Absolutely.
Has that been released?
No.
Will you tender that footage and photos to the hearing?
Yes.
I've got them here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Is it just two quick questions, and then we'll go to the Honourable Robert Bozak.
So, you, Mr. Coleman, you mentioned in your opening statement about trapping and rehoming processes, and said in the pursuit of sharing facts. So, can I invite you to outline the impact trapping and rehoming processes can have on wild horses?
Yes, I've observed on a number of occasions, as has our Chief Inspector and other staff, it's appropriate and responsible to understand exactly what passive trapping and rehoming is, because it's one of the pathways for national parks, or one of the tools to pursue. With what I saw, if people think that trapping a wild animal and placing it onto transporting it whilst it's kicking and screaming, transporting it to a transitional yard, being offloaded, kicking and screaming, to then be selected as to whether or not you're marketable or not. If you're not, for example, if you're a bay or a chestnut, you're not deemed suitable for rehoming, you're then placed onto another truck to go a number of hours in distress to a knackery. We've always been challenged with that pathway, because the truth is there is no culling mechanism that doesn't involve a level of stress and distress for a wild animal. And I just wanted the committee to really understand that if this pathway is pursued or it continues, then we also have an obligation at the other end of horses that are being rehomed, where we're now we now have complaints around some of those brumbie owners or people in charge, where the circumstances are not ideal. So just wanted to be really clear, it sounds better than culling from the air, but there's no question in my mind the level of distress that an animal will go through from a helicopter versus being rehomed is significant.
Thank you. And to expand on the Chair's question where she asked you about culling in the Guy Fawkes Park, and so the RSPCA did had 12 charges against National Parks and Wildlife. What has changed since then to inform your organisation's position today?
Back during the Guy Fawkes incident, it became very clear to me that our organisation was deficient in its information and awareness around aerial culling. If we were, as an organisation, to have views about aerial culling going forward, I strongly believed, and I don't regret it one little bit, that we then endeavoured and took it upon ourselves to immerse ourselves in what aerial culling was all about, knowing full well that whilst the Minister at the time placed a ban on aerial culling of horses, but still pigs, deer, goats and other species were being culled from the air, and we thought that it was entirely appropriate that if we're going to have policies and positions around these types of things, we better know what we're talking about, or at least have a better understanding of what we're talking about, and that's what we've embarked upon. That's why we chose, on being asked about providing advice on the SOPs, that the appropriate thing to do as an organisation, based on our 15 years of immersing ourselves in aerial culling, that we should provide that advice.
Thank you.
The Honourable Robert Bozak.
So, Mr. Coleman, what you're saying is that shooting a pig with a 308 is the same as shooting a 450 kilo horse with a 308. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well then, can you elucidate on what you are saying?
Two different species, two different approaches.
Hang on, you're shooting the same calibre from the same rifle and potentially even on the same trip. How is that? How is that differentiating or not differentiating?
I guess what I'm saying is that, for a start, you're talking two different types of species, but yes, the same firearm's being used, so the approach and the result is exactly the same.
But it can't be if you don't have the same muzzle energy from a 308 as you would get from a 9.3 by 62, for example. So you haven't addressed that in your answer at all. You can't have the same result. 9.3 by 62 is designed to kill large mammals. A 308 NATO, and that's what it is, 7.62 NATO was designed at best to kill 120 kilo human. Pigs are at that level, medium-sized game are ideal to be killed. I would say that you don't know what you're talking about.
That's your view.
You don't agree with me?
No. What I've seen, Mr. Borsak, is I've seen pigs get shot with 308s.
No, but I'm asking about horses. We're investigating horses here.
Yes.
And your organisation signed off on the killing of horses, shooting them up to 15 times in the thorax with a 150 grain projectile. Mr. Myers, can you address that? If I did that, Mr. Myers, to a red deer or to a horse, if I was permitted to shoot one, would you investigate me for prosecution?
Well, I can only comment on what I saw.
Please answer the question.
Well,
the question is me.
It would depend on what it was. I can only comment on what I saw. I didn't see any horses get shot 15 times, 17 times. What I witnessed and what the vet who was with me witnessed were horses. A helicopter hover over a horse. The horse was shot, went to the ground. There were no signs of struggling. There were no signs of paddling. And then we would say we wanted to land.
You didn't hear the report of the rifle 15 times at any stage?
No.
So how many times, in your view, were you in the air where you adequately saw of the 270 odd horses shot for them to come up with that sort of statistic? Because they said they shot 3 times.
I was about to ask
medium
that.
of 7.5, up to 15.
You said one shot and the horse fell to the ground. They're supposed to put at least 2 or 3 in. That was what we told. That's what we were. That is what we were told in the SOP
Sorry, there's
this
been a
morning.
point of order taken. Yes.
So Mr. Borzak was obviously quite appropriately questioning. Then Mr. Fang interrupted. Now there's a climax of 2 people questioning at once. It's not
fair
fair
enough.
to the witness.
My
throw it
questioning,
to Robert Borzak.
My questioning is going to the adequacy of the tools of trade that the National Parks and Wildlife Service are using, and your appropriate qualifications to sign off, as you did on the 1st of December, for the use of 7.62 NATO cartridge on animals that are large boned and weigh up to 450 kilos. And in that sense, have to shoot them 15 times to kill them. Are you honestly, in your evidence here today, saying to me that that's humane?
Mr. Wilsack, I think what we're saying is what we saw was not that.
Well, but it's obvious in the report that's been issued that that is what they have been doing.
Can I just make one point? Sorry.
So hang on, no, you can't take a point
But
because
that's not what the report
adequately
says.
asking the questions and looking for.
The report doesn't say that.
Mr. There's no point of order unless
The
you want
average
to
was
take one.
7.5.
That's how many bullets were fired. It's not.
Order.
that's not what the report says.
This is not an
Honestly,
opportunity for committee members to argue against the questions.
it's-
The
you
Honourable
honestly-
Robert Borzak has the call.
It's misleading.
Just to get, in your submission you stated that SOP HOR 002 for aerial shooting of feral horses has been developed by a suitably qualified scientist. How did the RSPCA make this evaluation? Who was the scientist?
You'd have to refer to the PestSmart references. I can't recite them off the top of my head.
Okay, so was Dr. Trudy Sharp involved?
I believe so.
And Dr. Glenn Saunders?
I believe so.
Okay. It's very clear, certainly in relation to Dr. Sharp, that she has very little, if any, field experience at that stage of her career when she wrote that paper, in conjunction with Dr. Saunders, who also has very limited, if any, real shooting experience on the ground at all. For them, in that paper, PestSmart paper, to advocate that animals should be shot in the head, a moving target from an aerial platform, is errantly inhumane, unsafe and ridiculous. You agree?
what we saw and what we have recommended, that heart-lung shots is the preference from the air.
How were the vets selected for the independent observation of the trial shoot in Kosciuszko National Park, and what is their practical academic background for shooting horses?
Which independent vet? The one that National Parks employed or the one that we engaged?
I think the one that you engaged.
You can probably talk to that, Scott.
So we used a specialist equine vet who has a practice and deals mainly in equines.
That's, with respect, that doesn't answer the question. The question is, what practical and academic background in shooting of horses does that person have?
Can we take that one on notice?
Yes. What scientific evaluation of ballistics was applied and the effects of these projectiles on these animals? In your evaluation and your sign-off of the government's request for advice sent to you on the 30th of November, which you responded to in basically a series of one-liners on the 1st of December. What scientific evaluation of ballistics and applied projectile science have you sourced as an organisation to give you the qualification to do that letter of advice to the government?
Chair, is it possible to get a copy of that sort of
Yes,
understanding?
absolutely.
Happy to.
You could also take any of the questions
I
on
can't
notice
tell who
as well.
signed it, Mr. Coleman, because it's all been blacked out.
Can we take that
It's
one on
probably
notice?
signed
Yes,
by you.
you can take it on notice, yep.
Did you sign that letter?
I can't recall, that's why I wanted to have a look. Thank you.
And the government's letter of a request for information and confirmation? What
Yeah, that looks like-
took 24 hours to respond
like
with
one
a series of one-liners. That's very professional.
Happy to take that on notice.
All right, can I have that back, please?
We can get a copy.
How much was the
tabled.
RSPCA paid for providing the 2 independent observer veterinarians on the trial shoot, and how did the RSPCA manage its clear conflict of interest since it received so much funding from its operations from the New South Wales government? And I'm not just talking about this government, I'm talking about the previous one as well.
Sorry, Mr. Borsak, well, can you repeat the first question?
My pleasure. How much was the RSPCA paid for providing the 2 independent observer veterinarians on the trial shoot?
Nothing. What we were paid?
Yes.
Nothing.
So you were paid nothing to go through the program and evaluate it?
No.
So you did it for nothing?
Yes.
Can I just, sorry, I just want to check, does the government have any questions? Just noticing. Okay, yeah, Mike, throw to you.
So just a question for Inspector Myers. You were asked earlier about the difference between a horse owner shooting their horse in a field and a horse being shot as part of this operation. I was wondering if you could perhaps explain to us in the investigation of animal cruelty offences how things like intent and motive are relevant to investigations, and how they might be relevant in circumstances where horses are being shot under a legally approved program which has its aim to reduce the amount of horses that have to be killed over time.
Yeah, so I think domestically, if an owner was to euthanize a horse and chose to do it via a firearm, I mean, obviously it is a headshot, or shooting a horse in the brain is the way to kill a horse instantly, or to render that horse insensible. I think the difference, certainly in how we look at it, is what's necessary, reasonable and justified. These horses, wild horses, are part of pest management plans. They're not domesticated horses. So I think to be able to address that issue and trying to reduce those numbers, if it's a veterinary opinion that a heart-lung shot is a suitable way to euthanize a horse, we rely on that veterinary opinion and that expert evidence.
Certainly, thank you. I might just ask a question of Mr. Coleman as well, given I've got a minute. Mr. Coleman, you say in the RSPCA submission that that the program will or should over time lead to 8,000 fewer horses being killed, and I think that's as a consequence of population growth not being the same. I was wondering if you could just explain that a bit further to us, exactly what that calculation is.
Can I take that one on notice?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
I've just got one quick follow-up. I just noticed we've got 1 minute. I'm just wondering, the government said that there's going to be another plane for the RSPCA to be available to witness all the shooting going forward. I'm just wondering, will you be in that other plane for every shoot going forward, or are you planning to occasionally be there, or possibly not at all? What's the plan there?
I would sincerely hope it's not a plane, that it's a helicopter. And there is an open invitation from National Parks for the RSPCA to attend at any point, be it.
But I'm just wondering what your plan is.
Our plan is to audit or check against that program as regularly as is possible, together with responding to any complaints of cruelty that we might receive in the intervening period.
And will the government be covering your costs to be able to do that, or will the RSPCA have to cover the costs for that helicopter?
Salary time is at the expense of RSPCA. The use of the helicopter, I'm assuming, that's yet to be determined, but I'm assuming that National Parks or the government would cover the cost of the use of that helicopter.
Why don't you donate that time for the count? The helicopter time for the count. 2 days, that's all they need. Or alternatively, you could take myself or Mr. Borsak,
That's right.
who actually have the training to
Thank
actually
you.
go into
So
the
you
reserve.
don't need to answer these questions, but if you have something to add, Mr.
Can I just
Myers?
say, and any audit or inspection would be unannounced.
How could you do it unannounced if you're in a
When you've got
helicopter?
to go on the helicopter.
Because we would just turn up there and say, I want
What
to go
about
and
weights
have
and
a look.
So there would be a helicopter available for you every single day?
Or access via a four-wheel drive, depending on the location of and the detail that
But if you
informants
turned up
might provide.
without any notice, how, and you needed to be in a helicopter that day, how would that logistically
That
work?
can't be.
You can't.
That
Weights
can't
and
be.
loading. You can't
That's
do that.
the reality. But if
What do you mean it can't be?
well, in order to second the equipment, the helicopter, we can't just jump into it and take it ourselves. But if we were responding to a complaint that related to a horse that was located somewhere that we could access it in the absence of flying aircraft, then we would, and we will.
But if you were planning to actually be there as per the invite, then it wouldn't be unannounced?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, that takes us to the end of the session. Thank you both for attending today. I believe that there were some questions taken on notice, and there may be further questions from the committee as well, which the Secretariat will be in contact with you about. Thank you.
Just in consultation with the Honourable Robert Borsak, that I think we might need to recall these witnesses to the next hearing because
That's something
I
that the
have
committee
quite a number of questions that we're not
discuss
yeah.
offline.
Can I also just caution the photos that I'm giving you are very graphic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Video as well?
I do have video, well, obviously, I do have a video file, yes, but it's obviously not included here. I don't have it on a thumb drive, but I can provide it.
Thank you. That would be appreciated.
That'd be good.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, it must be this one.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses. I'll start by asking each witness to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And I'll start on my left.
I'm the Advocacy Director for the Invasive Species Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Swain. I'm the Indigenous Ambassador for the Invasive Species Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now well, just says, now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And do you have an opening statement to give?
Briefly, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence. The Invasive Species Council is an independent, not-for-profit environmental organisation. We advocate for stronger laws, policies and programs to keep Australia's incredible biodiversity safe from weeds, feral animals and other invaders. We are extremely concerned about the significant growth in the population and devastating impact of feral horses in Kosciuszko National Park in recent decades, and the failure of successive New South Wales governments to take adequate action to address this. This failure is trashing and trampling the headwaters of the Murray, the Murrumbidgee and the Snowy Rivers, and it's pushing some of our native wildlife to the brink of extinction. We note that this inquiry follows a similar inquiry by the Federal Senate, which had over 800 submissions from a wide range of organisations and the public, and held extensive public hearings. The Senate concluded that urgent action to reduce the number of feral horses in Kosciuszko is necessary to save Australia's fragile alpine wildlife and ecosystems. The Senate also backed the use of aerial control as a tool to achieve this. It also follows an extensive public consultation by the New South Wales Government to amend the plan of management for feral horses in Kosciuszko National Park, which had over 11,000 submissions. 82% of those submissions were in favour of the amendment to allow aerial shooting. 82% of the submissions that commented on aerial shooting, and we commend the New South Wales Government for taking action on this. No one likes to see animals killed. But the sad reality is that we have a choice to make, and that choice is between urgently reducing the number of feral horses in Kosciuszko National Park or seeing the headwaters of our major river systems trashed and trampled, seeing our wildlife pushed to the brink of extinction. We have that choice, and we are very pleased that the New South Wales Government are taking action, and that all parties, the Liberal and National parties, the Labor Party, the Greens, all went to the last election with a clear policy in favour of urgently reducing the number of feral horses. And I'll just pass over to our Indigenous Ambassador, Richard Swain, to talk about some of the impact he's seen in recent decades.
I was born and bred in the Snowy Mountains. My father was the head field tech for the Soil Con, and the Soil Con were in charge of restoring the mountains from the grazing era, the damage done by hard-hoofed animals that didn't evolve on this country. For the last 28 years, I've been a river guide, a wilderness river guide within Kosciuszko National Park. I've seen nothing but a decline in the park's health since I was a child, and it's due to hard-hoofed and feral animals. The Lower Snowy, where I do a lot of my work, 35 years ago, the biggest consumer of that environment was rabbits, followed by native species. Today, it's horses, followed by deer, followed by rabbits, and last of all, native species. This is in a national park. It's been 50 years a national park. I would like you to, if you have any sense of connection to this country, to view this feral horse debacle through the lens of the native species that evolved there. Plant and animal species that evolved there and nowhere else on the planet. They're suffering, they're struggling. They need the best outcome they can have that is achievable today. They needed it 20 years ago, and we've wasted time through politicking. So I ask you, if you have any sense of connection to this country, please do the right thing.
Thank you. Might see who wants to start. The Honourable Wes Fang or the Honourable Robert Balzac?
Oh, you go first.
I'm happy to go, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, thanks very much for coming in today.
I'll warm up.
In your submission, shooting is best practice, you say. Shooting by professionals is the most humane and cost-effective way of culling the feral horse population. There are established codes of practice and standard operating procedures in place that, if followed, ensure a safe, clean and humane kill in the field. Professional shooters have access to technologies such as thermal imaging devices and suppressors that ensure efficiency. This is the best practice to ensure animals quickly dispatched in the wild. That's your words. My question is, can you please explain to the committee how being shot on an average 7.5 to 15 times by a person who is paid to shoot a so-called professional is clean, humane, best practice, as opposed to one killed by a cleanly placed, one-shot, unpaid conservation hunter on foot?
Thank you for that. there's a few things I'd say. We, firstly, as has been said by other witnesses before, that number is the median number of shots, and so for a lot of them it's less than that. And the way that the standard operating procedures work is that the shooters are encouraged to be putting a number of bullets into that animal because that guarantees that swift kill. So that is the way that those standard operating procedures have been set up. Secondly, I would say, and we've seen it in the media recently from some of the hunting organisations, that there are many examples where hunters do not have a clean first kill, particularly when they are not professional hunters. And then often, as ground shooters, are not able
hunter to me, please.
follow...
Define a professional hunter.
Sorry, people who have passed through the standard operating procedures and have done the training required by the New South Wales government to engage in aerial shooting.
So you have seen recreational hunters put between 7.5 on average and 15 shots into animals to kill them, have you?
I haven't, but I would say that there are a number of times.
Your job here is to advocate. What's your practical experience in relation to doing this? How many animals have you been involved in culling?
I haven't been directly involved in culling animals, but we rely on the experts in terms of the standard operating procedures and the way that this is undertaken. Our organisation works across a whole range of invasive species, from protecting Australia at the border from new invasive species coming in, ensuring that governments
your
have
organisation
programs in
advocates
place.
and agitates for that. It doesn't actually do anything, does it?
In terms of shooting animals, we're not involved in that.
Well, even controlling fire ants. You advocate for the control of fire ants, but you don't actually do any of that work, do you?
So our job as an organisation is as an advocacy organisation, looking at what best policies and procedures and funding is required from governments to get outcomes for the environment. So we work very closely with organisations who are doing that practical work on the ground.
So who gives you your funding to do that?
We are completely donor funded when it comes to our advocacy work.
So you're saying you get no money directly or indirectly from government?
As you've asked previously in questions on notice, we get a small amount of money for one position that has nothing to do with our advocacy to government around a work that we do with the National Farmers Federation and other groups to do with the Decade of Biosecurity, which is about increasing the resources and sustainable funding of our biosecurity at Australia's borders. So yes, we get a small amount of funding from state governments all around the country in order to do that work. That is not someone who reports into our advocacy side of the organisation, and it's someone who works directly with a number of partners to deliver
So what's your personal background in relation to doing control of horses, culling? What's your personal knowledge and experience of actually what it takes to humanely kill one of these animals?
Mr. Borsak, our role as advocates...
No, I didn't ask about your role.
Would you like me to answer, Mr. Borsak? Would you like an answer?
We know what your organisation's role is. It's out there to sell books and make as much noise as possible to get as much funding as you possibly can. Why don't you just come out and say that?
Point of order. It's really rude.
So there's been a point of order.
It's just way too extreme a way to treat
I would encourage the member to pull back on
I can easily rephrase
his own conclusions.
I can easily rephrase that, but I won't.
Maybe I'll have a go.
Sure.
Thank you,
Where's
Chair.
Fang?
Mr. Goff, thank you very much for appearing today. Associate Professor Swain, thank you very much as well. Ms. Higginson, earlier in questioning of Claire Galea, I guess started to dive into a little bit more of the members' experience. So I'm just going to do the same in relation to you, Mr. Goff. What degree do you have?
I don't have a degree.
You don't have a degree. So, okay.
Point of order.
Yes.
No. I didn't take a point of order on you.
Sorry, there has been a point of order. Yes.
Point of order. The point here is that Mr. Fang is comparing a line of inquiry about somebody who drafted a paper that people are relying on in terms of data and analysis of data. I'm just not sure. Mr. Goff is here as a representative of the Invasive Species Council. It could not be clearer. I
would encourage the member not to compare the two witnesses. I think that is fair, but the line of questioning is fair.
To the point of order, I think it's quite relevant for the member to ask for the witness's relevant experience,
Yeah.
especially
No,
academic.
no, as I said, the line
areas
of
that-
questioning is in order. I agree with that. I'm just suggesting you don't compare it to other witnesses.
And I certainly wasn't. I don't think he's in any way comparable to Ms. Galea, but I'll continue. Mr. Goff, so your experience in relation to this, the invasive species of Australia isn't by way of study. You've got no degree in this.
Would you
field?
like me to give you an answer? So I've.
No, he just wants to grandstand.
I can tell. So look, I've worked for New South Wales farmers as a livestock policy advisor.
Okay.
I've worked in New South Wales Parliament as well as an advisor. I've worked across with the Nature Conservation Council. I've worked across a range of areas in natural resource management, including in particular biosecurity and invasive species management over that time. I've also worked directly in agriculture over that time. And as you would be aware, the way that the Invasive Species Council conducts its advocacy is looking at the evidence, looking at the best practice that is out there, and advocating for the funding, the policies, the programs that are required to ensure that our environment is not doesn't continue to decline due to the impact of invasive species, because we know that invasive species are one of the greatest
I'm going to redirect you now from that point. I'm asking around your academic experience. In relation to the issues of the invasive species of Australia, what academic experience have you brought to this committee to provide evidence today?
I come to this committee as...
He said he hasn't got a degree.
Right.
And this is
Okay,
just a
thank you.
continued attempt to demean people who've come from the community to assist this committee. Frankly, it's pathetic.
Well, I was actually. It leads me perfect. That interjection leads me perfectly into my next question, given that I think at a press conference a number of weeks ago, you described I think Ms. Hurst, myself, Mr. Borsak, as the equivalent of anti-vaxxers. Is that correct?
No, it's not. I can tell you what I said, which was that the reliance on the evidence of Claire Galea in terms of making assessments of the number of feral horses was the equivalent of the anti-science rhetoric that we get from anti-vaxxers and the sort of climate change denialists that we get from people relying on people like Ian Plimer when it comes to climate science. That is what is going on here. You've got someone who is advocating a particular set of their own unique research on something without the qualifications. There is nothing in here that the Invasive Species Council has put together that is about our own unique research. This is us synthesising what is out there for the committee, but the people that we rely on are the experts, are the people with experience in conservation biology, in wildlife ecology, and people who've got some lived experience on the ground. And if you want someone who has actually been involved in removal of feral horses, I suggest you have a chat to our Indigenous ambassador, Richard Spain, who has
I haven't finished
a huge
with you
amount
yet.
of
I haven't
experience
finished
on the
with you yet,
ground,
Mr. Goff.
has been involved in removal of feral horses, and as one of the many people
I'll
that
let
we
you keep
rely
answering,
on.
but I am going to come back to you. So you can keep talking, but I'm going to keep asking you questions.
Go for it.
Mr. Goff, so you described those of us that were somewhat critical of the way that National Parks has formulated their surveys as equivalent of anti-vaxxers. Yet we've heard...
That's not what he said.
I don't think that was
That's
a
not
question.
what he said.
Was that a question?
No,
or were
I'm
you...
getting there. I'm getting there.
Oh, eventually.
But he shouldn't seek to get the answer he couldn't get through making a speech to the witness who's just said exactly the
Stop
opposite.
wasting my time,
This is
Stephen. You're not
totally
stop running
disturbing.
protection for him.
You're
He was a Green
totally
staffer. He wasn't a Labor staffer.
Order.
He was a Green staffer, mate. He wasn't a Labor staffer.
Order.
Speech
No,
making
we
to get
don't.
the answers he
We
could
don't
get.
need the extra commentary.
Apologies, Chair. Mr. Goff, so we've heard already today that there's a lack of transparency around the way that the numbers are published by New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service in relation to the Brumby numbers. Do you still consider the testimony by Claire Galea to be unreliable, given that she's indicated that the numbers the raw data isn't published by New South Wales, yet in places like Victoria, there is a wealth more of information that's provided to independently verify the numbers.
We rely on the work that the New South Wales government has done to ensure that their assessments have been independently verified, and we encourage Ms. Galea to seek to have something published in an academic journal if she believes she's got some new evidence to provide on this.
And this is where I'm coming back again full circle. What academic qualifications do you or your organisation have to be able to independently verify the information that's provided to you?
We don't pretend to independently verify.
I haven't finished my question yet. I haven't finished the question.
We rely on the university sector who have done that, and that is who we rely on. We do not do that independent verification, and we've never pretended to do that independent verification, Mr. Fang. And I'd like to understand whether the National Party are seriously arguing that when it comes to the management of our feral animals, we should not be using aerial control when it comes to deer and pigs.
Your position.
Mr. Goff, you're here to answer questions, not ask them.
That was a very good point.
You're not working for the Greens right now.
Order. Stop. We don't need everybody yelling over the top of each other.
I agree, Chair.
If
I've got more questions.
Yes, and you've got a moment for a couple more, and your colleague has been patiently waiting to ask
I'll let
hers
my
as
colleague
well.
go
Okay,
on.
we will move on to the Honourable Aileen McDonald.
I only have one question, and it's to the Honourable Associate Professor Richard Swain. So I believe you gave evidence to the Senate inquiry, and I just wanted you to expand on, I think you said, the anguish caused by the lack of effective management. So what damage or impact have you seen in the community that you spoke of earlier?
The springs of the Murrumbidgee and the Murray are desecrated by feral horses. They don't get a millimetre out of the ground before they're trampled. The Snowy River, the Kumbunji, the Bulrush, there's none, next to none in the 100 kilometres of park. And I know every millimetre of that river. I've even controlled most of the willows through that section. But as for Indigenous sites, they're just being trampled. So the Indigenous sites on that river are up on the next level out of the riparian zone. And they're the flat, nice camping areas, and they're the areas that the stallions use to dust bathe and lay their piles of dung. So you're getting artefacts that could be 20,000 years old being eroded and mixed to hard pack, so you're losing the strata layers of where the artefacts used to lay. So archaeologically it would be very hard now in a lot of that erosion to date artefacts. And then the species, so the food plants, they're like ice cream. They call them ice cream species to feral animals. So all the bulbine lilies, all the orchids, they're all eaten. If they're around, they're hiding under rocks. They're under so much pressure from the feral animals. The Kurrajong trees, I said at the Senate inquiry, the only saplings now are around the public toilet blocks because that's where the feral animals won't frequent. So the entire landscape is missing sapling Kurrajong trees. It's really sad, and it doesn't matter what. So I also run from the spring where the Murray begins through to the end of the park. I'm the only one licensed to do that, and it's an international embarrassment. It is an absolute disaster. You cannot drink the water up there. There are 4 plots on the Victorian side of the border that they've got fences. They're no bigger than this area here. Not much bigger than they wouldn't be bigger than a tennis court. And the fences are designed to only exclude horses. And the difference inside and outside is stark. You couldn't. You need, if you see it, you will not appreciate what we've done to that national park. And there's not much of Australia that Australia chose to care for. And really most national parks aren't because Australians care, they're because they're probably too rugged for them to capitalise in some other way. And this is a national park that Australia chose to care for. You know, McKell rode through it in 1944 and saw the damage done by hard-hoofed animals and declared it Kosciuszko State Park. When even back in the 1800s, when Strzelecki, he's the fellow who named Kosciuszko, he wrote to Governor Gipps and said that the squatters of the Monero are spoilers of the land, not improvers of the land. We've always known what hard-hoofed animals do, particularly to that soft country, that sphagnum country. And we've allowed this to go on for too long due to politicking, just politics. Nobody ever went up there and asked the country, how does it feel about this? It's taken me years to try and get people to turn this around, and I thank Penny Sharp for doing this. I really appreciate that the government is finally doing something for that piece of country.
And I would just ask a follow-up. If the population could be managed, could you see that some of the cultural sites could be remediated?
Yeah, so some of the damage is done. So a lot of the damage was done in the mid-1800s, but this is just a continuation. But definitely after a cull, not so much the horses, but whenever they've done a deer cull, I see a difference straight away. So the horses would make a huge difference if we could get the horses off that landscape, because they are the biggest consumer of that environment.
Thank you.
Mr. Swain, what's the optimal number of horses
sorry,
in the
Mr.
park?
Borzak, sorry, I did
Just
tell.
got one question.
Okay, you can throw one in.
What's the optimal number of horses in the park?
Well, me personally, none. But the 2016 plan, I think the scientists agreed that maybe 600 horses would be negligible damage, that it could be monitored and looked after. The 3,000 figure, that's just a figure that fell out of John Barilaro. I won't say what part of him it fell out of, but that is not scientific. It's nothing. It's just a figure to appease John Barilaro, and the country will not be able to sustain 3,000. It's about impacts. If there's 10 horses up there right now doing that damage, we need to get rid of 9.5 of them. It's that simple. It's about impact. It's never about the numbers. The numbers are nothing but a smokescreen for people to argue over.
Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Just to both of you, and thank you for coming. In terms of the landscape recovery, I know you just touched on it in terms of cultural sites, but do we have any understanding about, firstly, what the removal, how the ecologies and the ecosystems can recover or might recover, and what we're looking at in terms of that, and also perhaps to you, Mr. Goff, about what we know about the control of the other animals in the park, including through aerials. So both those questions, if I could, please.
We have the evidence of the recovery from 1966 through to actually it was earlier than that. It was 25 years the soil con were up there. My father was up there from 1966 to 1975. You get the stock off, the country wants to improve on its own. But the real high country, some of the plants up there only grow a millimetre a year. And we were unable to save a lot of it, but the government put money towards it, and it was remediated, and then nature was allowed to do it itself. The northern end of the park and the southern end of the park are two different stories. The northern end is a higher sort of rainfall. It's not a rain shadow. So from 1970, when it became a national park, late 60s, 70s, it recovered. 15 years later, things were looking really good. And then what's happened in the last 15 years is this horse issue has just started to grow and grow and grow, and we've gone back to square one. So Professor Jeff Hope said that a lot of the creeks and the rivers like the Murrumbidgee could be remediated now, but we're getting to the point where it's going to be too late.
And is that the sort of thing people refer to it as ecosystem collapse, that sort of thing? Is that what you're suggesting perhaps we're looking at if we weren't going down this path?
So the Water Watch figures for the upper Murrumbidgee are that's in decline. The bug count is dropping. The river is in decline. You've probably heard of the stocky galaxids. They live in 3 kilometres of Tantangara Creek. It's the last bit where the trout can't get at them. In that section there were 50 horse crossings, and a lot of our native fish didn't evolve in dirty water, they evolved in clear water, so when they lay their eggs, they rely on clean cobble for their eggs to stick to clean cobble. So if you throw hard-hoofed animals into that ecosystem, they put sediment in it, the cobble, the eggs can't stick to the cobble and our fish go extinct. So that area was fenced 18 months ago, and if you were to go there today, it looks totally different to the outside of that fence. The last government tried to fence that area because they were in this ridiculous situation of trying to not control the horses within the park.
A couple of things to add to that. One, horses at the moment are only in just over half of the park, and that geographic range is expanding as there has been lack of control. We've just had the first example with that count of actually seeing, potentially a reduction in the numbers reflected by government management effort rather than what's happened previously, where there's been 2 small reductions before, which has been in response to a really devastating drought in the early 2000s and also in response to the Black Summer bushfires. So that is good news that we're actually seeing that, both because of reducing the impact on some of the areas where the feral horses are, but also in stopping that increase in the geographic range, because that is something that is really at risk here. In terms of the other feral animals that we have in the park, that is certainly a real concern for us. There are increasing numbers of feral deer and there are numbers of feral pigs there that are causing similar levels of damage. The numbers aren't as high from the surveys as they are with the numbers of feral horses, but the other difference has been that there has been ongoing aerial control going on of those deer and pig populations. And actually I brought here to table for you, we got some information from the New South Wales government about the numbers of feral animals that have been controlled over the last 3 years using aerial shooting, ground shooting and baiting. Aerial shooting, ground shooting and trapping. And what it shows is that aerial shooting outside of horses in Kosciuszko National Park is basically routine and it's best practice when it comes to the management. There's been over 250,000 feral animals, pigs and deer in just the last 3 years removed by the local land services and the national parks in New South Wales using aerial shooting. And the figures I've put together here for the committee, which I can table, show that when it comes to that, about 88% of those were removed through aerial shooting. So this is what's routine in Kosciuszko National Park, and in that area, routinely aerial shooting has been going on for a number of years when it comes to deer and pig populations, and they've been flying straight over the feral horses because of that political impasse over the use of feral horses, over the shooting of feral horses, not because of the science, not because of not having clear standard protocols, not because we don't use aerial shooting for feral horses in lots of other parts of the country. In fact, the local land services in the last 3 years have removed 270 was with the with the trial. I'd have to get you the number exactly on notes, but a number of feral horses out in Western New South Wales using aerial shooting. So we were doing this not on national parks land already. It's just been an impasse, and we do know one of the differences though between feral horses and the feral pigs and deer is that growth rate. So as one of the other witnesses said earlier, about 18% growth rate when it comes to feral horses every year, and when it comes to deer and pigs, deer it's about 35 to 50% growth rate, and pigs it's well over 70%. Which means that we do actually have an opportunity with feral horses to really get on top of the numbers. And if we do have a program that the national parks are allowed to roll out of aerial shooting, we do expect that they will be able to start to get those numbers down over the next couple of years relatively quickly and start to reduce the impacts on the park. It is a lot more difficult with pigs because you have to remove about 70%, and it's more difficult with deer because you have to remove at least 35% every year just to get a reduction. So we've got an opportunity still with feral horses, but I also heard from the RSPCA, which I think is really important for the committee to be aware of, which is every time we delay, every time that we only reach just the population growth rate or we come under it, it means more horses have to be killed. There is a huge animal welfare cost to delay. And that's something that's really important for us to recognise in this issue.
Miss Abigail Boyd.
Thank you. Can I just ask, obviously I'm no shooting expert, but I'm just learning a little bit.
Knock me down with a feather.
I know, it's shocking. I'm learning a little bit today. My big question is why, and I think I know what you're going to say, but please, I'm going to let you you say it. Why aren't we just doing ground shooting? If particularly, and I get what you're saying about aerial shooting is used for other animals. They tend to be smaller. I've heard the concerns from my colleagues here around horses are obviously a particular type of animal. Why, if in your submission you are confident that ground shooting is humane, why aren't we using ground shooting more than we're using aerial shooting?
So the government has been using ground shooting since the implementation of this plan, which is good news because that means that we have started to see an increase in the number removed. But the population has basically, in the what we've seen between 2022 and 2023, potentially a 7% decline, but basically it stayed static. For the numbers that we're removing, just over 2,000 in that time, that is what is needed to keep the population static. And that is with a really increased program of ground shooting. The reality is that we have a very large number of feral horses over a very large area that we are trying to get down in a short period of time. So potentially with ground shooting we can get, and this is the advice from national parks, and it's the advice that we've had from experts looking at this, is that you can potentially get above that population growth rate in terms of ground shooting with a really big increase in the number of resources that go into it. But then you're looking at a very slow decline, which massively increases the number of feral horses that have to be killed over time because they're constantly increasing. So with the use of aerial shooting, what it allows us to do is use, we get professionals using a safe, humane technique to remove those animals, and we can do it.
Can I just, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Can I just stop you there? Because everything I've heard is that the ground shooting is, although we can dispute how humane aerial culling is, all of the submissions seem to indicate that ground shooting is more humane. So is the issue that it's going to take a lot longer to do it on ground, and we don't have that time because we need to act urgently, or is it also an element of cost? If we put more resources into this from a government perspective, to pay for ground shooting, could we achieve the same results or not really?
So I think there's a few things to that, and one of them, I'd love to table a literature review on the humaneness and effectiveness of aerial shooting, and this is something that the New South Wales government put together, so this is from them, not from us, but in that, it disputes the idea that ground shooting is more humane, and basically the biggest factor is the skill of the shooter as to which is more humane, and aerial shooting under really ideal circumstances can be more humane, is what that literature review suggests. And so that's the first thing on it. Second thing is, when it comes to humaneness, there's a few elements to it. Firstly, there's the humaneness of the specific kill of the specific animal, and secondly, there's the humaneness of killing a huge number of more animals because we've slowed down the process of removals. And
again, though, I'm focused
there's the humaneness of the impact
whether this
on
is
our
a
native
cost
species
issue. So I think when we're looking at what is the best method from, what is most humane, and absolutely the research shows that aerial culling in particular circumstances can be humane, in particular, open terrain, etc., and other studies are showing that the ground shooting can be more humane, particularly in those covered areas. I understand that there's a bit of a mixture, and there's also a lack of data, to be frank. What I'm most concerned about is that we're not choosing one method over another simply because of the cost, and that's what I'm trying to get out of you, really.
I think. Or I'd just say, I think it's something for the National Parks and Wildlife Service to speak to them about that. But there are limits with ground shooting to the ability to remove large numbers of animals in a landscape just because of the vastness of that landscape and the way that they move. So the advice we have is that there are limits to being able to do that, even if you have, vast numbers of people suddenly go into those landscapes at the scale. But
and can I just ask though, it is the case that
sorry, Mr. Higginson, the government and myself haven't asked any questions, and there's only 6 minutes left, so I might ask you to put that one on notice. I'll just do a couple questions and then I'll throw to the government. I'm wondering if you've met with the Minister for Environment about the aerial shooting of brumbies, or anyone in her office, and advocated for this.
Yes.
How many meetings have you had with the Minister for Environment's office since Labor formed government about this issue specifically? I'm happy for you to take that on notice if you don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain only one, which was in the Kosciuszko National Park just after the government came. I haven't met with the Minister about this since then.
I was there too.
And you're both there.
Yeah, we're both there.
He gets asked.
Have you lobbied any other ministers, shadow ministers, or elected members of Parliament on this issue?
I have.
You have?
Lots.
I've certainly spoken to members of Parliament when I've been at Parliament. I don't know that there's been any specific meetings. I mean, we had the situation where at the New South Wales election we had Labor, the Liberal National Party and the Greens all backing a rapid reduction of the number of feral horses in Kosciuszko National Park, and that has allowed the government to then have the freedom to ensure that that occurs, and so then a lot of our work has been providing advice right at the start and then working.
So you were
with
lobbying for that,
submissions
for those commitments from those parties?
We were definitely, we were certainly engaged ahead of the election with parties, making sure that they committed to protecting Kosciuszko National Park and the wildlife there. Yes.
And have you met with any of the MPs in this inquiry about this specific inquiry prior to giving evidence today?
I spoke to Ms Higginson and I spoke to
Yeah, I
Stephen
saw you
Lawrence
roaming
just
a
ahead of
level
this
Sorry,
inquiry.
order. Sorry, I missed the end of that. You said you spoke to Ms Sue Higginson?
And I spoke to the Honourable Stephen Lawrence just at the lunch break just
I dropped you in it.
But
No, it didn't drop me in it at all.
But we were talking about cats.
Nothing.
So
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it was
Sorry,
not
so
a-
my question
Yeah.
specifically was, have you met with any MPs in this inquiry about this inquiry prior to giving evidence today?
Yes.
So if you're talking about cats, that's obviously not
Well,
about this
we
inquiry.
mentioned this, and actually I think when you and I met the Honourable Eileen McDonald, we also mentioned
literally 10 minutes ago.
Order,
I
order,
believe him.
order.
I believe him.
Yeah,
I
haven't
can't
had
hear the answers when everyone's talking.
I haven't had specific meetings about this, but
No.
it's definitely come up in meetings I've had, probably with you as well, Miss Boyd, to talk about the issue, and with Miss
About
McDonald.
this
Yes.
inquiry. I
About
don't
this
think.
inquiry.
I
Okay.
don't think about
When the
Well,
government
just
announced
about
their
the issue.
consultation,
Yeah, the issue,
did you email your members and encourage them to make submissions?
Sorry, this inquiry.
No, the government's inquiry, their consultation.
We definitely went out to our supporters and encouraged them to engage with it. Yes.
Did you provide any performers? for
Yes,
submissions?
we encourage people to make submissions to that were as often occurs.
And how many submissions went through that performer system?
I'd have to take it on notice.
6,373 according to your website.
Oh, good read.
Excellent. Well, we did a good job then, didn't we?
Yeah, good read.
And did you
donate to us.
Did you provide any submission suggestions to the members as well to make a submission outside of the performer, like
Sorry,
a submission
to the members here?
guideline?
Sorry, I don't know what you mean by that. To the members of Parliament?
No. In addition to a performer, did you provide a submission suggestion to your members to make a submission to the government's consultation?
We don't have members that we go out to, but certainly to people who support the Invasive Species Council, we encourage them
Sorry,
to
you
make
don't
a
have
submission.
members? You don't have members of the Invasive Species Council? There's no membership base?
I'd have to take it on notice. Certainly,
Your
I have.
annual
I think we may
report
have
says you've got
members
about
as part of the
230.
constitutional process, but I'm talking about we have supporters that we engaged with.
If you had a degree, you might know.
Okay, so did you then give submission suggestions to your supporters to make a submission?
Yes.
Okay, and that was in addition to the performer?
Yes.
I think I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Just answer yes.
Okay, so some people give
We went-
submission suggestions, so points
Gotta
that you
give
might like
one.
to make in your submission, and then other people also have a performer. So you've said that you have a performer, and the other question was, did you also have submission suggestions that you make to your supporters while encouraging them to make their own submission outside of the performer?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Oh, now we're
my
vague.
memory. No, I'm not trying to be vague. My memory is that we went out to our supporters and asked them to make submissions using that.
Using just the performer.
The pro forma, and then engaged with other organisations as well,
Yeah.
like not to supporters, but organisations on things that they may like to raise. and provided our submission to them.
So, and which organisations was that?
So I
so
actually
vague.
can't remember.
Order.
I can take that on notice as to which organisations we engaged with. Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
It would have been a large number.
Thank you. And if you could also take on notice, if you've got the information as to how many submissions those organisations were able to get through the performer as well, that'd be really useful.
Yes, I can ask. I can ask them.
Thank
I don't
you.
know how. Yes.
Thank
Can
you.
I- can I
The
question-
government has. some
Thanks, Chair.
questions.
I've
So
got
my
some-
question for Mr. Goff is, I was just wondering if you could explain to us in quite practical terms, because this is not my expertise either, why
It's not his.
aerial shooting
Order.
is so much more effective and efficient than ground shooting. What practically means that it is so, and how much more efficient and effective is it in terms of killing the animals?
Can I throw to Mr. Swain first, because I think it was a similar question you were about to answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very rugged park. It's 6 million hectares. So getting ground shooters even into locations, you'd probably have to aerially drop them a lot of the times. With aerial culling, you can position the horse. So if it's in a waterway, you can landscape position it. You can herd it up a little bit before you drop it. You can also pick off an entire mob, so you don't leave foals without mothers, etc. Ground shooting, you get to shoot depending on your distance and your suppressor, etc. Whether they scatter or not, and your view. So the aerial culling gives you a good backdrop because all shots are going down, so you have a good backdrop for any projectile anomalies, and you can take out an entire mob, so that takes away that pressure as well. The other thing is that nobody's mentioning is every day there's horses up there. It is inhumane on all the species that evolve there. Every day. So aerial culling is the most effective. So we need a rapid reduction because we haven't done it for so long. We now need to get rid of the same as many per year as there were when John Barilaro started down this journey. And had we just done it then, we wouldn't even be here today. And so it's basically landscape, distance and topography.
Thanks, Professor. Anything you'd like to add to that, Mr. Goff?
So I guess the other aspect of it is the ability to move with the horses if they move is a function of being in the air and being a lot higher than them. And so that allows you, for example, if one of the feral animals goes over a ridgeline, to follow them over that ridgeline, something that's not available to you if you're on the ground. So that's a very important aspect of it. The other aspect is, which is, I'm actually not sure if thermal scopes have started to be used with the New South Wales culling program. That's probably a question to national parks.
They
but
said they had.
They have been, yeah. Well, certainly the use of thermal scopes from the air allows a lot better picture of what's going on, particularly in times where there is lower light, mornings when they're up in the air in the mornings, and also that then allows them also to go through some areas of lower canopy cover as well, which they otherwise aren't as able to do with thermal scopes. So you've got a very different picture coming down as opposed to going across into the landscape. So that's why it's more effective.
Yeah.
In terms
I also asked how much more effective. I anticipate that's probably an impossible question, but are you able to give some sort of estimate?
I couldn't, but I can take on notice if we've got data on that.
Sure, thank you.
And can I just clear though, like it is only one. The government keeps talking about it is only one tool in the toolbox, and is that your understanding, Mr. Swain?
Yeah. So well, I've met with even some of the people here today. I've been advocating for this since 2018 that we needed all the tools in the toolbox, and this was the one we were missing.
Mr. Goff, I've heard Mr. Swain's answer. What's the optimal number of horses in the park as far as you're concerned in the Invasive Species Council?
We've got a similar response, which is that it depends on impact, and that having large numbers of horses in the park is not compatible with the...
He said none. You're saying the same?
The information we've been provided is that getting to know horses in that park would be quite difficult. But at the moment, we've got a plan which looks at getting to 3,000 horses. That number, as Mr. Swain said, has no magic to it. It was made up purely for political
No, but
purposes. It was a
with
deal
respect, you're
that
not
was
answering my
struck.
question.
And
You're
that-
obfuscating around the question.
No surprise.
I'm not obfuscating.
What-
We
what's-
would love it.
I asked
We would
you
love
what
there to
your
be no
opinion in
horses
invasive
in our
species
national
council.
park.
He just said they would love it
opinion
to be
would
none.
Sue, he's not asking you.
He
You
just
are-
said they
you-
would love
you were
it.
saying it's
Order.
none? You were saying
The
it's none?
witnesses can answer the question.
It would be
themselves.
fantastic to have no horses and no other invasive species in our national parks. These are areas we've set aside as examples of Australia's native wildlife, Australia's ecosystems. These are areas that we've decided to protect for future generations because of their ecological values as places that our future generations can visit. They are being trashed and trampled by feral horses. They are being destroyed by weeds. They are being destroyed by other hard-hoofed feral animals like the deer and the pigs. It would be great if we could get to none of them in there and we could have a return of those landscapes to the sort of environment that was there a couple of hundred years ago. It will be unlikely that we get to zero, is the point I am making. We will need ongoing management, partly because we know that people tend to release horses illegally into that park when they're sick of their horses.
What's your evidence for
they
that?
go and drive.
What's your evidence for that?
That is what there is.
What's your evidence for that?
I've got one last
There is
question. I wanna ask
significant
Mr. Goff.
anecdotal evidence.
Don't talk anecdotal. What's
Yeah.
your evidence for the assertion you made? You just asserted that people take horses and release them
Evidence-based
into the park.
organisation, you said.
I will come back to your notice with some with the evidence around that. But
That'd be
similar to hunters illegally transporting pigs,
course,
for
that's another
example,
one.
into
Mr.
South
Goff, I've got
Australia,
one-
or
Mr.
a
Goff,
deer
don't
into South
transport
Australia.
themselves from
Order.
Tasmania.
There are too many
I
people
know that
talking.
this is uncomfortable evidence in both respects, but he frankly should be allowed to give it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Look,
and
I
to
am
the
gonna.
point of order,
Yeah.
I should be also allowed to ask the question in reverse and seek an answer, because what he just said is simply not backed by any fact. Kosciuszko National Park primarily is full of sambar deer, as you know, and they come from where?
They're coming from the south. I have not said
From
that
Victoria.
Exactly. I've not said sambar deer were moved into Victoria. I've said
And fallow
that
deer.
pigs have been
And fallow deer.
recently moved in significant numbers into South Australia by
And
hunters
fallow deer.
illegally.
I
And
know.
that is
Order,
something
order.
that we know
I think
happens
we're
all
sort
over
of
the place.
Your implication
we
is
are
that it's
straying
happening here.
from the terms of
Chair,
reference.
You know
One
that's
last
misleading.
question.
For horses,
Order.
yes.
Order.
Witnesses.
I know
All you're
that people
doing
are
is
getting
slandering
tired.
recreational shooters
Order,
because that's what you
Mr.
do.
Borzak.
I've got a very
Thank you.
important
Look, we
question
have
that-
gone over. If
got-
you're happy to take one last question from Mr. Fang before we go to
Go for it,
Mr.
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 Fang.
Goff, we heard from the Minister there was about 11,000 submissions, I think, in relation to the government's request into the provision of aerial shooting. And the Minister said there was about 82%. I think you referenced it in your opening statement, and you said that it was good that the government received 82% of those submissions in respect of supporting aerial culling. Now, having a look at your website, where you have the pro forma form and you have the example email that you send in, we've SA52'd the submission, so we should be able to see those shortly. This website here says it's got 6,373 people that made a submission through this portal. Now, if I look at the 11,000 that were made and I take away the 6,373 and I look at the 82%, I get a factor of about 2,600 that were in support of aerial culling and about 3,000 that were opposed to aerial culling. So if it is the case that your pro forma form, which you called for submissions on your Facebook page about 8 times, I think it is, to your 16,000 likes, is
Point of order. This
the...
is a complete irrelevant.
Is
conversation.
if it's the case that the pro formas removed mean that more people were opposed to aerial shooting than were supportive.
There are so many
I
holes.
guess what I'd say to you, Mr. Fang, is it is not easy for people to make a submission saying that they support the killing of an animal, particularly the killing of an animal through aerial shooting.
You made it quite easy through your website.
That is a very high bar for people to... This is not saying, hey, make a submission to save this tree next door. This is quite a high bar for people to be engaged.
Especially of Marine Farouqi's
And you
place.
have had... And you've seen there that 82% of 11,000 submissions were in favour of shooting an animal from the air, which is a very high bar. And that is because there's been a shift in public opinion. People understand the impacts are too big. They don't want to see horses killed. No one wants to see that, but they understand that we've got ourselves into a really difficult situation.
You
that
titled it "Save the Snowies." You didn't title it "Let's shoot a horse."
If we want to save the Snowies,
you titled it
we
"Save
need
the
to
Snowies."
remove
Order.
the feral horses quickly.
You've mislabelled
These
this
people-
submission.
Order. I think that comes to the end of our session well and truly. Thank you for coming. Order. Thank you for coming to give evidence today. I know that there was some questions taken on notice. The committee may have further questions, which the committee secretariat will be in contact with.
Table these ones?
Table any documents that you wish to. And thank you again for coming to give evidence today. The committee is now having a very short afternoon tea break, and we will be back at roughly 3:45. Thank you. Welcome back. And thank you to our next witnesses for coming to give evidence today. I'll start by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name's Richard Kingsford from the University of New South Wales, Director of the Centre for Ecosystem Science, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Eldridge?
My name is David Eldridge. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to give?
Just a very brief one. Just for committee members, I have been in wildlife management for 4 decades with expertise in aerial surveys, invasive species management and freshwater ecosystems. My colleague Dr. Eldridge has also been working on wildlife management for a similar time with experience particularly in working in Kosciuszko, horse management, land degradation and invasive species. Our Centre for Ecosystem Science at the University of New South Wales, has about 60 scientists, including PhD students, and we look and investigate a range of environmental sustainability issues relevant to management so that we can provide some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking to see which committee members may want to start. Ms. Sue Higginson?
Thank you. I'd love to. Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission. Obviously, I know about some of your work and have followed it. There's been, you're probably aware of it, but we've heard evidence about the methodology used and the credibility of that, and actually some quite firm discrediting of that in terms of population estimates. I know that you're very familiar with the methods used. What would you say to that, in that criticism, in relation to where we are right now and the condition of Kosciuszko and the imperative and the need to reduce the horse numbers?
So I understand you're referring to the method of aerial surveys and estimating animal populations.
Yes.
And in terms of that background, I do aerial surveys of water birds, but so I'm familiar with the technique generally and the theory behind it. Look, fundamentally, it is a really important and credible and rigorous method of estimating wildlife populations, and people have been doing it all over the world for decades. And there is a fair bit of argument, and I've seen some of the argument today, around whether or not you're adequately sampling a particular area, because you can't do a census on wildlife. And essentially, part of it is arriving at a useful, repeatable index. And let's face it, in public policy, we're using indices all the time. We have health indices, we have employment, we have economic indices. We also have wildlife indices. When we do our aerial surveys of water birds, we develop an index because we're essentially measuring the same animal populations using the same techniques over time. So that's not necessarily the same as an accurate estimate of exactly how many there are there, but it does provide you an analysis over time. Then you can use that to look at trends and impacts that are occurring. In terms of my colleague, Dr. Eldridge has done research on impacts, but certainly with the number of horses that we've seen in the park and in the Alps, they are causing significant damage. I have a lot of, I think the estimates that the government has come up with their surveys are highly credible. The fact that they have a rigorous sampling design, the fact that they're essentially using a technique which is repeatable and one that, first of all, stratifies the area into high-density horses and low-density horses, and with very high percentages sampled. You know, we're talking 20%
of the area sampled. For most surveys that are done in public policy sometimes and in wildlife, 10% is and above is considered a pretty good number.
And so, Professor Eldridge, in terms of impacts on the park, is the approach that, do you think, in your view, is the approach that we're taking at the moment in terms of best estimate that we can in terms of population based on the methodologies that are used, and in addition to impacts and the evidence of impacts, can you think of any other way that we could approach trying to improve the ecosystems of Kosciuszko at the moment?
I can't speak specifically to the veracity of the measurement technique. I understand that it's the best available. It's an index, as Richard has said. The issue is total number of animals, and when you get to the number of animals that we have in Kosciuszko at the moment, they are going to cause a large amount of damage. They are hard-hooved. Our soils and our plants and our native animals have not co-evolved in the presence of these hard-hooved animals. They have a large body size, and so many of their effects are not direct effects. They're not eating lizards, they're not eating birds, they're not eating the broad-toothed rat, but they are destroying the habitat. And one of the studies that we did showed that they have a significant indirect effect on native mammals by reducing the structure of the vegetation. Now that might be fine in Western New South Wales or Eastern Australia, but in an environment where there is a lot of snow, animals rely on a large grass cover, a tall grass cover, to provide habitat, to provide protection when after it has snowed. So these rats build tunnels beneath the snow, and that provides support for them. They're able to live during during the winter events, and they're able to forage freely. What horses do is they reduce the amount of grass. The grass is too short, you can't make those tunnels, and the animals just perish. So I think the biggest impact of these horses is that they are reducing habitat quality. And getting rid of horses, getting horses down to a sustainable level, and we could argue all day about what sustainability means, but getting them down to a much lower level than they currently are today is the only way that I see that you can protect this fragile ecosystem. And it's going to get more critical as we move towards a hotter and a drier environment.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the opposition?
Just in relation to the evidence that was given earlier today, do you have the opportunity to, I guess, observe some of the hearing, either online or?
I didn't, but I have talked to my colleague who did observe some of it.
Okay. Did you happen to catch the evidence from Claire Galea?
I didn't, but again, my colleague gave me some background on that. Yeah.
Okay. She indicated that in relation to the methodology that's employed by National Parks and Wildlife Service in relation to the Brumbie numbers, that the peer reviewing that the government cites as supporting those numbers is not actually academically peer reviewing, it's reviewing by other organisations. Is that, in your experience, an appropriate way to peer review, to not have an academic type review? And the second part of that question is then, when you've got an organisation that's developed that methodology, criticising the application of it in relation to the numbers, which Claire Galea indicated was the case, what should happen from a scientific evidentiary basis, where the person that's developed that methodology criticises its application?
I'll go to your last comment first question. I'm not aware of what that criticism is. I have read the latest report from National Parks in terms of the 2023 results and methodology. And I'll come to your first question a bit later, but I guess I'm certainly, in reading that, it's quite clear there's a rigorous and transparent methodology backed up with references to peer-reviewed literature throughout, both in terms of aerial surveys, but also in terms of statistical models that are used. So I certainly have a lot of experience peer-reviewing papers, and I've published a lot of peer-reviewed papers, and I read that as I would as a referee, and certainly I felt that and with my background on aerial survey, that it was a rigorous approach. Having said that, to the first part of your question about what is the process, normally the process is, as you said, is to publish your papers in peer-reviewed journals, and that builds the credibility of the methodology. I do think there's an opportunity with the work that is being done for that to be submitted for peer review. Some of the earlier surveys were peer-reviewed, I'm aware of that, and the methodologies. I think sometimes where you've got fairly rapid surveys each year, it takes time to go through that peer review process. And in lieu of that, governments, and it's not just governments, but many organisations will embark on a peer review by identifying experts in the field, and my understanding is the National Parks have consulted experts in terms of the methodology, and my understanding is that they have assessed it as being rigorous, and certainly that would be my view.
So I've just found, so it was the University of St Andrews in Scotland who developed the computer model that is being used to, I guess, develop the range of numbers that we're seeing, the 12,000 to 22,000, thereabouts. And they reviewed the 2014 and 2019 reports from National Parks and Wildlife, and they had certain criticisms around the way that the implementation of that modelling occurred. So in circumstances where the University of St Andrews, who developed the computer model, is criticising the implementation of that, does that not ring alarm bells? Should that ring alarm? Let me rephrase. Should that ring alarm bells in relation to academic, rigorous, or the academic rigours that have been applied to the modelling of these numbers?
My response to that would be probably to take that on notice to come back to you, and I need to read what that criticism is, because there's a range of criticisms that people make about these things without being specific about what that criticism is and the assumptions.
Yep.
Then I would need
Can
to.
I add one point for you?
Sure.
I think where the argument first came from, particularly in relation to the 2014 and 2019 counts, was that it was the clusters, and that because the cluster was below the recommended number of 60 to 80, there was then criticism about the application of the methodology and the extrapolation. However, and I tried to put this earlier, the 2020, 21 and 22 counts didn't repeat that same issue. But I'm just wondering, do you have an understanding, given your aerial surveying, around this cluster aspect?
Look, I don't, and again, I would like to take that on notice to come back to the committee on. But the issue is that often we're talking about different groups of animals. Yeah. So a lot of the time, a cluster for elephants is going to be much bigger than a cluster for horses or a cluster for another species. Yeah. So, and these models are inevitably approximations of reality. And so they're going to be subject to a whole lot of uncertainty. But as somebody involved in this, I would need to unpick some of those assumptions and come back with a considered response.
So I've got two more questions just in relation to what you've just effectively provided an answer to. as you said, they're estimations, these models. And so we've got a circumstance where the current numbers that have been modelled provide us a number between around 12,000 to 22,000, give or take, you know, a couple of hundred. That variance is astronomical when you're talking about, you know, a percentage difference. You know, you could almost say that it's, you know, somewhere between half to one, or, you know, one and then double. Like, to have that variance between the two numbers that are estimated in the park. When you've got a model that provides such a variance, does that not provide some level of concern as to the methodology?
I'm not convinced it's a model that's giving you that variance. This actually might be real in the sense that you've got a lot of variation in those populations across that sampling regime. Any sampling of populations in any survey will have an estimate of variance. Most of what we as a community see are samples of human indices, and they tend to be quite defined. We're talking about a very variable environment with horses across that. So I think there are still credible estimates. The fact that they're reporting uncertainty is very important.
Yeah, but I mean, if I was to put that in other terms, the variance would be like saying Australia has somewhere between 25 million and 45 million people, and we're just not sure. We know they're somewhere in the middle there. To have that sort of variance would be unusual, would it not?
Well, for people, I'm sure.
For people.
I think that the challenge, I think, is we're talking about a wild environment, and we're talking about highly variable group of species. And I think unless you do much higher, more intense sampling.
Well, this is where you just led me to exactly where I was about to go to, which is there's an indication from Claire Galea that there is perhaps a better way. Now, she's indicated that, you know, that might be using drones and thermal imaging, RGB, you know, cameras and the like. But at least there's another method that's been employed in Victoria that seems to be providing better numbers. Where there is a better way, is there not, I guess, a requirement on us to have those rigours put on the numbers?
Getting a better way doesn't actually deal with the problem. It's essentially you need a repeatable method that allows you to see what trends are over time. I'm not convinced, and we use a lot of drones. We've tried drones and videos on aerial surveys. They've all failed, and they're not able to actually cover the sort of ground that's required. I think we should always be looking at innovative ways of doing things, but inevitably we need to then ask ourselves the question, how does that then compare to long-term data using the same methodology over time to give us, if you like, a more accurate estimate? So unfortunately, there's no panacea here in terms of methodology.
Can I just give you, Professor, what we're actually talking about? Because I know what Mr. Fang's getting at. So what we're talking about now, and this was tabled this morning, is 12,934 is the lower end.
I understand that.
And 22,536 with a 95% confidence of the 12,934. The Minister tabled that from the October annual survey today.
Yes.
So does that, given your expertise in doing exactly these, do those numbers provide any outlier to you, or does that seem perfectly within the methods?
Well, I mean, they're 95% confidence limit. So the chances of a 12,000 are very slim in a 95% confidence limit. That's why the average is in the middle. That's the most credible answer.
Yeah.
The extremes are less credible. So you can't just say it's likely that it's going to be 12,000 or the other figure at the higher end. It's much more likely that it's in the middle. And that's essentially what the probability will tell you.
Thank you.
Professor King, so the system you use primarily is grid-based surveying, is it not?
We use Transex.
Transex, yeah.
Are you talking about waterbirds here, or are you talking about...
I think I'm starting with waterbirds.
Right.
And then how is that adapted to the environment that you find in, or would you find in Kosciuszko National Park?
It's a completely different technique, except that we're obviously doing aerial surveys. With waterbirds, we count whole wetlands on survey bands. In Kosciuszko National Parks, there's a distance sampling approach where transects are counted with 150 metres within those transects.
Right, so the surveys, and there's some well-published data on surveys in the park going back to, I think, 2004. Have those surveys always been done using the same processes as we're seeing now?
Much
to
the
your
same.
knowledge?
I'm not totally across that, but I think most recently they've been trying to use the same techniques.
Professor Eldridge, can you shed any light on that?
I'm sorry, that's slightly out of my area of expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Bob Nanva.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a question about another model that was put to the committee this morning by Mrs. Galea, the mark recapture model, which is the approach being taken in Victoria. Do you have any views on that in terms of whether it could be applied as a methodology at Kosciuszko National Park?
So my understanding of mark recapture with aerial surveys
So I
is...
think it was mark recite. I don't think it was
Mark
recapture, and I
recite?
think that's a different model possibly.
Yes.
Oh,
There's three models.
They're similar in the sense
Okay.
that they're using similar methodology analytically. Mark recapture's essentially been developed with animals in traps, but in the aerial survey world, it's used where you have another observer behind one, and they're essentially counting the number together and essentially seeing which ones are miscited. So you can then develop some estimate of, you know, the number that might be missed during aerial survey.
Okay.
I think
What wouldn't miss one?
I think it's useful. I think it's there are, you know, it gives you slightly more idea of what the accuracy is, but I still think that most of the wildlife questions, including this one, that society is confronted with, can be can be investigated in terms of indices. In other words, you use the same methods and they're repeatable in terms of timing and techniques that allow you to see what the trends are.
Okay. Just coming back to the earlier answer regarding the variances, I just wanted to, 'cause, not quite across the detail of all of this, I just want to be sure that I've accurately interpreted your answer. So,
It's good that you're doing one.
would you agree that it is statistically probably more accurate to say that the estimates of population is closer to the centre of the confidence interval than to the extremes?
Correct.
Right, so if the variance is between 12 and 25,000, then more realistically we're probably talking about a population of about 18,000.
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of alternative methodologies, again, Mr. Galea has a criticism that distance sampling is not an appropriate methodology for these sort of complex situations. In terms of statistical models and world best practice in Australia, is there a model that you would recommend for the habitat that we're dealing with in Kosciuszko?
Look, I haven't read or seen any other techniques that are used anywhere in the world, let alone Kosciuszko, that would improve on distance sampling. It's an accepted technique for doing aerial surveys of a whole range of different animals. The confidence around estimates are always going to be subject to the types of habitats you've got, the sorts of species that you're actually sampling for, and you know the sampling regime that you've got. So that's where a lot of that variance comes from. I'm not aware of any other techniques that would be easily implemented in lieu of what is currently being used by the National Parks and Wildlife Service.
Have you had any concerns around, I suppose, the execution of distance sampling methodology in Australia? Previous survey reports, you said you've seen the 2023 sample.
Yeah.
are there any red flags that arise based on your professional judgment when you've gone through those survey reports?
No, I've not seen anything that isn't WELS best practice in terms of the methodology that's used and the analysis that's undertaken after that. It seems very rigorous to me.
Sorry, one more, Chair.
No, that's okay.
So there's obviously a lot of controversy and conjecture around the count method that has sort of vexed this issue for quite some time now. If I can just get to the detail of the 2023 sample, and you may just wish to take this on notice, but as I understand it, the 2023 survey involved 1,900 odd kilometres of transects across 4 survey blocks. That covered about 239,000 hectares of the national park. Given the width of the transects, you then effectively have 21% of the total survey blocks. 41 clusters of those of horses were cited. 411 clusters of horses were cited, including 269 clusters in the northern block, 117 in the southern, which is well above the allegation that there's only... which goes beyond the allegation that there are only 60 to 80 clusters, as mentioned by a witness this morning. Is there anything with respect to those findings, that approach, that would stand out to you as requiring review?
Look, I mean, standard practice in any wildlife and in fact any survey of any population, including human populations, is to do stratified sampling. In other words, you identify where the greatest concentration is and the greatest effort. And my reading of the 2023 report indicates that all those assumptions have been carried out correctly, and I don't have any concerns about the approach in terms of the actual collection of data or the analysis of that data. But if there are some specific issues relating to anything else, I'm happy to take those on notice.
Can I just ask one final thing on the submission? Thank you. Professor Eldridge, the submission that was provided has some images in there about impacts. Is it your... I just wanted to quickly hear from you about those actual impacts, and what is your view in terms of the capacity for us to recover the Kosciuszko National Park?
Okay, there's a couple of issues here. The first thing is that there are substantial current degradation issues associated with horse activity in Kosciuszko National Park. The images in the report that Professor Kingsford submitted shows a substantial number of images that I have taken myself, along with National Park staff and in my role as a Department of Planning and Environment research scientist a few years ago. Some of those areas will recover naturally, but not in the presence of the current horse populations. Those horse populations will need to be reduced substantially. My big fear is that if we don't control horses and we don't control a large number of horses very soon, then they will continue to move further and further up into the alpine areas, into the very sensitive sphagnum moss areas. Now, those areas have developed over thousands of years, and they're very, very sensitive, and they're very difficult to restore. And they're the areas that are the critical areas for water. I mean, this is where the Murray River starts, at the top of those Alps, and those sphagnum mosses beds are critically important. So, in answer to your question, I think if we can reduce feral horse numbers substantially, I mean substantially, not just a couple of thousand. If there are 17,000, in my view, we need to get rid of as many as possible. then some of these grassland areas will recover, but the sphagnum areas will take a lot longer to recover.
Thank you. Well, thank you both for coming in to give evidence today. I believe that there was a couple of questions taken on notice, but also the committee might have further questions, which the committee secretariat will be in contact with you about. And thank you again for coming to give evidence today and sharing your expertise.
Thank you very much.
You just got to last another 45 minutes.
It's never too late for something to come up urgently.
I know.
Just,
Yeah. It's something will happen.
You-
Fire outbreak.
That's right. Oh, don't.
We're going to lockdown.
Don't.
Do you want me to tell you about when I got my brumbies?
Don't.
Sphagnum areas will take them.
Thank you both. Welcome to our next witnesses. I will start with the witness in the room. If you could please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
My name is Andrew Mallon. I represent the Australian Hunters International and I appear as their firearms and ballistics specialist. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I now move to our witness that is online, Mr. Brian Boyle. If you could please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Yeah, Brian Boyle, Environmental Consultant to Australian Hunters International Inc. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from
Yes,
your
there is.
organisation? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. My colleague Brian Boyle and I each have over 50 years' experience in hunting and many decades' involvement in hunting management, law enforcement, firearms safety training, ethical hunter education, feral animal control, both ground and aerial shooting, numerous pest control programs in Australia and New Zealand, as well as recreational hunting in Australia, New Zealand and Africa. I have over 50 years' experience in firearms use, safety training, ballistics and load development, using all bullet types and weights. I've recently retired after an 8-year stint as the manager of the busiest outdoor rifle range in Sydney. We understand that shooting is an important tool for managing terrestrial wildlife populations worldwide. Pests are as capable of suffering as their domesticated counterparts, and pest control operations have an impact on their welfare, as shown by increasing research. Our concern is that this impact is often neglected or ignored in Australia in the quest for departmental fiscal efficiencies and politics. We are concerned with paucity of actual research in Australia to enable a real assessment of the animal welfare outcomes for animals of various sizes that are shot from a helicopter with calibers and bullets of various sizes and construction. Detailed research is required investigating body mass, allometric and isometric scaling, comparative physiology, wound ballistics and linear kinematics. This is needed to quantify and evaluate the quality of shooting processes, time to insensibility and death by species and by body size within species. Other variables need to be investigated, such as if the animal has a full paunch or if it's pregnant. The assessment on the animal welfare outcomes of the 270 horses shot recently in Kosciuszko National Park is appallingly inadequate and lacking in detail. We have concerns that animals shot on an average of 7 times and up to a maximum of 15 times was somehow considered humane in the report. I can't understand why all aerial shooting and associated activities is not captured on tamper-proof video. Technology is available as used in fisheries all around Australia that allows for tamper-proof capture of images. Cameras can be mounted on the aircraft skids on the firearms in use. Video footage could then be analysed, providing chase times, shot numbers and placement, animal sex, weight, age and body mass, the time from insensibility to death. We are concerned that the assessment has inherent bias, as only horses shot in open terrain and could be checked where it was possible to land the observer aircraft. Any horses shot in broken terrain or scrub would have been harder to follow and acquire a sight picture and therefore deliver an acceptable shot. The subsequent letter from RSPCA to the Department of Planning and Environment on December 123 clearly conflicts with the answers and opinions given by the New South Wales DPI Chief Executive Officer and the New South Wales Chief Animal Welfare Officer on Wednesday 13th of December at the Supplementary Budget Estimates hearing. The opinion was that unless a person was granted an exemption from POCTA, it's unlikely that 15 shots to the chest of an animal would be considered humane. Our concern is that the new SOP mentioned in the assessment has not been made public and allows for an unacceptably high number of shots to be fired into the animal. The findings in the RSPCA letter of 1 December 23, in response to a letter received from the Department of Planning and Environment 1 day prior, smacks of incompetence at best and collusion and corruption worthy of investigation at worst. Given that the RSPCA receives significant funding from New South Wales Government, it has a clear conflict of interest and cannot be considered an independent authority in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might throw to the Honourable Robert Borsak if he'd like to start.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Thank you. Maybe to you, Mr. Mallon, and if Mr. Boyle wants to chime in, he's welcome to. Can you explain why AHI and perhaps yourselves consider the 308 Winchester inadequate for controlling and shooting feral horses from the air?
For starters, I think if you just look at the numbers from the
Do
recent...
you want to just pull the microphone a little bit closer?
Certainly. For starters, if you look at the numbers that were provided following the recent shoot, averaging 7 shots per horse across a total of 270 animals is deplorable. Just makes a farce of any perceived animal welfare concerns that National Parks and Wildlife Service may have. There's no doubt the 308 Winchester is well suited for pigs and smaller animals, but certainly not for horses and camels. As I say, horses for courses. The average pig weighs between 60 kilos for a female and 100 kilos for a male. Your horses average between 500 and 600 kilos. Now we've increased the target weight by up to 1,000% or 10 times with no increase in the killing energy, the wound channel size or the penetration required to kill them. Now a pig's chest is between 40 centimetres and 60 centimetres deep from top to bottom. A horse can be as much as 120 centimetres across the same span. It's easily twice the job for the rifle cartridge that you're wanting to use. As a herbivore, a horse consumes massive amounts of green vegetation and they're not a very efficient processor of food. Therefore, their paunch is enormous by comparison to smaller omnivorous pests like pigs. Any bullet that passes through that paunch, and it's hard not to when you're in a pursuing function in a helicopter from an elevated position, a bullet passing through that paunch is similar to a bullet going through a wheelie bin, a green wheelie bin at home full of grass clippings. And it's going to rob that bullet of energy. An alternative, which is readily available and a proven performer, is a 9.3 by 62 cartridge. It's the same diameter in the cartridge case as the 308, so you're not losing magazine capacity by going to that larger round. It is the smallest calibre legally permitted to use on dangerous game in Africa, and we're talking elephants and Cape buffalo, they're big critters. It'll knock them over. If you see a tabled photograph of some expanded projectiles showing 308 and 9.3 comparison. The energy of the 308 is only 2,600 foot-pound and 3,400 for the 9.3. That's an immediate 33% increase. The wound channel diameter from a 308 averages about 18.5 millimetres and 28.5 for the 9.3. That's a 60% increase. But that's not all. It's an exponential increase because the impact and the wound channel diameter, it multiplies the killing effect. So you're ending up with a tissue damage. This is quite blunt and brutal, but tissue damage through the heart-lung area with a large calibre gun that you could physically drop a loaf of bread into. So you're going to kill the animal far more quickly with far less shots. And that's basically why I think the 308.
So what you're saying is that the size of the calibre and the energy release clearly properly substitutes for shooting an animal up to 15 times.
Most certainly. If the firearm in use on that occasion, considering the shooters are up to the job, they should have all been in the chest area. Yeah, you can have the odd shot.
You haven't had the benefit of seeing the new standard operating procedure. It was handed up this morning by the Minister,
No,
and it does talk to shooting into the chest, heart, lung area. But that area, of course, is very large on a horse, and the impact of a 308 cartridge expanding to about 18.5 millimetre is very small. It does actually, and listening to other evidence today, especially the RSPCA, basically are saying putting up to 15 shots in substitutes for the need for a bigger calibre. Do you agree with that? Well, Mr. Boyle, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, if I can jump in here. What's missing is there's actually no science to back the choice of the calibre here in Australia. And there's been studies done and modelling done in Europe that actually look at this and they can build up equations. What we're using in Australia is a very good calibre, like Andy said, for smaller animals, but it's not being scaled up for a large animal. And also, once you put the first bullet into an animal, you start, your cortisol levels, your adrenaline goes up, so then it's under stress. It actually gets harder to kill, and the blood vessels start constricting. So you've got, when you're just filling them full of shots, you're actually, your time to bleed out to death is actually longer. So, this argument without any real scientific data, like they're saying, is very, very, slim at best. It actually we need to get it, take on what they actually say and be more professional and actually do some real science on, killing animals, especially when we're going to start killing, millions across Australia, not just and deciding which is the right calibre for each animal and then choosing the right calibre firearm combination.
Can you explain, and maybe this one to you also, Mr. Boyle, how a video monitoring system would operate on helicopters and firearms used in aerial shooting operations, and what other primary industries are they used in Australia?
Brian Boyle answering for Andy, if that's okay. My background is I worked for 7 years in fisheries in the Northern Territory, managing a number of fisheries, including the trawl fishery, and worked with other people in such other fisheries as the line fishery. And it's already proven that its use of closed systems for monitoring these sort of industries, it actually supports what the industry is doing. It backs up that they're doing humanely. I just can't understand the resistance by the National Parks and Wildlife Service to mounting cameras on their skids or having a 360 degree, as Mr. Fang says, plus having a Bluetooth camera from the top of the firearm coming back to what is a secure box that can be downloaded. It can either be the black box can be taken out and downloaded, if you're on a fishing vessel and get back to port, or a helicopter, once it comes back into range, you can download automatically through Wi-Fi systems. So I just don't understand why they wouldn't do that so that you can get all those measurements that Andy talked about in the opening speech.
Thanks. Well, you go.
Okay. I've just got a couple of questions. Actually, I just thought I'd jump in. In relation to RSPCA, I guess, keeping an observation around the trial, it would seem to be that they only used a 7.62 during that trial. They didn't trial different calibers and different projectile sizes during that trial cull. Do you think that there would have been benefit in trialling other sizes to see the effectiveness of the takedowns of the horses?
Oh, most certainly. And there are firearms readily available in the market that would fit the bill.
Is there any accuracy issues in relation to firing a larger, more powerful projectile? Would a trained shooter struggle more to be accurate with a more powerful, larger projectile weapon than they would a smaller one such as the 7.62?
Some years ago that would have been a problem, but today suppressors are readily available. Muzzle brakes are very commonly fitted to firearms. A muzzle brake, for those that don't know, is on the front of a Panzer IV tank. When the Germans scurried across Europe, it just diffuses all the recoil.
Yeah.
You can shoot a 9.3 or a 375 or any of the elephant guns quite comfortably with today's modern add-ons.
So from a welfare perspective, going to a larger calibre, more powerful round is, in your evidence, unlikely to affect the accuracy, but is more likely to provide a single kill shot than the 7.62 had they only really managed to hit the animal with one or two shots instead of the 15 or say 7.5 on average that they said they used.
I certainly believe that if they were better equipped with a more powerful firearm, it would have been a very different result, because the 9.3, as a matter of fact, was found to be in the Steyr factory in Austria the most accurate rifle that they made.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not an accuracy issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's shootable because the recoil can be controlled. The firearm that I've researched that would be suitable for the job is a Benelli, and it has an integral recoil reduction system built into the butt.
Yep.
It would be as pleasant, if not more pleasant, to shoot than their 308.
And is there any issues in operating one of those in an aerial platform?
No, they're fine. They're a side eject. They could have a deflector plate fitted or a case catcher, which I think would be a great thing.
Yep. So I guess I've tried to think of every possible negative in employing a larger projectile, more powerful projectile, and you seem to have dispelled any of them. Have I missed anything? Is there any reason that...
Yeah, when I'm saying the 308 is not as effective, it doesn't lack penetration. It just lacks shock. The results found from that assessment show that many bullets were blistered on the offside of the animal, under the skin, and there were total penetration where the projectile had passed through the back, right through the body, and out through the brisket. So we can't complain about the 308's performance in penetration. It just doesn't kill big things. And big things need big guns. You know, Henry Ford.
I think you've summed it up nicely in that respect. I guess then, would it be fair to say that it would be more humane to use a larger projectile, larger penetrating, more powerful round?
Absolutely, no question.
So the RSPCA may not have actually honoured its charter by recommending or supporting the use of 7.62 as opposed to 906. Was it 906? 9.3, sorry. Yeah.
Well, they may not have, but it may have been through ignorance.
And it may be that they actually haven't done the research on it. I know the Honourable Robert Borsak asked them, had they done any ballistics or had any ballistics experience or done any ballistics testing before providing the New South Wales government with their opinion.
well, that's quite possible, yes.
I've got one last question. I might direct it to our witness online. Just in relation to the ability to record and evidence the kill shots, for example, from a rifle, does mounting a camera on a rifle and having a recording of the shooting evidence, does it at all affect the accuracy of the rifle? Does it affect the weight, the way that it's balanced, the way that it's used?
Modern GoPros are so light that you can mount them on top of a red dot or a scope. And I've never used one myself. Andy might be more expert than that. But as far as they're used very frequently, there's a lot of videos that are done in other countries with people who are shooting out of helicopters. People actually pay to go and do it in the United States.
Yep.
Go and shoot pigs. And they have the GoPros mounted, and you can have the GoPro then on Bluetooth back to your black box.
Mm-hmm.
The thing's way less than, way less than about 50 grams, so it's going to have no impact.
Yeah, I've never seen such resistance to the taking of evidence as I've seen from National Parks and Wildlife and the New South Wales Government in relation to the recording of these aerial culls. Can either of the witnesses provide any idea as to why it would impact the effectiveness of a cull to have the recordings captured by way of camera, either a 360 camera on the helicopter or a camera on the skids, as the witness online indicated, or would it be, have any effect to the accuracy or outcome, animal welfare outcomes?
Under the current system, using a 308, it could be quite damning to have footage. It would show that these animals are getting shot repeatedly in the vital area and they continue running because the gun is not matched to the target animal.
So the only reason you can possibly identify would be a damning animal welfare situation being recorded by the filming. You can't see any other circumstances.
I personally believe that there's a culture has developed within the ranks of the FAST qualified shooters, and FAST being feral animal aerial shooting teams. They see themselves as elite shooters, and it's spread right across the professional shooting ranks, independent contractors. I used to see them as the manager of the rifle range. They turn up, they all wear a sort of a brand new type uniform, the baseball cap on back the front, they've got the aviator glasses, but the most important part of their uniform is that paramilitary rifle. They love to present that and walk around with their M4 assault rifle. It's a negative culture because these guys are quite influential in their submissions and the formation of SOPs. If you take away the black spooky gun and give them a conventional looking rifle like a Benelli in 9.3, they've lost that elite status. And I think there's resistance to go away from that. But that's just my personal view.
Sorry, Mr. Bank, I might jump in here myself. That's all right. I just wanted to get an idea, and I'm happy for either of you to answer this, just to kind of understand, just stepping away and just looking at aerial shooting itself, the complexities in regards to animal welfare of shooting an animal from above. It was discussed a little bit this morning, but I just wanted to get a bit more of an understanding of what that means for the animals and why that's a complex issue.
Can I jump in first, Andy? And then
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Brian Boyle answering. Look, I've experienced in New Zealand, and I worked for the New Zealand Forest Service and then Department of Conservation when it was first established, and that was in the mid-80s down in South Westland. And once you go to helicopter operations, it's not just about the shooter. Actually, the helicopter pilot has to be a hunter as well. He has to know what the animals are going to do, what position the shooter needs to be in, and then on top of that, you need to have the shooters need. It's a remarkable skill with what they do. They need to be at it and at it and at it, and not necessarily all shooters are going to cut the grade. That's what happened in the commercial industry in New Zealand. So they need to be shooting a lot of animals, and occasionally mistakes are going to happen, but they also need to work as a team. And one of the things that we've been talking about here is just about the shooters, but the pilots themselves may have to be able to work that machine. They need to be able to work it in different conditions, whether it's early in the morning or just about what the conditions are, so that how it takes off and how it performs. On hot days, it's not going to perform the same. If it's windy or slightly windy, and then they're chasing the animals on different terrain, so they need to be, whether it's 10 to 30 metres above that terrain, going through undulating terrain, pushing those animals and coming up from behind in such a way that presents the shot for the animal. So it is quite a complex situation, and it needs a lot of skill. And so one of the things that needs to be considered for these fast teams that are doing this is not that it's a job for a whole bunch of people. You really want to get the best of the best, and you want them to be doing it as often as they can, so that they have the skill to do it as humanely as possible. And so I hope that sort of kind of puts you in the direction of what you're asking.
I guess I also just wanted to understand the complexities, the animal welfare complexities. Like, I understand that there's complexities definitely in regards to who's flying the helicopter and obviously who's shooting as well. But like from what we were speaking about this morning, is it's more likely to, a vet was talking about the fact that it's more likely to hit the animals in the spinal cord, for example, and potentially disable an animal because of the uniqueness of actually coming from above. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, you've got the anatomy of the animal, and it's not just hitting the spinal cord. If you hit one of the spinal processes or a rib, it can actually knock the animal out. And so it's really important that the pilot and the shooter go back and finish the job on that animal before chasing the next one, if we're going for the most humane outcomes. But not only that, what surprises me is that we do have this concern about animal welfare in Australia. So why aren't we recording and doing some research on chase times, cortisol levels, what are the glycogen levels, so we can record the amount of stress, so that we can decide what is the cutoff of how stressed we're actually going to place these animals if we're killing them. We need to come to a decision about what is humane and what isn't. At the moment, it's what seems to be doesn't matter about the chase time, doesn't matter how many shots you put into them, as long as you kill them, it's humane. And also possibly you're leaving foals that are unmothered. So it really is hard to argue that what we're currently seeing, and I haven't read the latest SOP right through, but it's very hard to argue that it's actually a humane outcome.
Can I, as part of the preliminary operation, they assessed 16% of the horses that were shot and their injuries. Do you think that just having, 16% is a very small percentage overall of horses that were checked. Do you think that's sufficient to have confidence that there won't be any animal welfare in future aerial shoots?
In some of the research, you only take, you might only do 20%. But what you've got to look at is, I think I heard Professor Kingsford talking before. It's about systematic random sampling, and you're not actually doing that with this sort of a shoot, because the helicopters were landing, and I think it was within 3 minutes they were getting to the animal. So that is not systematic. We have with such a limited amount of information in that assessment, we don't know. Whether it was just all in the open country where it was easy to shoot, or whether it was in the undulating country or the bush country. So there's no real confidence in that report or in the data that they've provided.
Thank you. The other thing as well is horses were checked. Of those 16%, they were checked some minutes later to see if they were still alive. We don't actually know the average amount of time that took, because that data wasn't actually provided. They only provided a median, which was 3 minutes, but we don't know what the average was. I'm just wondering, will that be able to be done in rough terrain? Or, if they're not checked in rough terrain because it's in an inaccessible area, what will happen with those horses? Will they just be potentially left to have long deaths the same way as they did at Guy Fawkes?
Well, that's what you'll have to decide with the way you would structure any research around this. You would have to, the secondary helicopter may have to hover over it, because you don't actually want a drone operating near a helicopter. It's not a good situation to have. You could put a drone in close to see what was going on, but no helicopter pilot wants a drone working close by with them. So you'd have to, the secondary helicopter could, and then if you had cameras on board or someone with a camera, as the biostatistician said, you could actually be zooming in on the animal to see if it's actually still breathing and struggling, and whether it really is dead or not. It may be some time later that the animal's actually died. So it is a challenge in that sort of country.
There is a far better chance, though, if an animal's spine or spinal section has been shocked by a larger gun, the bullet will have travelled through the spine and still had sufficient energy to kill the animal in the heart-lung area, plus the secondary projectiles which come from broken spinal sections and pieces of bone. They fly through the lungs and the major blood vessels, and they'll achieve the same thing as a bullet. But if you still go ahead with the 308, you're always going to have these problems on big animals.
And just finally, I know there's quite a few hunting organisations generally who have concerns about aerial shooting compared to ground shooting. And I was just wondering if you could explain some of the concerns or the complexities specific to do with aerial shooting.
Do you want me to answer, Andy?
Yes, Brian, yeah, fine.
Yeah. Well, the concerns from our organisation, Brian Boyle replying, is that there has been studies being done in Scotland, for instance, and they have directly compared ground shooting red deer to helicopter shooting and done cortisol and glycogen levels, and it's clearly demonstrated that the animals are under far more stress when they're pursued and shot by a helicopter than on foot. The AHI, we accept that the animals need to be controlled, because they're not going to control themselves, and there are environmental issues and ecological issues. But it should be done as humanely as possible. And what we're not seeing is any research around improving it. So every sort of operation, whether it's a biosecurity operation or a management operation, should be looking at self-improvement all the time and reviewing what it does. And what we're seeing is, this is the way we do it, we're going to go and do it. And it's just crashing on through. It's not actually about reviewing and trying to find the best outcome for the animals, for the environment, and for people who have genuine animal welfare concerns or love of these animals.
Okay, is there any government questions? No? Okay, fantastic. Well, I think that takes us to time. So thank you both for coming in today to give evidence. I don't think
I
any...
ask one more
Oh,
question?
yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question relating to cross tenure. What are the issues with only shooting horses in the national park, not having cross tenure, no boundaries approach to feral horse management in Kosciuszko National Park and adjoining lands? This one to you, Mr. Boyle.
Yeah, Brian Boyle replying. This is surprising that the plan doesn't talk about cross tenure, because there are several other programs that are going on in Kosciuszko National Park that talk about cross tenure. So in my past life, when I was working for the Game Council or as a ranger, I was actually on the Alpine Scientific Liaison Committee when I was a ranger in Victoria. The horses are across tenure. They're on private land, they're on private reserves, they're on state forest, and there are a lot of horses that go right out towards Tumbarumba and Chumut, and they're even heading out towards the Hume Highway. What will happen, and this frequently happens when you undertake a control program, is that you take the pressure off that environment, but the animals don't just stay where they were. If there's more food back in Kosciuszko, it'll be a sink. There will be animals that move back into it. So this plan really needs to think about cross tenure. It needs to think about what the government can do, and if there's any Crown lands and state forests there, it needs to think about that, as well as doing advocacy work with some of the private landholders and private forestry operations to control the animals on those lands. Otherwise, it's just going to be a sink, and animals are going to pour back into the park.
Just quickly to add to that, Brian, if you don't mind, in state forests where the horses exist in large numbers, if they were to be classified as a game animal under the Game and Feral Animal Control Act, they could then be controlled by up to 20,000 volunteer licensed hunters that actually would do this task free of charge. And they are bound by a code of conduct.
If I can add just onto that, Chairman, Brian Boyle replying. I actually managed a program called the Backcountry Hunting Program in the Northern Territory, and it was on Litchfield National Park, and it was modelled on the R licence. And we had a major impact on the number of horses in that park. And later I used to work I worked for Northern Land Council as running Aboriginal ranger groups. I actually had one of the traditional owners who's the ranger in the park thank me for what we did, because we did limit the impacts on it, and it worked very well, very humanely, and it was all on foot. It wasn't driving around in vehicles. It wasn't flying around in helicopters. This can be done. It just needs the will to do it.
Thank you. Well, thank you again both for coming to give evidence today. I don't think there's any questions taken on notice, but there may be further questions from the committee, in which case the Secretariat will contact with you about any of those questions on notice. But thank you again for giving your time to give evidence today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to the end of day one.